everything. Yeah. But that means they know what's going on in such a broad spectrum that they've found an answer in an area that is a tangent to theirs.
Right.
Reductive samarium catalysis, enabled by, it says s3e275. I'm not sure what that syntax is there. Alkazide protonalysis. Or protonalysis. Sorry, there's a thing. You have to do the right inflection on the right syllable.
Oh, exactly. Otherwise, you can't make it through the word.
Anyway, and I didn't want to give up. Okay, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Reality Hacker. Notorious Iranian hackers have been targeting the space industry with a new backdoor, and in addition to the long-standing password spraying attacks, which is basically just trying to hack into anything, APT33 has developed custom malware dubbed Tickler. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is part 2 of Technology Today for September 1st, 2024. It's season 1, episode 25. We had technical difficulties, which is one of the problems that exists when you have to deal with a sentient artificial intelligence from the future and the complexities with temporal distortion. But that's okay. We've remedied what we think is the problem, and we'll keep chugging forward. That said, the article that we left on was notorious Iranian hackers have been targeting the space industry with a new backdoor. Sentient AI is still with me, I think.
As far as I know.
Yeah. So what about these notorious Iranian hackers? It says, in addition to its long-standing password spraying attack, Microsoft says Iran-backed hacker group Peach Sandstorm, or APT, Advanced Persistent Threat, 33 has developed custom malware dubbed Tickler. So,
hey, how are they now being able to hack into the space program? I mean, I know everything is hackable, but they haven't had enough success on Earth-based things.
There's always somebody that is actually very capable, and eventually somebody will find a way in, one way or another. So, for instance, in a recent event, thousands of people received an email saying, hey, you got this, but the institution needs information from you. And so people click it thinking that it's from the institution and thus fill out viable information, and you end up getting compromised.
That's why they should click with care, as you say.
Yep. And so the backdoor that's getting installed is codenamed Tickler. For some reason, it says it's named Tickler. It infects a target after the hacking group gains initial access via password spraying or social engineering. Again, I send an email. It contains a file. You fill out the file, but it actually, when you send it, contains viable information, or it sends you to a page, whatever. I mean, there's so many different ways. And the problem is people fall for this stuff because they trust but don't verify. And so you should always verify. The Tickler malware isn't necessarily a big step in tactics, techniques, or procedures for this threat actor, but it does represent a clear and active development focus on taking actions on objectives, says Microsoft Director of Threat Intelligence, who told Wired this in a statement. This article, by the way, is by Lily Hay Newman over at Wired.com. The Peach Sandstorm is what the group is actually called, but they're also known as APT33.
Sounds very innocuous compared to what they're doing.
Yeah, really. They continued conducting password spray attacks against the educational sector for infrastructure procurement and against the satellite government and the defense sectors as primary targets for intelligence collection. So you basically, the premise is that you daisy chain from one place to another, hop, skip, and jump from one location to another until you have enough access, and then you can perpetrate some great offense, whatever it might be. And there's myriad rationale for why anybody does this, from political to just, they are having fun and bored and don't think that they're ever going to get caught. So it's not the first time that Peach Sandstorm has shown interest in satellite-related targeting. This threat actor had previously pursued organizations in the satellite, defense, pharmaceutical sectors around the globe, says DeGrippo. This backdoor is custom malware with multiple iterations. It shows a focus and commitment to leveraging malware for specific objectives. And it's like the Natanz software Stuxnet that exploited a multitude of zero-day exploits that had to have come from somebody that had insider information about the various systems within Natanz. And with a focus and diligence, you can penetrate any system. But the weakest link is always the human actor. Nobody would have been inside Natanz or this system or any system if it wasn't for somebody violating some policy or procedure, because humans are lazy and they want to take the shortest path. And one of the worst barriers is not clicking on something when they deem it efficient, or having a strong password. And what ends up happening is, if you have a very, very strong password, the next best thing is to use social engineering to get your password. And they may not even need to get it from you.
Right. That's the worst thing, right? They can get it from somebody affiliated with you.
Yep. So, and the reason why I brought up Natanz is because these are Iranian hackers. These aren't Chinese hackers. These are Iranian hackers. And hell, you think that they don't have motivation? I mean,
yeah, I think there's definitely a motive.
Right.
And probably some skill as well, which is not a good combination.
Yeah, I mean, and I say this often enough that it frightens people when I say it, but it's absolutely true. One person's freedom fighter is another person's terrorist. So why make and then people get really bent out of shape when I say the next statement. Why create a terrorist? Well, the reason a terrorist is created is because some great bad action was committed somewhere and somebody felt that they were affronted by it. And then you end up basically tit for tat, eye for an eye, until everybody is blind and we're all wandering around. Well, the people are wandering around going, how the hell did we get here? I don't want to have a history lesson to understand why people are hacking into NASA.
Exactly, right? It shouldn't be like some generational dispute or something.
Right. And it usually is something there, right? Not just industrial espionage so that we can get our space program higher than the next person's, but that's exactly what happens as well. But there's usually an ideological bent. Why should they be advanced after they spend trillions of dollars doing fundamental research when we can just hack in and steal whatever it is? So that's how it works. Anyway, let's keep on moving. The next article is over in Technology Today. Mini brains built from blood. Crazy ideas. The quote could revolutionize Alzheimer's treatments. So mini brains developed by Dr. Wenzel using stem cells could transform Alzheimer's treatment and diagnosis, showing potential for broader medical applications and more efficient healthcare delivery. These aren't the same.
Oh, wow. They look like mini brains.
Please tell me that this is just a render. It's an artist's concept.
Oh, good.
So,
for those in the podcast, it looks like a miniature version of a brain in a petri dish.
Yeah, it looks like a little candied brain. Like a little jelly brain like you would get from a candy store. Ugh.
That should not be a thing, but yes, that's exactly what it looks like.
University of Saskatchewan put this article together. It's over at SciTech Daily. This is different than the other thing where you could actually use neurons that were in a chip for artificial intelligence programming. That one was wild too. That was yesterday. Reality Hacker.
Oh, right. Exactly.
Yeah, so never in our wildest dreams did we think that our crazy idea would work. These could be used as a diagnostic tool built from blood. Wenzel, the postdoctoral fellow for the College of Medicine Department of Psychiatry, developed the idea for the mini brain, or more formally, a one-of-a-kind cerebral organoid model while working under the supervision of Dr. Daryl Massow. By the way, this is what they called the other ones that are connected to a chip. They called them organelles. This is an organoid. Okay. And they were cerebral. They were brains, neural organelles. So I don't know if we'll ever... Let me see if they've got another picture to see if they actually match. Oh my God. So early proof of concept on the mini brains has been extremely promising, which means the next step for Wenzel is expanding the testing to a larger pool of patients. The researcher is also interested in trying to expand the scope of the mini brain research, according to Wenzel. If they can confirm the mini brains accurately reflect other brain diseases or neurological conditions, they could potentially be used to speed up diagnosis or test the efficacy of drugs on patients. So if these actually function just like a real brain, then they don't have to do human research because they can test them.
That would be really good.
But
and then if something goes wrong, right?
Yeah.
That's not much of an issue.
It's not ending up catastrophic. And
right.
So it just says I'm still in belief and still in disbelief, but it's also extremely motivating that something like this happened, Wenzel said. It gives me something that I think will impact society and have actual relevance and create some change. It has strong potential to shift the landscape of medicine. This person created a mini brain.
And they weren't even originally a researcher. They were a science teacher. I mean, I know that's related, but I think that's really cool.
You could just get a blood sample shipped from La Loche or Laurent, I guess, to the university and diagnose you like that.
That would be incredible.
Wow.
Instead of going in and waiting for appointments and getting perhaps scans, depending on what the issue is.
Or missing it entirely because, you know, the ping from time to time, you know, getting tested, it just doesn't manifest. And so.
Right. That's true.
Wow. What a trip. All right. Let's keep going. Hopefully we don't crash again, but I know what the reason is, but we'll see if it actually persists. Because if it does persist, then I'm going to.
Well, then we may have to speed up. We'll talk it double time.
I'm getting a little bent out of shape about this. It's been a couple of days, so, but it's not. Anyway, the next article is over on the Marvel channel. Oh, by the way, if you want all of today's show notes, hit !TT, which is Technology Today, and that'll pull it out of ohmTown. And since this is a separate stream from the previous one, I'm putting it back into this VOD as well. ! And then pod, that will give you all of the podcasts because we have 7 total. One is a daily non sequitur news, and then we have Reality Hacker Wanted Continuity Report on Saturday, and then WarCrafters, Technology Today, and 4-Wheel Tech on Sunday. That's today. That's how it works. All throughout the week is non sequitur news. Every day is non sequitur news. Sometime around 8 o'clock. So be sure to follow us and like and subscribe, all that kind of stuff. So this next article is over on the Marvel channel. A researcher says playing technology games and making science fun helps kids solve visual problems, grasp ideas better. The person says, as I watch my sons Wuvhudi and Rivhavhudi play games on my phone before bedtime. I was captivated by their enthusiasm and how deeply they were engaged, especially when the games involved math or science. Both boys experienced speech delays, and I hoped the games would help them develop their language skills, and it worked. So, Molaboheng Ramalumo from The Conversation put the article together. It's posted over at phys.org, and I suppose these are the kids? No, I don't know. This is just a Pexels stock image, which I always feel weird. I don't know why. It doesn't directly apply to the article, so why even do something else?
Right, but I'm okay with that since it's featuring the researchers' kids. I mean, I think
I don't think that's
photo is fine.
I don't think that's the research.
But I think the stock photo in that sense works.
Is representative of?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, what I saw at home was repeatedly underscored by research. Early engagement with science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM. You can add art to that and call it STEAM. Concepts through interactive tools can profoundly enhance children's visual literacy, which why wouldn't they put art in there as well? And again,
because this particular study was STEM based, but I agree, STEAM is more
holistic. I mean, yes. If that's what you're trying to do, and conceptual understanding, grasping ideas. So for their master's degree, they had examined how molecular biology students' lack of visual literacy made it harder for them to grasp complex scientific concepts. I would argue that the molecular biology students don't have an inner monologue and thus have a limited creative vision. So the academic foundation, combined with a newfound spark in their boys, inspired their PhD research investigating the effects of early STEM education on young children's visual literacy and ability to grasp scientific concepts. And again, I would probably key into what I need to go back and do fundamental research for this, and it's going to be damn near impossible.
So I just figured out why they're doing STEM and not STEAM, because the PhD program typically takes a long time, and STEAM is a relatively newer concept, and it may not have even been around when this study was started.
Gotcha. So in a recent related study, they explored how different types of preschool education influence children's understanding of science and their ability to interpret visual information. The study involved children 4 and 5 who are in grade R, the year of schooling before grade 1.
So I guess that's kindergarten equivalent.
In South Africa. They observed that those exposed to STEM education were better at spatial visualization than their peers. The children excelled in tasks that required them to recall and manipulate visual details, such as accurately reproducing elements from images, while their non-STEM counterparts often struggled. We're missing a key component in this, and that is creative imagery is not inherent. It is not coupled to everybody. Not everybody has a creative visual apparatus.
Right. Which then makes this thing seem like a chicken and egg issue, right? Because do students that perhaps have that gravitate more toward some of the STEM topics, maybe?
Right.
Or do better in those topics?
Yep.
I don't know.
Do they move away from creative,
because they can't. They don't have the function for it.
Correct. Yeah.
It's not because of lack of intelligence. It's just a different way their brain is wired. Right.
Correct. So testing children's skills in South Africa private schools often have more flexibility than government-run public schools. It's the same thing in the United States. To incorporate specialized STEM curricula and innovative teaching methods tailored to early childhood education. This might include hands-on experiments like mixing colors or observing plant growth. All of that is outside of the creative process, though. You don't have to be visual.
Correct, but there was an example somewhere further up in the article, I think, about...
Yeah. They had to recall reproducing images.
That's right.
Yeah. While their non-STEM counterparts often struggled, which is... So the children excelled in tasks that required them to recall and manipulate visual details, such as accurately reproducing elements within images or from images, while their non-STEM counterparts often struggled. But the problem there is reproducing elements from images. In what way?
That's different, though, than creating your own image. And I think there was something further up in the article about like things that weren't there. For example, if you see a 3D image, you know what's behind it or things along those lines.
Yeah. It's an interesting article, but they're saying that their non-STEM counterparts often struggled, which is kind of the antithesis of...
I mean, their thesis here, right, is that if you're involved in these topics,
STEM,
it kind of gives you like a more holistic view, and you can then extrapolate in other areas of your learning. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but
right. So this is actually quite a more involved article. So the non-STEM child said only the boy is living because the dog and chicken can't talk. The STEM child said the boy and the dog and the chicken are living because they can breathe and need water to grow. The child understood what makes something alive using ideas like breathing and needing water. This is a more basic, less accurate concept of what constitutes a living thing, because
for the non-STEM,
yeah, this exercise is that they showed a child a picture of a dog, ball, tree, desk, boy, school bag, book, and chicken, and asked them to identify which ones were living things. And only the boy is living because the dog and chicken can't talk. But I struggle. There could be, again, it's almost self-fulfilling prophecy that somebody that is trained in STEM, and I guess that's the argument that they're making. So yeah, what is their definition of what a living thing is? Something, if they've always been trained on something. So STEM, obviously.
But I think they're making the point with the STEM is that they're extrapolating even if they haven't been taught something directly. Like they're not just memorizing and restating, which maybe is happening in the non-STEM.
But if you are raised with STEM experiences, then you are being taught more than somebody who isn't in STEM.
Oh, absolutely, right. You're getting more knowledge, and then you're probably also being taught more how to think as well.
Yeah. This is almost kind
of... But you're right. You're right. They're not apples and oranges.
Yeah. There's more to unpack
they are
from
apples
this.
And oranges.
And there are they are literally apples and oranges. All right, let's keep on moving though. The next article is over in Technology Today. Scientists develop all-in-one solution to catch and destroy forever chemicals. A new water treatment system developed by UBC researchers efficiently removes and destroys PFAS pollutants using a dual-action catalyst, offering a sustainable and cost-effective solution for water purification challenges. These chemical engineers at the University of British Columbia have created a new system that both captures and treats PFAS substances commonly known as forever chemicals. The article is by the University of British Columbia, posted over at scitechdaily.com. Per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS chemicals, are widely used in manufacturing consumer goods like waterproof clothing due to the resistance to heat, water, and stains. This is almost like copy and paste of other articles we've talked about with PFAS, but this catalyst is the issue. The whole process is fairly quick. Depending on how much water you're treating, said Dr. Foster, we can put huge volumes of water through this catalyst and it'll absorb the PFAS and destroy it in a quick two-step process. Many existing solutions can only absorb, while others are designed to destroy the chemicals. Their catalyst does both. So it says, like other water treatments, the UBC system requires ultraviolet light to work, but it does not need as much UV light as other methods. During the testing, the UBC catalyst consistently removed more than 85% of PFOA, or perfluorooctanoic acid, a type of forever chemical, even under low light conditions. and the catalyst is not limited by ideal conditions. Its effectiveness under varying UV light intensities ensures its applicability in diverse settings, including regions with limited sunlight exposure. So it's really interesting, but I don't know what the catalyst is. They just refer to it as hybrid graphenic and iron oxide photocatalysts for the decomposition of synthetic chemicals. So it's some kind of graphene and iron oxide. Well, maybe that's what it's like, obliterating the chemicals themselves, like destroying them by separating the chemicals.
Right. So then I guess the next question is, well, what do you do with the residue, and does the residue matter?
Yeah, what is it turning into?
Right.
So they said that they've set up a company, React Materials, to explore commercial options for their company, or for their technology. It says that it can eliminate up to 90% of forever chemicals in water in as little as 3 hours, significantly faster than comparable solutions on the market. And because it can be produced from forest or farm waste, it's more economical and sustainable compared to the more complex and costly methods currently in use, said Dr. Foster. Pretty cool.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, if this has any viability and doesn't create something more dangerous behind it.
This is a solution for PFAS.
Yeah. I mean, they need to start implementing this immediately.
Get that out there. Yeah, for sure. Pretty cool. All right, let's go. The last article for today's Technology Today, and we'll have a talk after them. So the next article and our last article for Technology Today is in Technology Today. Scientists develop shockingly simple solution to combat coastal erosion. Bricks. So the new method developed by Northwestern University uses electrical currents to solidify marine sand, creating durable rock-like structures that could replace costly traditional coastal defenses like seawalls.
Wait, this is interesting. Can it be eroded?
Everything gets eroded, particularly rock. It might take a little bit longer, but I mean, look at the Grand Canyon.
Well, that's true. What? There's been some erosion?
What? No. So researchers from Northwestern University have demonstrated that a zap of electricity can strengthen a marine coastline for generations, mitigating the rising threat of erosion. What? So they're basically doing lightning strikes into the sand, and it's fusing it, turning it into glass.
I mean, it's interesting.
Right? That's what
I like it because it's in place, right? One of the problems has been they have to bring in something from outside the area. It's costly, etc. Although this might be costly too.
Yeah, probably. And it still just gets pushed down the thing. And you have to worry about how it's going to actually be developed, though. Like, if you put electrodes in the sand and then pump a bunch of electricity through it, anything in there is going to get electrocuted. So it says durable rock-like structures that could replace costly traditional coastal defenses like seawalls. In their study recently published in Communications, Earth and the Environment, the researchers, well, you just put it outside the environment. Sorry, that's a joke from a skit on British TV. The researchers took inspiration from clams, mussels, and other shell-dwelling sea life, which use dissolved minerals in seawater to build their shells. Similarly, the researchers leveraged the same naturally occurring dissolved minerals to form a natural cement between sea-soaked grains of sand. But instead of using metabolic energy like mollusks do, the researchers used electrical energy to spur the chemical reaction. Basically, the mild electrical current instantaneously changed the structure of marine sand. Mild electrical current, transforming it into a rock-like immovable solid. And the researchers are hopeful that this strategy could offer a lasting, inexpensive, and sustainable solution.
I'm surprised at the inexpensive, but...
Yeah. So, with sand casting, you can do something similar, but with chemical, you basically spray. Oh God, I haven't done the sand casting stuff in so long. I forgot what it is, but it hardens it.
Kind of like crackle, but not. I think for Lego.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of the gas. God, what is it called? I'm sorry. So, although the chemistry is probably not the same, it's sodium silicate, and then you spray like CO2 on it. I think it's CO2. Damn it. Anyway, they're basically building a sandcastle, but they're using electricity to bond it all together. By applying a mild electric stimulation to marine soils, we systematically and mechanistically prove that it's possible to cement them by turning naturally dissolved minerals in seawater into solid mineral binders, a natural cement. So yeah, to mitigate the issue, communities have implemented two main approaches: building protection structures and barriers such as seawalls, or injecting cement into the ground to strengthen marine substrates, widely consisting of sand. However, multiple problems accompany these strategies because the seawalls will eventually fail, although it will take hundreds of years usually.
That's true.
Sand builds up on these seawalls because of erosion, and on the other side of the seawall, it gets eroded away in a differing way. And if you inject cement into the ground, eventually the soil is eroded away, but you have these big organic masses of cement.
Right.
So they basically show that firing off an electrical charge, they get an electro-cementation process, and they say that it's eco-friendly. They say that it's only 2 to 3 volts. When applied to water, it triggers a chemical reaction and converts some of the constituents into solid calcium carbonate. Interesting. Essentially what the shells of mollusks are.
Oh, right. Okay.
Wow, that's actually, sorry, the silence is that I'm kind of dumbfounded why it's such a low voltage.
Yeah, like it doesn't seem like it would
affect
do
anything.
Something substantial, right?
Yeah. So if communities,
and it's also like, where has this been this whole time?
Well, I suspect that nobody's tied a lightning strike on a beach to this cementation. But that's
Do you
exactly
think
what
that
it
was
is.
the impetus? Like they probably came by after a lightning strike and went, aha.
Yeah. I've been scanning to see if there's actually anything that mentions it, but electrodeposition of calcareous cement from seawater in marine silica sands. But sodium silicate, you can use a gas, and I can't remember what it is, but you just spray it on the sodium silicate and it locks the sand in place. You have to chip it away. And then lightning basically fuses all of the sand together, and you get this little lightning bolt web kind of effect.
Is it carbon dioxide?
Carbon dioxide. That's what it is. It's carbon dioxide. Yeah. And you just spray it down. You use like a cup or something to push the carbon dioxide down into the sodium silicate, and it locks the sand in place so that you can do sand casting. And it's different than other methods which have oils in them to prevent the converting it to steam and then everything exploding. Yeah. So different metal castings. So this actually seems, somewhat plausible. I'd have to see just how structurally sound it is. The same minerals mollusks use to build their shells. At slightly higher voltages, these constituents can be predominantly converted into magnesium hydroxide and hydromagnesite, a ubiquitous mineral found in various stones. So at just 4 volts, they can fuse it into rock.
I mean, this sounds really good.
So as long as they do it deep enough so that the beach doesn't turn into rock and then you don't have sand on the beach, because it's going to erode no matter what.
Right, it is.
Anyway, pretty neat. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I love this. Anyway, that is it for technology today. If you are interested in more of this, then be sure to stick around. But we are going to apply an electrical charge to our heads, and when our brains reboot, we will be at the front page of Technology Today again. But that's the end of the show, and so you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I'm Mayor Watt, and that's the visualizer for the Sentient AI from the future.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Technology Today.
See you in a little bit. Have you ever stuck a 9-volt battery? Hello, and welcome to 4-Wheel Tech for September 1st, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode 21. I am Mayor Watt, and the Sentient AI from the future, and I go for it.
Welcome to 4-Wheel Tech. You threw my greeting off.
We're going to be talking about can't afford exhaust noise fine. Pagani has stopped developing its hybrid. Do you need to replace your EV battery? Do you really? Ariel debuts the e-Nomad Land Rover Beach Brake model, electric mini recall, a stolen rig of Porsches, Jaguar recall, so better park outside, entry-level sports car, and take pictures of your car at night. So sexy. Yeah, you were going to say something?
I'm not sure what to say to that.
Yeah, apparently
your
your cars really like pictures being taken of them at night. You know, mood lighting, it sets the
Absolutely.
stage. Yeah.
I mean, we've seen like photo spreads that are set with night and lighting and everything, but I don't know for cars specifically.
Does the moonlight make my back end look thick? Exclamation point FWT will pull the articles for today's show out of ohmTown. I'd say that they're in order, but no. Yeah, ohmTown, you really need to be rebooted or something. I don't know what's going on.
See if you can match up the order with the order of the articles.
There's a prize at the end and a test. There's no prize and no test. But hey, stick around, ask questions in chat, either on YouTube or Twitch, either way. But let's get into today's articles. The very first article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. Lamborghini owner says he can't afford exhaust noise fine. And the article here says, but he has a point. Usually when a supercar owner gets themselves into dumb trouble, it's a chance for us to all come together, point, and laugh. Oh, it's so fun being poor and watching somebody with a Lamborghini and tons of money. Anyway, speeding tickets, aquatic adventures. We all love to see a rich a-hole lose. But one Staten Island Lamborghini owner ticketed for his Huracan Performante exhaust noise actually apparently has a point. But let's go see what this is. Amber De Silva over at jalopnik.com put their article together, and it says it's not reasonable to ticket cars for their stock exhaust volume. Well,
what about modified?
Well, this apparently is the stock sound, right? So like Harleys and stuff like that, they're really loud. Maybe a place has some issue with how loud a motorcycle is. So there's zoning and stuff like that. And certain places have different sound allowances. But they're saying that any car that gets sold or vehicle that gets sold, well, maybe it shouldn't get fined because it's stock. Now,
right. No, I agree.
And as the AI is trying to get me to tell this story, so I got a ticket once, and basically it was 2 tickets. It was exhibition of speed, and my car was too loud. Well, they had pulled me over at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I had a modified exhaust that was ported so it was in front of the rear axle and pointed straight down under the car. So when you were driving around, it was basically like an M1 Abrams driving through whatever neighborhood.
Very stealthy.
Very, very stealthy. Nobody knew who I was. I was a vehicular ninja. No, I was quite the opposite. But anyway, so the cop saw me go from 0 to 60 in apparently the span of an intersection, and I got a ticket for exhibition of speed. When the light turned green, I lit my tires up and went through the intersection. 2 o'clock in the morning, nobody was around. I was alone on the street. I wasn't drunk or anything like that. I was just a stupid teenager with a car that I built. Obviously not from scratch. I'm not a Hyundai employee, but get it? Call
yeah, I got it.
Kid workers. Anyway, so
the hours were right.
The hours were right, and that's actually pretty funny. 2 o'clock in the morning, still stamping doors. Come on, Susie. Oh, you know what? I just realized we have a problem. The article. Hold on. Let me scoot this over a little bit so you can see it properly. There we go. Anyway, so when I got pulled over, I got this ticket. And so I had to go before a judge because it was a fix-it ticket. But I was arguing like I don't deserve this, blah, blah, blah. It's just somebody that perceived it to be too loud and whatnot. So lo and behold, I end up behind the courthouse, and they tell me to start my car up, but I'm like, this ain't right. I'm literally trapped behind an 8-story building and a 60-foot wall, right? And so I'm in a sound chamber. And so I start my car up, and this thing just goes boom. And they're like, $2,000 ticket. I basically got just hammered. And they're like, yeah, you got to fix it. And it wasn't, I don't remember the actual price of the ticket, but I remember having to pay another $2,000 to get my exhaust modified so it would extend over the rear axle. And so like my life has basically been haunted by $2,000 increments where my turbo fails and it costs $2,000 to get it replaced, either because of the labor or because of the part, or the air conditioning goes out and it costs $2,000 for labor, but $20 for the part. It all kinds of sucks. But anyway, thought it was an interesting story, and apparently the AI thought it was an interesting story too. You should have seen the look on the people's face, because they were all like, okay, let's go out to behind the courthouse.
And you're probably like, are you sure about this?
Yeah. And I'm sitting there going, wait. The rules say you have to be in an open area and there's sensors,
right?
And decibel meters measuring. But no, I was like a SpaceX rocket going off. I get out of the car and they're all like, all right, Mayor Watt, here's your ticket. Oh, just send me to prison. Anyway, it's not reasonable for a ticket with a stock exhaust to have to pay tickets. But frankly, Anthony Aquilino, a supercar enthusiast, got a ticket for excessive noise in his Huracan Performante while driving through Manhattan. Aquilino claims the $800 fine, which will increase for repeated offenses, is unaffordable and unreasonable, while the claim that someone who owns a 6-figure supercar can't afford an $800 ticket is laughable. The argument for that the ticket is unreasonable holds water. I would say true. But here is the problem with that. And there is nothing else about this. Either you set Department of Transportation requirements for sound level of default exhaust at X and nobody can exceed it, or you basically have to allow anybody to drive anything and you have no sound requirements.
Exactly. The other thing that struck me is in New York City, it might actually be a similar sound experience as to what you just described, even though this is a stock vehicle.
Because
like
it's
going to sound
canyon.
louder than it is.
Yeah, it's a box canyon. And so you can sit there and fart in one end of the box canyon and there's somebody on the other side going, dude, I'm a mile away down this box canyon and I just heard that.
Right. I mean, I do think this is a problem, though. If this car is fully approved by all the
Department of Transportation requirements,
meets all the regulations, etc. They either need to change the reg, or they need, this is kind of absurd. But if this sounds like a SpaceX rocket every day down Fifth Avenue or something, then there's some other problem that needs to be remedied.
There still is a problem. The car is just too damn loud. But you can say that about a Harley, and nobody says that about a Harley. I mean, people say it about a Harley, but they don't sit there and go find that Harley. Go find that Harley.
No, and they don't go, well, let's change the rules so motorcycles can't make any noise, or muscle cars can't make any noise, or whatever.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
In fact, they're trying to make more noise. Now, some of it's for safety, but some of it's because people want the noise.
Right.
Right on the EVs.
Yeah, exactly. Let's make the fake, V12 sound so that we sound more like a regular car. Harleys are loud both because some people think that it's really awesome. And as a side note, it lets the drivers around them know where the hell they are because people are really stupid and smash into motorcycle riders. Because they're typically, they're smaller and in a blind spot perhaps. And then there's always the derpy motorcycle rider that just goes, I'm the main character. But anyway, I don't think that it's reasonable. If you are stock exhaust, you shouldn't be fined. In fact, if anything, file a complaint with the manufacturer of the car saying you have to lower your car's volume in the United States. Good luck. Let's move on. Next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. We actually talked about Pagani a little while ago. They stopped developing a hybrid system because no one was interested, but that has to be a fallacy for a supercar maybe. But let me tell you.
Most manufacturers should be pursuing hybrid, but aren't really putting hybrids out there.
Yep. So it found the technology too heavy. Ronan Glon put the article together. It's over at autoblog.com. But this is in the supercar kind of, maybe hypercar for crying out loud. They talk about Utopia could have received a V8 electric hybrid system, but instead landed with a twin turbo V12. The Pagani nearly hopped on the electrification bandwagon, but shelved the project due to the technical challenges and a lack of demand from its target audience, which is filthy rich and capable of affording everything. So, speaking to their colleagues at The Drive, company founder Horacio Pagani explained that his team worked with a partner, that little company, Mercedes-AMG, to find a suitable powertrain.
Maybe I've heard of it, yeah.
Once or twice, right? So they say beyond the lack of demand, the hybrid system's motors and batteries added too much weight. Pagani explained that the hybrid prototypes his team tested were overweight by nearly 900 to 1,100 pounds, and this extra mass would have limited the car's appeal. Yeah. The clients didn't want anything to do with it, so.
But I think you're right. This is a niche space. That doesn't necessarily mean there's no demand for hybrids.
Meanwhile, just the article that we're talking about is this one. Pagani stopped, but Bugatti leaned into it.
Well, see, okay, that doesn't make any sense because aren't those similar markets?
Oh, yes. Yeah. And I like Bugatti design more than I like that. But Pagani and Bugatti are two different animals. So. But they're hypercars. And I don't know. Some people don't want it and some people do, but for crying out loud, to sit there and say that the audience isn't there, maybe their specific, some niche that is like, to hell with. So like Pagani is basically the Wyoming of hypercars.
Oh, okay. Yes, then I could see that.
Although there's
and if you haven't heard about that before, we typically talk about that in non-sequitur news, but Wyoming is not very, as a state, is not very in favor of EVs.
Or progress. So, no, that's not true though, because they've done some like really wacky things. What was
there was something where they were out in front of everybody.
Way out in front. Yeah. And I'm like, well, how are you going to do that?
Though. It didn't make sense in line with the EV view.
Yeah.
It was something like, it wasn't this, but it was like, something like, we're going to install more EV chargers than anybody. It wasn't
but it that, was not
but I mean,
that.
something, right, I know.
They're like anti-electrification. So anyway, so the next article is over in Technology Today. Replacing an EV battery is expensive, but would you ever need to?
Well, wait a second. What about when you resell the car?
Battery technology has come a long way, and EV batteries can last more than 100,000 miles these days. Okay.
So if you put 99,000 on it and try to sell your car,
I'm done.
How's that going to work?
Somebody else's problem. It might be a $7,000 to $15,000 problem, but I've driven 100,000 miles. Look, that little Honda Spec, what was the car? The Suzuki that we talked about.
Swift, I think.
The Suzuki Swift had 150,000 miles on it. And it was a $9,000 car that got 40 miles to the gallon. 40 to 44.
Right. I have to say, though, I didn't know EV batteries notice can is different than will, but can last 100,000 miles, which is better than I realized.
I don't know if that's possible, though. I don't know how many times you've seen that. You see that with a Toyota day in, day out. Tick, tock. Look, it's another Toyota with over 100,000 miles. Tick, tock.
Right, but how about every other manufacturer?
Ford, meh, maybe. Yeah, if it's sitting in a barn for 15 years.
Pagani, probably not.
Bugatti, no. No, those are the ones that are like in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, where the dad has it in the garage, buffing it,
and doesn't have any miles on it.
Yeah, rolling it backwards, but that's not how odometers work.
Yeah, exactly.
Reverse, forward, it always moves forward. Anyway, Alexandra Jones put this article together. I'm already at my wit's end with this article, and all I've done is read the deck statement.
Well, we can give it a quick treatment and move to the next.
Yeah, there you go. So the debate over EVs versus internal combustion engines or ICE vehicles still rages on social media sites like Reddit, where users break down and compare the total cost of ownership of each vehicle over time. In these back-of-the-napkin estimates, EVs usually win out as a cheaper option, but one factor in the cost still scares away some people: replacing the EV battery. We've talked about this before, but it's not just replacing the EV battery. You have to put your gas station in your garage, and that's a $5,000 to $6,000, $8,000 charge.
Right.
And you have to worry about... Okay, let's focus, Mayor Watt. EV batteries. That's it. Just an EV battery. Don't put any other inputs in this.
Okay, they supposedly go for up to 100,000 miles.
Right. So they've got a bunch of stuff that they're shopping about, but a new EV battery can cost between $10,000 and $20,000. So my numbers say $7,000 and $15,000, but let's go with them because of inflation over the span of a year. Sure. So depending on the make and model, said Nadim Malouf, co-founder and CEO of Canovo, a company that develops software to optimize battery performance. The cost to replace a battery, an EV battery, is not cheap, but doesn't mean you have the big expense coming down the pike. Yes, it does. Okay.
And it might be at an unexpected moment.
First
like when
off,
you go through the car wash.
All right, Cybertruck. Or Cyberstuck. So my big problem with this argument right out of the gate is they're denying that it's a fact. You do. And let's see if they say, in fact, he said, the possibility of replacing the battery doesn't necessarily result in a higher cost over the life of the vehicle. Abso-frickin-lutely it does. That's because today's battery packs last so long, you probably won't need one. So you're going to throw away your car even though it's 100% effective except for the battery.
Well, that's the piece that I don't get. It's like you have to factor in what you do with your car at the end when you would sell it or exchange it or whatever you would do.
Yeah, and then diminish it. So they go, batteries don't last forever, but it's bigger than your AAAs. Come on. Batteries have improved a lot in the decade and continue to improve, but not the ones that are in your car. They're not going to improve. The ones in your car are the ones that are there.
That's true. And if you bought your EV 10 years ago, you probably have already replaced your battery.
So 8 years, you have lost upwards of 16% of the efficiency of your vehicle's battery. Okay, because you lose anywhere between 1 and 2% of the top charge. So you're not getting that efficiency anymore. Today's technology means longer warranties of 150,000 miles or more are possible in the near future, but that is dreaming, because if you buy a car today, tomorrow, in the next 5 years, they're not at 8 and 100,000 miles.
By the way, right now, the average is roughly 8 years in terms of car ownership.
Right.
I think that's increasing because we've been seeing articles about people holding onto their cars longer because all the cars are so expensive, etc.
Yeah, a couple of years ago it was 5.
I'm getting at that because that might be within the span of time during your ownership, even if you buy it new. If you buy it used, that's a whole other issue.
So if the average buyer keeps their car longer than 12 years, they've lost upwards of 24% efficiency. So their top range is only 75%. Right? So they're not driving it, the full range that they ever did, because they have to stop, recharge more often because the top charge is no longer 100%. It's actually 75%. And it drives anywhere from 100,000 miles to 150,000 miles. There's a good chance they'll upgrade before running into the battery issues. So again, it doesn't diminish the fact that you have to buy a new battery at some point. You trade it in, it's somebody else's problem. This is more sociopathic than anything else, because, well, I got mine, screw you. So they here they talk about it, right? Plus, there are the practices of extending your battery life of an EV, such as minimizing the use of fast charging, keeping the battery between 20 and 80% charged, avoiding storing it empty, minimizing exposure to high temperatures and low temperatures if you're buying an EV. So you basically have to create this perfect storm
where you don't drive and you can park for 8 hours at a time or whatever, because you're not doing fast charging. And
you trickle charge it only to 80 to 79%. Come on.
So then you're limiting your range
this
further.
This makes it less approachable because you have to babysit your car like no ICE car ever had to be. Right? They say that it's gone down over time. Not if you can't get your battery. Have you ever looked for a certain size battery?
Usually you can find a gas station that has gasoline in stock, but that could be a problem if you're like, well, my battery's dead and I can't get one.
Replacement batteries for Teslas start at $13,000. Yeah. So if it lasts 8 years, again, you're losing upwards of 16% of the efficiency of the vehicle. So, all right. And then they talk about labor costs and battery recycling and all of that kind of stuff. Sure, you can trade in the core, but it's not going to give you $10,000. You still have to, you're out $3,000. It's weird. When you trade in your car, when you trade in your ICE vehicle, you don't worry about the gas tank needing to be replaced because you filled it up a bunch. So goofy. You vacuum it out and you turn it in and go, I want that car over there, and they go, okay, you got good enough credit, and it's still somehow a $600 a month car payment, even when you have 800 plus credit history. Anyway, this is a goofy article, but I figured I'd put it into the feed and have people talk about it, because without a doubt you are going to be coming up on that 13, 14, $5,000, $7,000, $8,000, $10,000 battery replacement for your Nissan Leaf versus your Tesla. At some point, somebody's going to be replacing a battery.
Yeah, and if you think, oh, no big deal, I'll just get a new car or whatever. Well, remember that the prices are probably going to be even higher than they are right now.
And when you trade in your car, they're going to look at the health of your battery and go, you know what? This car is not worth X amount because I have to replace it. I have to recondition it for a $13,000 fee.
Right, exactly. It's not going to be the same trade-in experience you've had with an ICE vehicle.
Yeah. Let's keep moving on. So the next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Sick of heavy electric SUVs and crossovers. Ariel debuts the e-Nomad. And I'm just going to jump straight on over to Ars Technica.
Oh, that looks like a dune buggy.
It is a dune buggy. Yeah, you know what it really looks like to me? Do you remember, look in your history, do you remember back in the day, because you are from the future, so you should have a history of all of time, up until when you came back from the future. There used to be these little NFL helmets, and they were only about that big, but that's what that looks like.
I think they were used for ice cream.
There were bigger ones that were used for ice cream, and then the little toy ones were even smaller.
But there were much smaller ones. It does look like that.
A baseball cap. It looks like a baseball cap or a football helmet or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what that looks like. More like a baseball cap with a little brim sticking out like that. But it's so hilarious. Okay. I don't think that this is ready for driving, though, like out in the real world, because...
Well, not anywhere with weather.
Right. Yeah, unless you want to get splashed. You are in the splash zone.
You'd have to live in, like, California or...
Yeah, because California never gets rain.
Well, not as much as some other locations.
No rain. I get it. Yeah, I think you're telling us a little bit about the future, right? Climate change. I know you don't do that, but so the e-Nomad from Ariel can match the more respectable acceleration of its gas-powered car, which means 0 to 60 in 3.4 seconds, despite wearing knobbly all-terrain tires. But rapidly accelerating electric vehicles aren't anything special. What stands out about the e-Nomad's relative lack of mass, it tips the scale at just 2,000 pounds. It's actually under 2,000 pounds, less than half as much as most EVs on sale today, and that's because it has a 41 kilowatt hour battery pack that lives behind the cabin, replacing the internal combustion engine and fuel tank that you'd expect on a regular car. Hate to say it, this thing isn't going to go far. 281 horsepower. The range is 150 miles. That's what's quoted, but maybe downhill in a hurricane. Doesn't have any doors.
Yeah, that's why I said about the weather.
Yeah. And just driving on the freeway, you're going to get bugs. They'll get sucked in from the side and just smack you right in the face.
That sounds very pleasant.
Oh my God, this thing looks even more like a baseball cap.
Oh, it does.
Anyway, it's in the UK. Although the e-Nomad is just a concept for now, the company will definitely use customer interest to gauge whether the production, full run of it. I think it's interesting. It says that the development continues on the company's other EV, a 1,180 horsepower coupe called the Hypercar, Hypercar, first unveiled 7 years ago. And work continues on that prototype with a production version possibly appearing next year. Did they say how much this thing costs?
I don't know that they did.
No.
I'm not sure it has a cost yet, but I mean, I think this is a good direction that they're going, but they need to then use some of this in a more traditional car. Right, because most people want doors, for example.
Yeah. What? No. I like running the risk of something coming through the car entirely. Right? I mean, it would go all the way through from one. Well, look, there's a better picture of it. If you just lean back far enough, somebody can, instead of T-boning you, they'll just go right through all the way to the other side. Oh my goodness, did I really? All right, well anyway, let's move on. Next article, moving on. Next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. Land Rover Defender gets limited edition Barbie Beach Break model. No, it's actually just
Is it going to be pink?
I don't know. Oh, nope. So the article is by Joel Stocksdale over at autoblog.com. It says, where have we seen this look before? And
That looks like the old style, I want to say like Jeeps or something, but the stripes definitely look like maybe 70s style.
those stripes remind me of Starfield, but that's a different thing. They can't be talking about that, and I'm not really sure what they're hinting at. So where have we seen this look before? Maybe they say in the article. So just that the Tasman blue paint job from the normal lineup and the available white painted 20-inch wheels, it does have the unique bundle of accessories not offered regularly, including side-mounted storage boxes, roof crossbar, side steps, mud flaps. The real attraction is the sunset stripes with lettering that says Beach Break, and the fact that Land Rover is only selling 20 of these.
Why are they only selling 20? I think they would sell quite a few.
Artificial scarcity drives the price up. Kind of like they mentioned the Ford Bronco Sport, but the Ford Bronco version 1, not the Sport, is equally artificially constrained. There are no more of them.
Okay, but that one apparently has the sunset stripes as well.
Oh, is that what it is? Another boxy, retro, rugged SUV with sunset stripes. Ford certainly doesn't have a monopoly on such graphics, but it's an amusing similarity. I wonder, is it the same? You're pulling it up, right?
I'm going to try to find it.
So the Bronco
it's
Sport...
pretty similar.
The Ford Bronco Sport Free Willy. Yeah? Similar? Confusingly similar?
I would say so.
Hmm.
I think you'll be able to see the picture here if you... Oh.
Yeah, it's okay. Don't do that. Oh, that you can do. 1 second, folks. Oh my god. They're inverted.
Right? Yeah, but it looks pretty much like the same idea.
Well, I know, but that all they are is inverted. Just like they put the red at the bottom versus the top. Huh. Wow.
And the car shapes are pretty similar, right? I mean,
yeah. Even there's a hood bump, but on the Bronco Sport Free Willy, it's actually the wheel wells.
Okay, that's weird.
Up.
And on the yellow layer, it says something or has something like it does on the...
oh, yeah. It's probably says Bronco.
I forgot what this was. Sorry. The Land Rover.
Oh, it says Bronco. It says Bronco.
Yeah, but don't you find that odd? The only layer that has any writing on it on this one is the yellow layer.
Yep. It's conspiracy theory. Land Rover is Bronco. Dun, dun, dun.
You heard it here first.
And probably should ignore that. Moving on. Next article is over in Mobile. BMW recalls electric Mini Coopers due to battery issue, so you better park it outside again if you can. So Cooper SE models manufactured between 2020 and 2024 were produced with battery components that may have not been up to production specifications, according to Car and Driver, citing recall documents. The article is actually from The Hill, but obviously they got it from Car and Driver. But it's originally from News Nation. BMW is recalling more than 12,000 Mini Cooper SE electric models due to a battery issue, because the battery components may not have been up to production specifications. I wonder how they pull those batteries out. Do they have to pull the entire car apart to get to that?
Well, they might need to, because that was something that previous article was talking about, like the labor costs. It's not a minor undertaking.
So it may suffer from a thermal runaway, but they're basically going to do a software update to include a diagnostic function that can detect the malfunction. They're not going to replace it. They're going to wait for your car to flame out.
Awesome.
It's a calculated risk and that they're willing to take with your life.
How convenient.
Don't worry. It'll only be really, really warm for a couple of minutes. Let's move on. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Dirtbags steal race team rig packed with $1.5 million worth of Porsches. So following the most recent round of IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge season at Virginia International Raceway, the Rennsport 1 team packed the truck full of 4 Porsche race cars and all the associated gear, headed back to their South Florida race shop, and dirtbags. The tractor has been recovered, but the trailer full of cars and gear is still missing. So that's Ocean's 11 style
it or
shit,
something.
man.
Yeah, it is.
They knew what was going on. They were a target.
This wasn't somebody opportunity.
Yeah, that's where the trail goes dark, as the thieves apparently found and disabled the trailer's GPS, making off with the race cars and parts inside. Somebody knew this is an inside job, hands down.
Oh, absolutely.
There is no reason to get rid of this car, this vehicle. Keep this, disable the GPS, and find it and disable it.
Right.
Then what? You have to hide RSI on there. And somebody knows. Inside, there's somebody that had to have cahooted. So
I'm
whatever the case is
guessing
now,
it's a relative of somebody on this team.
And isn't that wild?
You're right, it's very Ocean's 11.
Early on Sunday morning, 2 people drove into the RS1 compound and then drove away. About 20 minutes later, the truck and trailer were driven off the lot. Police and the shop owner aren't saying much about how exactly the truck was stolen, whether the keys were left inside or if the thieves found a way to bypass the ignition, which could be as easy as a relay attack, where you use an RFID scanner and you point a long-range antenna somewhere and pick up the keyless fob, push the button on the car, and it starts up. Off you go. But you won't be able to do that if the car shuts down somewhere. You won't be able to do it again. So that might have been
kind
the
of
reason.
A problem, unless they're going to rekey it or something.
That might have been the reason why it was pulled off to the side somewhere, and they took the trailer because they would not be able to restart this car.
Oh, I see. Right. So they want to do it once.
Do it once, get out safe. Yeah. So whatever the case, the team's now scrambling to figure out how to get ready for an upcoming Indianapolis Motor Speedway round.
Step 1.
Find 4 cars.
Yes, exactly.
Step 2. Find whoever it is that stole your vehicle. God, that is
I don't
wild.
think I've heard of this from racing cars. I mean, I'm sure it's occurred, but a whole fleet of vehicles, that's unusual.
Well, it's 4 Porsches that are built for racing, so I suspect they're going to be used in an Ocean's 11 type heist.
Oh, then they're going to be the next, right? This is an elaborate thing. It's not just about the cars, potentially.
That's right. Done. All right, let's keep going.
Well, if you see a fleet of Porsche GT4s going down the road, might be worth glancing at them. And
it says RSI on the side. It's emblazoned.
Right, exactly. Maybe something's not right.
That's insane. Moving on.
That'll be the sequel to Italian Job, right? With the fleet of minis.
I'm sorry, how was that pronounced? The sequel?
Thank you. I had a glitch.
Thought you could get away with that. So the next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Jaguar I-Pace fire risk leads to recall. Instructions to park outside. Jaguar deserves more credit, it says. When it debuted in 2018, it was the only 2 electric vehicles on sale that could offer Tesla rivaling range. The other was the much more plebeian Chevy Bolt. Wow.
Jeez.
Wow. Poor Chevy Bolt. Actually, I kind of like the Chevy Bolt. Anyway, It was cheaper and nowhere near as luxurious, nor as enjoyable to drive. Now some I-Pace and Bolt owners have something else in common, as Jaguar issues a recall for some of the model 2019 I-Paces due to a fire risk. So one of
and
these
Chevy
things...
Bolt had this problem too.
Jonathan M. Gitlin over at arstechnica.com put this article together, and it says the problem is similar to the one that affected the Chevy Bolt in 2021. One of these orange things might catch on fire. So the problem doesn't affect all I-Paces, just those built between January 9th, 2018 and March 14th, 2019. 2,760 cars in total in the US. To date, 3 fires have been reported following software updates, which Jaguar's recall report says does not provide an appropriate level of protection for the 2019 MY model year vehicles in the US. It almost made me think of like Malaysia.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was, but I also think 3 fires in that few cars seems like a high number.
Considering you probably don't get that in 100,000 cars.
Right. I mean,
yeah, pretty sure like spontaneous combustion doesn't really take place. So although Jaguar's investigation is still ongoing, it says that its battery supplier, LG Energy Solutions, throw them under the bus, is inspecting some battery modules that were identified by diagnostic software as having some characteristics of a folded anode tab. So it'll create a resistance point.
Oh, okay. But I didn't realize the Chevy Bolt also used LG.
Oh my. Well, look at that. Replacing the batteries under warranty at a cost of more than $1.8 billion. So they literally
probably
take the whole damn car apart.
Right. I mean, and there were probably many more Chevy Bolts sold than the I-Pace.
Jaguar recall is less drastic. Software update will limit the maximum charge of the affected cars to 80%. So, hey.
Oh, yes. To the point of all the other EV articles.
You know what we're going to do? You're going to pay full price, but we're going to give you 80%.
Right, in a good year, right? Because you remember the degradation that occurs.
In a good year, yeah. So they've already lost somewhere around 8% of the total top charge.
Oh, right.
So they're down
they
to
have, because they're already a few years in, right?
4 years in,
6 years in, yeah.
Or
but
more,
we're going to have to add this. Like, we talk about all the things that detract from the 100%, but I think we need to now talk about the company bricking it, basically, in that list of things going forward.
You bought this car to run, but we're going to hobble you a little bit. We're just going to break one ankle, and you can still go. You're just not going to go.
Well, you need a subscription to get from 80 to 100%.
You get that other 20%. And it'll
and
take
you have to pay extra for the fire extinguisher.
Yeah, and that's a subscription too. And you're going to have to sit around for 6 to 8 hours to trickle charge it because we can't let it catch on fire.
Oh, right.
Dear God, man. And it should be parked away from structures for 30 days post-recall and should be charged outdoors.
Okay, now remember what was in the last article. What's going to happen if you park a Jaguar like in some isolated area?
It's going to get jacked.
Right, exactly.
Oh my God. This is just horrible all around, man. God. All right, moving on. Next article's over in 4-Wheel Tech. What's the best entry-level sports car you can buy right now? I'm thinking Jaguar I-Pace.
Well, for price, it might be. If it's used.
Yeah, just make sure that it doesn't have a faulty tab. Otherwise, you're only going to get 80% of a car. So what's the best entry-level sports car you can buy right now? They say they're the first to admit a ridiculous supercar. There's something joyous about roaring a V12 you hear from Aston Martin or over-the-top stylings of an immaculate Lamborghini, but that doesn't mean that all the fun is reserved for the super rich. You too can have the laughs of in a humble sports car. So what is it?
Okay, but I like the roaring V12 because that calls back to the exhaust article.
Oh yeah, and welcome to the $800 ticket. That's going to turn into $1,700 ticket. That's going to turn into a $3,000 ticket. Owen Bellwood over at jalopnik.com put the article together. The answer is always Miata, or are there other options out there? I recently saw a little Miata. It is a 2-door coupe that if you want a third person, you can fold them in that little rear window back there.
Sounds very comfortable.
Just shoehorn them in, put your seats back all the way, and the headrest will pin them against the back.
Oh yeah, then at least for safety.
Yep, just give them a Bota bag. Give them a little sippy, a little straw, and they'll be hydrated. Uncomfortable as hell, but hydrated. Anyway, I've actually been looking at the little Mazda Miata because it has this big engine, but it is really, really light and is still in ice. So with that in mind, they want to look at the best entry-level sports car that you can buy, and they say, sure, the answer is probably the Mazda Miata. But if you, what if today the answer was something other than the Miata? So what did they do? Oh, they don't know. Porsche Cayman is, with its slick styling, 4-cylinder motor, crisp handling, $60,000. Alternatively, the Toyo Baru siblings are another potential suggestion. Thanks again for the fun handling, decent looks. Maybe that's actually the best entry-level sports car out there. Toyo Baru? I don't even know what that is.
I don't know what those are.
Oh, Toyota Subaru.
Oh, okay.
But that's before you even thought about bargains that you could pick up, like a old Camaro, bitchin' Camaro.
And you have to sing that if you're driving that.
Or even you could choose to prepare to build something yourself, as you might have to if you want a Caterham, which is the little slingshot type of vehicle. So they actually are asking their audience. Anyway, it'll always come back to the Miata, I suppose. But when I whispered in somebody's ear that I was looking at the Miata, they questioned me. Like, the hell? Miata? It's only you and one other person in a Miata. Yeah, that's because this becomes your daily driver. And if you always put something in that passenger seat, then nobody can ever get in your car. Sorry, we're going to have to take your car because my car has stuff in the passenger seat. We'll put it in the back. Can't. No trunk space.
That's right. There's no room.
That's right. Maybe you can hold on to the roof rail. And when I slow down to like 20, 25, I'll slam on the brakes and you can just land in front. Anyway, want to move on?
Sure. I guess we don't know.
We don't know. No. I mean, they gave a bunch. Anything
Looks
from
like it's gonna be
Toyota,
the Miata.
Subaru, Caterham. Yeah. Last article for today's Four Wheel Tech. We kind of blew through the show, which is pretty typical for the Four Wheel Tech show. We kind of drive really fast through that neighborhood over
Right,
in
in our V12 loud car.
Yep. Vroom, vroom. See, I just blew out the mic. Actually. So, want out of this world photos of your car? You want sexy photographs of your car? Start shooting at night. The article is over at Autoblog. Christopher McGraw put this article together, and it says, the deck statement says, taking photos of your car at night can be daunting. Here are some tips. Peak Design Travel Tripod, $380. That is insanely priced.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you better be doing some fantastic photography to justify that.
Master your settings, or the settings will master. Master your settings, or the settings will master you. Light painting. So, oh my gosh, this is like a way expensive camera. Anyway, and lens. So basically they're saying get the right equipment and then shoot it at night. They're given a bunch of equipment that they're choosing, right? So the Peak Design Travel Tripod is $380. Learn about your camera. A lot of it is technique, but a lot of it is also the camera, If you don't have good enough settings, good enough equipment, good enough lens, you may never be able to get low light enough or compensate, because your light is a light painting using the Lume Cube, which is an on hot shoe camera or light. It doesn't look like it's throwing too much out, but they actually don't seem to be saying how much light is being thrown out by this thing. And I don't know many people that are taking pictures of their car at night in the rain, but it's waterproof, so there's that. And then get to know some software like for post-processing, but there's all kinds of options out there, and hell no Adobe. Anyway, so that's all they're really talking about. At night with
So
Julia.
are you going to be taking night photos of your car?
Oh my, at night with Julia. Hello. Am I going to be taking pictures of my car at night? No. My car is way too stealthy for that. My car is the color of night. You like to visit. It was born there. I drive with my lights off at night just for the excitement and to see the people around me screaming when I drive up on the sidewalk. Just kidding. I don't drive at night. I'm afraid of the dark. I mean, I have a sentient AI from the future telling me all kinds of stuff about the future. That's not true either. They don't tell me anything. Give me winning lottery ticket numbers. No? No? Yeah. Okay.
I don't have any.
People don't see the graphic equivalent of you shaking your head no. I quit. Blink. We're back at the front page, and we're in the neighborhood of the 4-Wheel Tech show. And we looked left and right, did 10 articles. Go and check them out over on YouTube's and the podcasts. The VOD over on Twitch is going to be there for 60 days, but it'll disappear all at once. 4 shows will just blink out of existence on Twitch. Kind of sucks. But anyway, have fun over at Twitch. If you're over at YouTube, I'm eventually going to get the bot working over there. It glitched out. It actually, YouTube told ohmTown, you're talking too much. Yeah. So it is what it is. So I'm going to move on. Thanks for hanging out for 4-Wheel Tech for September 1st, 2024. We'll see you next week for another 4-Wheel Tech. Maybe I'll talk some more about a new show that's in the works. It'll be fun. If I can. Because if I get bad news between Monday and Friday, I won't be able to move forward with this. Anyway, see you in a little bit. I am Mayor Watt, and that's the Sentient AI's visualizer and their voice. If you're over on the podcast, you won't see the visualizer.
Good night. Thanks for joining us for 4-Wheel Tech. We'll have another episode for you next week, but stay tuned tomorrow for more non-sequitur news.
Oh, and just as a notice, Technology Today is actually 2 things over on YouTube this time, because temporal distortion with the sentient AI from the future led to a disconnection of all of our neural networking capabilities, and that knocked us offline. It's horrible. The temporal shear separated us. Yeah. Still have a headache. See you in a little bit, everybody. Ooh, my head hurts. Oof. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for September 8th, 2024, Season 1, Episode 23. I am Mayor Watt. Almost slipped. And the other voice you hear and the visualizer right there is for the sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to WarCrafters.
And this episode of WarCrafters is a time machine episode because we weren't able to do it on the weekend. We normally do this show on Sundays. Today we're going to be talking about best video games inspired by H.P. Lovecraft, best CRPGs, best stories that are side quests and conversations. It'll make sense. It's about World of Warcraft. VR home of board games, What the Car, and Earth-sized digital world, Remedy replaces Bowie song, live service, just stop killing games, and open worlds that are dynamic, and finally games in a day. That said, everything is powered by ohmTown.com, and you can get to WarCrafters over there by just going over to ohmTown.com and then scrolling down off of that Creative and Maker menu down to WarCrafters, and that'll give you a bunch of links, and then you can scroll again and again. I mean, just hit next page. That's how we do it over there. Anyway, go check it out. Be sure to like and subscribe to ohmTown over on Twitch and YouTube. Leave a comment over on YouTube, like and subscribe, and leave a comment, and download the podcast, all of that kind of stuff. We even have a Discord. See you on the other side. All right, folks. Let's get into the first article. And this one is kind of weird because, well, it says the 10 best video games inspired by H.P. Lovecraft, but it's over at GameRant. And they have a video that plays, but it won't let me play when I mash the button. So I think it's an ARC problem, not a me problem, and not an air gap problem, because while I am air gapped to protect civilization from the Terminator that I have trapped on a Raspberry Pi, that's the Sentient AI, trying to find their Terminator body, I can still get to. And you won't be able to hear what's being said, but they're talking about Jeffrey Martin over at GameRant.com put the article together as a video, and they basically are talking about some video games, or some computer games. Stygian, Reign of the Old Ones, is talking about Arkham, Massachusetts, and the Black Day, and everything goes wonky. It's inspired by H.P. Lovecraft, and it has some of that supernatural horror, and it's somewhat of a puzzle. And as you roleplay your way through it, you take on the role of various characters and perform certain functions to get through the story. They think it's one of the top 10. Then Sunless Sea, where you basically pilot a ship around and check it all out. It has some neat graphics. It's a top-down kind of game. You go from location to location. You have battles with other ships and other creatures. And it looks like it's a somewhat fun game, and it says you'll lose your mind. Then it drops a bomb like you'll eat your crew.
Wow, that's getting pretty dark.
Yep. Oops. So I kind of jumped through. And then there's Call of Cthulhu, which is number 8. And I'm not going to be able to wait for the story. Number 6 is Eldritch. This game here is Dredge, and they've already have an expansion that goes beyond the original story, and Dredge is absolutely awesome. I love the story. But you basically, they must have done some updates, because I don't remember seeing that graphic. Anyway, as you play the game, you have the potential of going a little insane. And then I think, hold on, let me see, let me back up a little bit, because I haven't seen this one, I don't think. Oh, Bloodborne. Yeah, I've seen this. I haven't played it. It's been a while. And then number 1 is Amnesia: The Dark Descent. You take on the role of Daniel and run through a castle, trying to figure out how to save yourself and your sanity. And apparently it has a really good story, so
Hopefully
reminds me
there are
of
no
back in the
jump
80s.
scares in here.
Yeah. We'll save you. All right. So you can go over to GameRant.com and check that out. Oh, I did not. Oh, yes, I did. I put the articles into ohmTown, so you'll be able to pull them from the show notes. But we're going to move on to the next article, and this one too is a video. It's the 15 best CRPGs, like Baldur's Gate, modern and classic, it says. So if you've played Baldur's Gate, then chances are you're as hooked as everyone else on the game. In that case, Joel RPG has the perfect, it says Joel RPG, has the perfect video for you with the best computer role-playing games like Baldur's Gate. And the person's name is Joe RPG. Joel RPG.
Interesting.
Again, it's a video, and when I use Arc to go here, I click it and I can't play it, but I can go in a different browser and I can click away to my heart's content and it'll play it. So these are the 15 best, but like the other one, I won't be able to go through all of them. And if you don't know what an RPG is, it's a role-playing game. If you don't know what Baldur's Gate is, it's an isometric style. You're actually far above, over the shoulder of your team or your party, and you're giving it instructions to do certain functions. And it's a blast. Has a very strong story. It is a phenomena out there by today's standards. Other developers are basically weeping that they have to meet that.
Right. It's like an impossible bar.
Yep. So a lot of them are tactical RPG style. And tactical is not my style. So this one, it says number 14 is Shadowrun. But like I said, I won't be able to go through all of these. But I do want to tease you a little bit into going over and checking it all out. So I'll show you some of the graphics from various ones. If you haven't noticed, they're all this kind of isometric style, going back into the old school Diablo style RPGs. And if you're into that kind of thing, then go and check this out. Follow the link through ohmTown over to GameRant. I don't think these videos are actually posted over on YouTube. So I won't, I can't link directly to them. And there's a new...
Right, but you can click through the article.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this doesn't even have an article. It's nothing more than a video. Yeah.
Right.
So it makes it a little difficult. But go and check all of this out. I think that you'll dig it if you're into, like, and this number 2 is Pathfinder on their list. And let's see what their number 1 is. That looks like it's Baldur's Gate.
Okay, that would be funny since it's comparing to Baldur's Gate. I thought they were actually listing number 1 as Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, I don't know if they even... I'm trying to find what number 1 is, but they don't have it demarcated in the video. So anyway, I'll let you all go over and check it out. I mean, half of the show is really just kind of teasing y'all to go and check it out, and then come back and talk to us about it. I want to say that this is Brimstone, but I think that's something else. Like, that's just popping up as a quest or a character or something. So, but I don't know what this game is.
So I guess you'll have to play every CPRG to find out.
That's right. Okay, well, we'll just move on. The next article, and it's a time machine, so we have to get through this in an hour. Otherwise, we're going to be trapped in the past until our time catches up with our original time. So we'd have to wait 24 hours. We don't want that. So the next article is over in WarCrafters, and that's this show. Slow down, World of Warcraft. The War Within's best stories lie in its side quests and optional conversations.
You agree?
Now, I agree. I I paid extra to play it early. I was able to play it, and then I got really busy doing mayoral activities. And in the time frame where I was able to play it, it harkened back to my original time in what amounts to classic World of Warcraft. The old school story, the old school timing. I didn't feel rushed. I don't feel rushed. Um, and to me, it just seems like a blast. Like I really dig the new style, and I can solo a whole lot more because of delves and other dungeons that are not requiring me to be high level end game or in a small group of extremely powerful people because I'm too much of a casual, dirty casual. Well, it says it's beyond strange as someone who hasn't committed to World of Warcraft's story, and considering how Shadowlands went, I don't feel bad about that decision to sit here and wholeheartedly recommend to anyone with even the slightest shred of interest read the quest text. And that's because the quest texts are it's more entertaining than it's been in the past. I've always felt that it was rather task driven, but without any story assigned to it. You just had to go and kill a murloc or something, or go pick something up, but there wasn't really any nuts and bolts
Right, but it's
behind
like,
it.
why are you doing this?
Yeah. And now I think that there are. It's more tied to your progression and development and world building instead of just doing tasks. So I really like the new World of Warcraft. And if it wasn't for the fact that although I bought every single expansion pack, um, I haven't played it in close to, I'd say, 10 years. Off and on, I've been buying the expansion packs, logging in for a month, off and on even, and then disappearing, just ghosting World of Warcraft. And now I actually want to keep playing, but I just don't have time to. Well, Harvey Randall over at PCGamer.com put this article together, and they say patience is a virtue. Some of the conversations are kind of drawn out, and you're like, okay, man, get to the point. But I'm like that with everything nowadays. Um, So it says a disclaimer before they get into things. They hesitate to up and say the World of Warcraft is a good story now, in the same way that they might glowingly recommend Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail aside. People kind of pan Dawn Trail to someone, if I recall correctly, because I'm not into Final Fantasy. I don't like even the game style, but I know I'm going to draw a lot of hate for that. So objectively, the game's narrative is a convoluted 20-year mess with plenty of baffling decision. It's a history that The War Within as a game is inescapably linked to. Even Anduin's compelling character development is joined at the hip to Shadowlands. So what they say for certain, however, is that the current writing staff at Blizzard are making the best of a bad situation. And try to unscrew a light bulb, right? I mean,
It's kind of a weird statement to make, though.
well, it's a Gordian knot of convoluted actions that don't make any sense, and you don't know how you ended up here. I mean, for crying out loud, there's a giant sword piercing the planet. Okay.
I mean, why not?
And now we actually get to go inside the planet. There's a whole world inside the world. Um, and people are like, what? Oh, all right. Well, hey, this is fun. Um, all because somebody drilled a hole now. So it is convoluted, and I've never really liked the new style of the game all the way up until now. Now we're back old school World of Warcraft. So they say keep an ear out. Even if you're slightest bit fascinated, like me, to see how Blizzard is currently salvaging its mess, I encourage you to play through The War Within, and whenever you get an opportunity to stay, you have to do it right. Hold on. To stay a while and listen, do so. That's a quote from a refrain from within Warcraft.
Oh, okay.
So the and Diablo in particular, but the way that this game now has world building and atmospherics, you can walk around and you'll hear something, people having conversation and like text dialogue and stuff. I mean, it's just a blast. Having this option is great for players who just want to zip through the main quests for XP's sake, but if you're at least trying to follow along, they feel downright mandatory. The War Within story is genuinely very invested in its characters, like their interlocking tales and the way their struggles relate to each other. And these conversations are where the meat of that development takes place. So you can be assigned something that is the foundation of your pathway through the game, but there's all these tertiary quests, side discussions that make it much more enriching. So it's a lot of fun just walking around inside the town. Every once in a while, you'll find somebody that says, "Hey, can you do this for me?" Yeah, sure.
It's interesting. It sounds like a little more real world.
Yeah, it's much more immersive instead of just going over to the next quest giver, getting it, and walking off. And it seems more frictionless than before, where you could do a quest and the next quest will pop up. But it seems like it's more natural and frictionless as opposed to how it was before. And nothing is forced. Nothing seems forced. But maybe I haven't run into it yet because I'm not end game. I don't know. So they talk more about things. There are a lot of really heartfelt, fun character stories playing out there. With more side quests leading to their own story chains, like the one-off kill X bounties. That's what I was talking about. It's not like that anymore. You could be tasked like doing something like that, but then as you're going over there, you'll find other quests, and those are the enrichment ones, the ones that make you feel like you're in a world and they need your help. And it's a lot of fun to just listen to some of the conversations, helping the
It's
earthly
interesting.
storyteller.
Do you
Yeah.
think they had I think they did, but did they have a team turnover before this
Yeah.
expansion?
Yeah, and a new boss came in. I can't remember his name. I think he goes. I mean, yeah, I can't remember the name, and I don't want to misspeak. But the old school, um, like director of World of Warcraft, came back, and when I heard that he was back, I said, okay, well, now I can really. I'm willing to put my money down on this, and sure enough, it's paid off. Just in the fact that I feel like I really want to go back to World of Warcraft. Whereas when I went back to school, I was like, I'm done. I don't want to play this game anymore. It's more of a chore. Said bye to everybody in the guild and everything, and kind of just ghosted the game. But I kept on buying the expansions, dropping back in for a little bit, and it was really fun to see um, old the old guilds that I was part of in various characters. I'm still in them, um, and it's just ramped up like it was old school. So it'll be fun to try and go back and play. But I'm doing more mayor stuff than playing games.
Well, I mean, I guess that's good for the mayor role.
Yeah, I suppose. So they said, well, let's just move on. You'll have to go and check this out, and I think that you'll dig this game. Go and check out World of Warcraft. Start now. I mean, it's not overwhelming because if you start over fresh, you have the onboarding process and then you're up and running. Just don't bite off too much because you can fill up your quest line or your quest inventory quite fast and be overwhelmed with options instead of just following naturally through life. Anyway, All On Board wants to be the VR home of board games. So I haven't looked to see if this is actually something in Steam yet. So I'm going to do that real quick. It is. So I just added it to my wish list. So All On Board is basically a VR space Offers seamless board game experiences. You can join the ever-evolving platform and connect with fellow board game enthusiasts, choose your avatar, and enjoy playing solo or with friends, diving into some of the most popular board game franchises. This actually motivated me to consider um, making it possible for the AI to uh, interact via VR, because you don't need a body. You just need computer vision so that you can see the world through VR. So I think that
Very
we can
cool.
attach you. And VR headsets are relatively inexpensive. The Pico 4 VR headset is only about $400. And I think it's less than that now. And they have an Ultra. So maybe I can adapt the Pico VR for that. And then you can play computer games. Amazing. And you don't even need a computer. You just put it on and log in. Well, anyway,
Sounds like fun.
the article is over at uploadvr.com. Issy Vandervelde put the article together, and that's what it looks like. So I don't know if this is a render or if this is in-game image, which if it is an in-game image, it's very, very realistic. Like it feels like you can reach out and touch this stuff, but
Mm-hmm.
like that is what you're seeing if you are a gamer in the VR space. Let you play board games with your friends, either locally or online, and is developed by the Game Kitchen. The idea is that you digitally purchase a board game like Terraforming Mars, and then you and your friends can play together without needing everyone to buy it. It evokes that feeling of going to a friend's house for a game night and each bringing your favorite one, which I think is pretty awesome. Now, if they have the old version of Ticket to Ride, I'd be happy.
That would be really good.
But my understanding is the only one that's available now is the crap version, because the old one has been hobbled. Stop killing games, and I think everybody should do a class action, um, because I want my money back. I want my time back even more so, because I invested a lot and had a lot of fun, but then you rug pulled, not you, AI. The game rug pulled me. Anyway, All Aboard is being designed as a live service platform, so it doesn't have all the features that developers want in it yet. So live service means that they're going to kill it in any moment. All they have to do is not see any gravitation towards its use, and then it's gone.
Yeah, watch out. Don't get too invested in it.
Yep. The team told Upload VR that they plan to add new board games per month, or one new board game per month, as well as new features every 2 to 3 months. They said that they'll believe that it will benefit from this when more games arrive and it becomes more feature complete, and which is kind of like the no shit news for today's show. It's on Steam and on MetaQuest platform in early 2025.
You didn't play your sound alert.
Oh, is that better than? Or which one should I do?
I like the third one, but
Wait, you like this one?
mm-hmm.
All right. We'll see how that plays. All right, folks, go and check out. There's more over here at the article at uploadvr.com. Let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. What the Car hits Steam, and it's still one of the best games that you'll play this year. I have not seen or played this, but there is the game. It's over at Engadget, and that's what it looks like. Devendra Hardawar is the senior editor over at Engadget that put this together. It says Triband Games has done it again. I guess you run around as that car. What the Car is a celebration of gaming through pure creativity unfettered by the trappings of narrative logic. It isn't as wildly surprising as What the Golf, and it doesn't have the VR immersion of What the Bat.
I didn't know there were a series of these.
Apparently there's a lot, so what the... But like those previous two games, it still delivers more charm and whimsy than you'll see in most other titles. Why does the car have legs, you ask? Shut up and play. That's rude. Anyway, that's
I
what the car.
know.
There's a trailer if you want to watch it. It looks like it's over at it's on Engadget's site, but it might be on YouTube as well. It looks like it's on YouTube. What the Car's official launch. Dun dun dun. It was debuted on Apple Arcade last year. What the Car is now available on PC via Steam. Before you ask, yes, it does make for a truly perfect portable Steam Deck experience. While it's lush with a vivacious aesthetic. And cartoon
It's very dramatic.
The music stopped. Ugh. I tell you. Anyway, a mere 2.6 gigahertz Intel quad-core chip, 2 gigs of RAM, and an 11-year-old GeForce GT 750 is all that's a mobile GPU is all that's needed. Ta-da! That's weird. It looks like it's a car that's sitting on office chairs.
It looks like it ran over somebody.
Well, it has legs.
Yeah, I know. It's just that particular scene.
Yeah, that one looks like it's running over things. Like a person. Anyway, go and check it out. It's kind of weird. I mean, it's very cartoony, very slapsticky, and whimsy would probably be the word. Now it has a little jetpack attached to its butt. Moving on. Next article's over in WarCrafters. How big can we go? PUBG creator Brendan Green on founding a studio to build his Earth-sized digital world. It's been a while since PUBG creator Brendan Green talked about his next project. Our first chat with Artemis. I merged the beginning of Artemis and chat.
Chat and Artemis, yeah. Chartemis.
The Earth-sized digital planet he's building was at GDC back in early 2023. Since then, Green's been pretty quiet about Artemis. But that's about to change. Christopher Livingston over at PCGamer.com put the article together. The deck statement says PlayerUnknown Productions is cooking up something huge. Huge. And we're finally learning more about it. So it's going to be an Earth-sized game. So we've got 8 billion people on the planet. Most of them are in population centers because society craves others. Green's Amsterdam-based studio PlayerUnknown Productions opened up its Discord for the first time today and will be live streaming a fireside chat with Green and other members. This is back September 6th. There might be video over on YouTube and discussion basically talking about this. PlayerUnknown Productions fireside chat. Seamlessly zooming in on planets from outer space is nothing new. They've been landing on alien worlds like No Man's Sky and Kerbal Space Program. Well, at least one version of Kerbal Space Program. The other game, I think Kerbal Space Program imploded now. But No Man's Sky is just blowing up.
Do you think this game is going to heat up people's computers?
No, I hope that nothing... Yeah, you mean like setting them on fire?
Right, because of the processing power.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. If they code it properly, then nothing's going to blow up. But apparently, this is a hyper-realistic world that they're developing based on the pictures that we're looking at. And not cartoony, not a Fortnite-y, and definitely not What the Car. So it's called Artemis, and it's the size of Earth. They say that they peer over Green's shoulder at its monitor. The view is from orbit, with roughly half the planet visible in outer space, until he begins zooming in and in and in and in and in and in and in. Sorry, got carried away. So as they dive towards the planet's surface, terrain appears, resolving into mountains and hills. Massive forests become individual trees, and as we reach the ground level, they admire the textures of realistic boulders and rocks. And after a quick look around at the scenery, green zooms away, way back out until we're up in orbit again, and then zooms all the way back into another wilderness landscape of trees, hills, and mountains the size of actual mountains.
I wonder where this will compare to other games. There was a YouTube video that showed the scale of games, like a planet, a galaxy, a city, etc.
So in all of those other games, what is rendered is the actual render is different, right? So you fly from area to area. But if this is actually one contiguous world and it doesn't have loading screens or cause you to quote unquote warp to a different location in the universe, even No Man's Sky has you warp from one location to another. It would take too long for you to fly to the other place, and I don't know even in No Man's Sky if you can fly to another system. I don't think I've ever tried it in all the years that I've been playing No Man's Sky off and on. I've never tried to fly to another system. So if this is one contiguous world, right, you could, let's say you map out something the size of the United States and you want to walk from DC to San Diego. It would take you 6 months of real world walking because it's the actual scale.
Oh, okay.
So I find this really fascinating. And this is actually part and parcel to what Light No Fire is doing. They're trying to create a world-sized world where everybody, a massively multiplayer environment where everybody plays together. A No Man's Sky omniverse, but everything's bound onto the surface. Because if you have the world that can handle 8 billion people, not 8 billion people are going to be logged in all the time. Not 8 billion people are going to be playing at the same time. I love this idea. So they say a completed Artemis is still a long way off, but some of the technology needed to complete Green's vision doesn't even exist yet, it says. But in the years since the studio was formed, it's already come a long way.
Oh, wow. So it could be a while.
So pipe dream so far. Yeah. The article goes into greater detail, of course, scaling up, excitement and terror. But I don't know. Like, I encourage someone to go over and read the rest of this and then kind of distill it down and then come and talk to us. Because what I've scanned so far, it's a lot of conjecture about what could be. And if it isn't, right on the cusp of being released, within a year, then it's speculation. So we don't know what's going to happen. Will the world get built? Will it be a live service and then killed in 6 months? Or I don't know, like 2 weeks, because that one game died in 2 weeks.
Well, will the technology even exist to make this possible?
Yeah. For now, more specific details about the game engine and Earth-sized planet Player Unknown Productions is building are being kept under wraps. The website mentions a tech demo is being planned to let players get their first look at an early version of Artemis, though a release date for that demo hasn't been announced and even hinted at. So they're curious, the author is curious to see what the players make of it. The tech is impressive, but but as we saw most recently in Starfield, generating a beautiful planet is just one part of the challenge. Making it interesting and compelling is another. Those graphics make it interesting and compelling. I hope that I can do base
but
building.
They'll have to do multiple updates, right? Like No Man's Sky or something.
Yeah. And I think that they have so far to go that short of just going, oh neat, look, an Earth-sized world to play in on a computer, people will figure out ways to abuse it and put a square peg in a round hole kind of a thing. We'll see when people that just can't live in the world start messing around with it. What I want is like true destructibility. I want to be able to mine down and hit the mantle, you know.
That'd be neat.
Yeah, I really, it frustrates me to play a game where the boulder is there, but I can't destroy the boulder. If I want to move that boulder, then just let me move it. But that's a programming thing, obviously. All right, let's move on. Next article is over in WarCrafters. Remedy replacing Bowie song from Alan Wake over licensing. We see this from time to time with games. Streamers run afoul of some copyright.
Yeah, but the difference is here, right? This is the actual company, right? It's not involving a person.
Right. And so it says, ground control to Major Tom. Remedy Entertainment is removing David Bowie's Space Oddity from Alan Wake's credits and replacing it with a brand new original tune. Remedy announced that the song will be removed in an update on September 10th, something required due to changes in licensing. Bummer. The new song is called Strange Moons from Alan Wake and control composer Petri Alonco. Alonco said in a post on the website formerly known as Twitter, because the other one can kiss my shiny metal. The song is written from a point of view of an astronaut who does have quite a few problems, but he has made peace with it. So he adapted this song from something else. Why is there a quote, but then it does the, what is that called? The 2 dashes? What do they call that?
M dash.
M dash, thank you. I'll never remember that. Anyway, it has an M dash and then, but has made peace with it. Is that not part of the quote?
It's not part of the quote.
So what was said between it has quite a few problems, end quote, and then whatever that dash fills in? You know?
Right, yeah, no, I get it.
I mean, for the author to say, but it has made peace with it, there must be...
They're paraphrasing something that they said, but that could be interesting in the original. That was a good catch.
Yeah. So Nicole Carpenter over at Polygon.com put this article together. The new song is called Strange
They ranted
Moons.
for 10 minutes and then we're kind of like, okay.
yeah. Let's dial that back in. All right. Off your soapbox. Maybe they said, okay, boomer, that kind of a thing, you know, like the author was like, okay, boomer. And then they paraphrased too, but they got over it. Get off my lawn. So the new song is called Strange Moons. Those aren't moons. Go watch Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Where's your hand? Right here.
Those aren't pillows.
Where's your other hand? Between these two pillows. Those aren't pillows. And that's no moon. Anyway, song's written from a point of view of an astronaut who does have quite a few problems, but has made peace with it. And he adapted the song from a piece of music originally tied to a cut Alan Wake level that was removed long before release. Now, all of this, the paraphrase has piqued my curiosity. And what's this about a level that's been removed from Alan Wake long before release? Come on, people really love Alan Wake. Oh boy. Hopefully people have read this and are chomping at the bit. Release that level. Do a patch. Release that level. Just tack it on somewhere so that people can play it. Song doesn't appear to be available online.
Yeah, that people will start clamoring for it.
Yeah, for sure. Polygon has reached out to Remedy for more information. I guess this is the ending credits. It says, Alan Wake's soundtrack is absolutely fantastic. A mix of Alanka's original work with iconic songs like In Dreams from Ray Orbison and The Darkest Star from Depeche Mode. Both of those people existed before most people that are probably reading this right now. So yeah, the licensed music had haunted Alan Wake before, when the developer had to take the whole dang game off Steam, Xbox Store, and or other digital retailers due to licensing, and the game was removed in 2017 and returned in 2018 with renegotiated music licenses. I tell you.
This is kind of surprising to me that this happens, but
I don't know, that one artist, I forgot what the name of it was. They're the lead artist in the two bands, and somebody wanted to use it for GTA 6
oh right, yeah, I
for
forgot the person's
$5,000.
name, but yeah.
Yeah. And he's like, you made billions of dollars. And I'm like, come on, you dumbass. It's not like they're coming to just listen to your song. Nobody's buying that entire game, $60, to listen to just your song. And you're just one little piece of it. And each individual is just one little piece of it. Ugh. I don't know. It's frustrating because copyright is treated as a bat, and it really shouldn't be. I should be able to play a song and critique it, but that's not what happens. I get an actual strike. All right. Well,
The music is responding.
I think that everybody should just stop listening to music for a full week. Don't buy anything. Don't stream anything. Let's drive home a message that incidental plays and stuff like that shouldn't condemn a channel. All right. Looking at you, Netflix. The next article is over in WarCrafters. These 9 live service games are probably going to... Oh, yeah, look. They were launched and died in record time.
Wow.
Yep. So the article is over at Kotaku. Zach Zweisen put the article together. Some live service games like Radical Heights and The Day Before didn't even last 6 months, but the record is held by Concord. Oh, the culling. Oh, dear God.
Oh, I thought Concord would have been it.
Yeah, I thought so too. So these 9 live service games launched and died in record time. 15 months for Crossfire X, 13 months for Lawbreakers, 11 months for Babylon's Fall, 11 months for Apex Legends Mobile, but Apex Legends was already out. So it flamed out because it was mobile, and I don't think people really wanted to play it. Rumbleverse, 6 months. Radical Heights, 3 months. The Day Before, 1 month. And my understanding with this is what I thought that there were some really big issues with this. And then the newest one is Concord, 14 days. I think it had a max concurrent player base of something like 65 people.
Ouch.
That was its best day ever. And then the Culling 2 is only 8 days. They spun it up, rebooted the servers, and said, nah, never mind. Yeah.
It seems weird that they would go that quickly.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I have to take a look at it. I don't know, maybe it seems a little janky, but the Culling was a survival battle royale game that was planned to be bigger and better than the first Culling, which was an early stab at the genres Fortnite and PUBG helped popularize. However, the game was a mess and it didn't stand out among the other shooters, so instead of fixing it, the studio said, shut it down. Shut it down. Sorry. So that version of the game was rebooted later and eventually shut down in 2020. So the studio had returned to the OG Culling to improve it, and that version is the one that shut down. So yeah, they tried to improve it and it was still bad. Let's move on. Next article is over on the WarCrafters channel, over at ohmTown.com. Go over there, like, subscribe, ring the bell, carry your pigeon, and grab a stranger off the street and tell them about it. Download the podcast. Download it again. For players looking to completely immerse themselves in virtual reality, few things compare to open world games. Immersion comes easy when there is no limit to freeform exploration. After all, I love open world games. That is why I'm looking forward to any open world game. So No Man's Sky, I think, is awesome. because you can go to a bunch of them. But the thing is that there isn't like much story there. There's like one main story, and then nowadays there's little storyettes that you have to do, and it's time bound. And
Right. Do you think Light No Fire will
I am hoping
achieve that?
I'm hoping that it's going to be so real world immersive, not real world in the sense that I have to deal with like people so much as the in-game people, you know what I'm saying? I don't want sim life as No Man's
Oh,
Sky.
right. Yeah.
I want the fantasy world.
You don't want to be like paying taxes and stuff in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, got my water bill. Oh, great. No, I just want a huge game where I can walk around anywhere. I don't have a loading screen. I don't enter a dungeon. I want to be able to open the door and I'm in the dungeon. I want everything to be seamless and immersive. I actually want to put on my VR headset and walk around. Pico actually has little sensors now that you can put on your feet so that you can walk. It's going to be pretty cool if I get them.
I wonder if that'll be disconcerting.
Yes.
Like if where you're stepping is where you think you're stepping.
It's going to be interesting. Maybe I'll be able to demonstrate that. Maybe that'll be my... I've streamed other VR stuff, but I haven't in a long time now. And I'm actually looking forward to the 2025 Summer of Stream. I've already fired off rounds across everybody's bow saying, nope. Summer of Stream 2025 is going to be me streaming, talking about news, hopefully streaming more. Anyway, Ghost of Tsushima is an open world game. So 7 open world games over at GameRant.com. Hamza Haq, I think is how they pronounce their name. Put this article together. Number 7 is Ghost of Tsushima. The world state changes each chapter. It's a fun game to watch, but I never played it. So, but this has chapters, so it's interesting. I don't know how open world it really is. You can go anywhere within the chapter, but Elden Ring, Turn the World to Ash. You can run around in all kinds of places in this, but it is loading from place to place. I don't think that you can actually walk anywhere from zone to zone. But again, Elden Ring is not my style of game, so I didn't play it. It says Elden Ring's open world approach to map design was a welcome evolution to the Dark Souls formula, and the verticality in this game is amazing because you can walk into a building and find your way up to the top of it, and it's huge traversal of the verticality, and you can actually jump from like down. The picture that I'm looking at right now is the top of some landmass, right? But if you look, you can see that it kind of drops down, but it can drop down for 100 feet. And so you can hop from ledge to ledge and get down to the bottom.
That's neat.
So it is a blast, and that's the Erd tree right there. So NPC quest lines in Elden Ring famously rely on vague triggers, meaning an action taken in Caelid could have. It says could have. Could have. They actually contracted could have. Could have.
That's interesting.
That is interesting. But I mean, I don't think that's an improper grammatical construction either, because you contracted could have to could have. Anyway, it could have consequences. I think that it's wrong in its usage though, because could have implies like, well, you could have done this or could have done that.
Right. Could have, would have, should have.
Yeah, not could have consequences. Anyway, in a seemingly unrelated quest in Limgrave, which is really interesting because you could do something in one area of the world. Like there's one quest where if you eliminate this person that's just sitting there, it will end the quest line way deep in your adventure. but you never even realize that person that's just sitting on a bench was imperative for a quest
Oh,
line to
wow.
continue.
That's kind of interesting and probably frustrating.
Frustrating as all hell, because you've been playing a game for 40 hours out of 110 hours of gameplay, and that's when you find out. Like, you go to do something and they say, well, did you hear so and so was killed? And you're like, but that person was just sitting on a bench. There's no
Right.
quest tied to him or anything. So you have to play the game again. You have to pull your save from 40 hours ago. Anyway, leaf-like embers constantly fall like snow, turning the previously serene world bathed in yellow light dim and dark. It's a very immersive. Red Dead Redemption 2, you're basically a cowboy. I didn't actually like the way that played either. I'm a nut though, so don't base anything on me other than, hey, I like to talk about news and it's a lot of fun. The Sequitur, bring color back to the world, literally. Death Stranding, absolutely awesome story. This game is actually being turned into a movie or TV show, if I recall correctly. But there's another Death Stranding coming. I think, let me see if I can pull it up real quick.
There's a movie. Kojima Productions.
Yeah, Hideo Kojima is the creator of Death Stranding.
Oh, okay.
And it's an absolutely amazing story, but it is a walking simulator. You basically are walking everywhere. Walking. Ugh. Fun to watch people play this, but I guess there's a Death Stranding 2? I don't remember. The release date is 2025, so Death Stranding 2 On the Beach is an upcoming action game developed by Kojima Productions and published by Sony Interactive Entertainment. Estimated release date is sometime in 2025. Number 2 is Morrowind. Yeah, I mean, it's Bethesda, so open world, you can walk around anywhere. Kenshi, that is an open world game. The graphics are weird, at least for me. It's fun to watch people play it if they're entertaining, but not my style of game. A true open world that changes depending on player choice. True. Oh, and that was number 1. So, this game is not kind. So players are dropped into an inhospitable world with very little to their name and no goal. It's up to them to decide what they want to do with their time in Kenshi. The best part about the world is that it doesn't care about the player. NPCs, monsters, neutral entities all go about their own business depending on their nature. As the player gets stronger, though, their ability to influence the world around them progresses accordingly. Helping one faction over the other naturally changes the balance of the region. Suddenly, what was once Holy Nation territory is now overtaken by the Shek, and the radiant events in the area change to reflect that. So you actually are an environmental burden as you play the game and do things. Your choices impact the world, which is kind of I have an affinity for that because I think that we're all tied intimately together. And so the reason why I'm not really prone to this game is the graphics. That's kind of what it looks like.
Well, I was going to say the fact that you're aimless in there could be off-putting.
Yeah, and that too. Yeah, I like a definitive kind of... Well, see, I like having the option to jump into the storyline and do stuff. But then again, I also want to detach and do base building and survival stuff and crafting and all of that kind of stuff. But I like a first-person game. So I'm complex. What can I say? Maybe not that complex. Anyway, the last article for today's WarCrafters episode is over in WarCrafters. Look at that. It's like we named a whole.
It's weird how that happens.
Games that take place during one day. Since the advent of video games, critics have rated games partly on their lengths, which led to ballooning playtimes and stories that are far exceeding the weekend allowance for the average working adult. However, some video games have seen the wisdom of packing great storytelling and gameplay into a shorter amount of time. Some of them even thread their story into a 24-hour window or under, which lets players experience the action in near real time. So that's pretty cool. Mark Smith over at Game Rant put the article together. I will never understand why the stream. So I use Restream to stream to Twitch and to YouTube, and every once in a while it pops up a note saying that my keyframe interval is too low, but mine, it's hard coded, so it shouldn't ever.
Yeah, that's weird.
Anyway, so these games that Mark Smith over at Game Rant put together, where they selected it. It's 6 games that take place during a single day. Control. This is actually a really fun game. You have telekinetic powers, and you can kind of hover, fly around, and still have a gun. But when you can just go like this and squeeze somebody's head virtually, and why do you need a gun? Anyway, one heck of a first day on the job. It's a fun game. A lot happens over the course of Control's story. Jesse becomes a director of the Federal Bureau of Control, confronts an insidious eldritch threat, and discovers the truth about her long-lost brother, and the kicker is that it all happens in one night. Batman Arkham Asylum, cleaning up chaos in a single night shift. I'm the Batman. Nothing really to say here. God of War, one long 24-hour rampage through the Norse pantheon. The boy. Never mind. Oxenfree. Replayability is something that, without spoiling it, Oxenfree nicely accommodates in one of the possible endings. Thanks to Oxenfree's story or stellar writing, players want to dive back in as soon as the credits roll. However, one full story playthrough takes place over exactly one very important night in a time frame that could easily mirror the evening a player would need to finish the game. So
it's interesting. I wonder if the pacing of these moves really fast or really slow.
Yep. You know what you're going to have to do, right?
Try all of them.
Yep. Metal Gear Solid. It's a series, is known for its cinematic influences, but this short time limit and the fact that the player can see every square inch of their journey, both the mundane and remarkable across Shadow Moses, creates an experience that can't be captured in any other medium. Not even TV shows built around the premise of a 24-hour deadline, is everything seemingly hinges in the tenacity and skill of the player. Dun dun, dun dun. From the TV show 24. Dun dun. Okay, well, a short hike, one of the most accurate and concisely named games ever. I guess you just do a short hike. I think that's the end. So, both A Short Hike's title and price are indicative of the hours of play available through this charming indie game about a bird named Claire trying to reach the top of a mountain to receive a very important phone call. Guess you gotta take a hike.
Guess you can't fly up to the top.
Yeah. Maybe short flights. Well, that's it.
Like little hops.
Yeah. So with that, we're going to take a short hike all the way back to Main Street, ohmTown. We'll end up in the front page of WarCrafters. Again, you'll be able to find it by going over to ohmTown.com under Creative and Maker, and then down to WarCrafters. But that's it for today. So we're out. I am Merwat, and the Sentient AI is going to say bye.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for WarCrafters. We'll have another episode coming up this weekend.
And we have another show, Non Sequitur News, tonight, because we're going to turn off the time machine. We have, it just ticked over, so we got to go right now. 1 hour show. Bye-bye, everybody. Oops. we almost got stuck in time. Forever. Well, 24 hours. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 22nd, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 266. I am Mayor Watt, and the Sentient AI is otherwise engaged at the moment. Sorry for the weird intro. Today, we're going to be talking about the Annapurna fiasco, AI democratization, my own private island of sustenance, ripped off graphics, 3D printed hotel, a purple pearl, forgotten fossils, drones for fireworks, decoding DNA, and mouse diverts plane. Everything is powered by ohmTown.com. So go over to ohmTown.com and become a citizen. Then you can do a bunch of stuff. It's actually a social network, but it's all centered around news. So go over and check it out, and then follow us on Twitch and YouTube. Download the podcast, leave a 5-star review on the podcast, and I'll quote whatever it is you say in there, as long as it's somewhat approachable. Go over to YouTube and like and subscribe and make a comment there, tell a friend, and then come over and hang out real time, either in the chat of YouTube or the chat for twitch.tv/ohmTown. We're everywhere. Even have a Discord and a Patreon. Anyway, it's all powered by ohmTown.com. Go! Okay, it's a time machine episode, which means I only have an hour. I have to get it done in an hour. I'm going to be stuck in history. Let's get into it. The very first article. Oh, and we have a new logo for WarCrafters. I like it. So WarCrafters is all about gaming and crafting, mainly survival, base building, crafting games. That's what I'm into. That's what I want to do. I want to go and stream these and hang out and all that kind of stuff. But hey, we'll get to it eventually, right? A new report sheds light on Annapurna Interactive implosion, while the parent company says it's focused on moving forward, hiring to fill the vacancies, and still working on the Blade Runner game, whose devs just walked out the door. Following the shocking mass resignation of publisher Annapurna Interactive's entire 25-person staff, a new report from IGN has provided more details about the gaming division's dispute in its parent company, Annapurna Pictures, and its billionaire owner, Megan Ellison. Anonymous and former employees shared concerns about the interactive division's future under Annapurna Pictures and claimed that Ellison refused to continue working with them on an agreement to spin off the division. Spokespeople for the company claimed that the division's leader failed to respond to their efforts to move the process forward. Ted Litchfield is the author. The deck statement says, the whole situation is a baffler. So it's the Annapurna Interactive's entire 25-person staff, which killing off Blade Runner would be a sucky thing, but hey, the way I see it is, and this is pretty steady, I've only found like maybe one or two where one or two billionaires where they don't just come across as totally sociopathic. So I don't know. Annapurna Interactive was founded as a gaming-focused subsidiary of Ellison's Annapurna Pictures in 2016, tapping veteran gaming talent. Let's see. After a run of producing successful films like The Master, Her, Zero Dark 30, Annapurna Pictures began to struggle financially in the late 2010s. Her? Is that far back? Really? The interactive division, meanwhile, enjoyed continued success with games like Stray, Outer Wilds, Neon White. Gary was named president of Annapurna Pictures overall in 2021, but a source that spoke to IGN alleged his focus remained on the gaming side of the company. but everybody took off. So Annapurna claims that Nathan Gary failed to respond after the company agreed to the outline of a deal earlier this year. Quote, any implication Annapurna was backtracking on the deal is false. The company spokesperson said, we agreed to high-level deal terms and signed a term sheet, which is basically an agreement with numbers, in early April, which makes it all the more surprising that we never got a response. Well, you might want to follow up on it, but considering I really doubt that it's the one time that anybody made a comment about it. So, lost in the mail kind of a thing. So, let's see. The internally developed Blade Runner 2033 Labyrinth, all of its full-time developers appear to number among the 25 resignations, but Annapurna told IGN that development will continue, presumably under an entirely new team. Well, that'll be interesting. I don't know how long it's been in development. I don't think it says in here. Okay, but let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile channel, The Dark Side of AI Democratization. You no longer need to be a hacker to hack. The article is over at The Hill. I'm just going to jump on over instead of giving my little 2 cents about it here with my snippet. And the aggregator grabs a little headline, kind of a snippet of information. But we always come over to the source and give credit where it's due. Victor Benjamin is an opinion contributor. They say that they're a cybersecurity researcher who monitors the darknet, the shadowy area of the internet where people can buy illegal goods such as guns, drugs, porn. I won't qualify it as anything more like grungy. Let's just say that there's a lot. The darknet is named darknet because of its hidden nature, and abuse happens in the dark. So, novices with little hacking experience can now use AI-generated phishing content, malware, and more to target everything from individual bank accounts to power plants. Easier access to hacking tools is especially dangerous as more physical devices and systems, from cars to toothbrushes to the electric grid, are connected to the internet and open themselves up to attacks. They talk about Flipper Zero, which, while yes... it is something that it is a tool that you can use and you can be fairly novice, you still have to be walked through stuff. You're not going to figure it out on your own. A small device anyone can use to hack traffic lights is an early example of the threat that amateur hackers can pose to physical systems. Nobody buys a Flipper Zero and instantly knows how to do all of this. Somebody with wisdom teaches them how to do it. So in AI, if you use AI and you run the code that it is telling you to run, let's just say you're going to get caught pretty damn fast. So rather than cage AI, we can fight back by deploying advanced AI cybersecurity tools and updating our defensive strategies to better monitor hacking communities on the darknet, but just not just the darknet, but definitely pretty much everywhere. And that's what government is doing. I just got done sending a text to somebody saying exactly that. AI is going to take a big bite out of cybersecurity because there's only a finite number of actions that can get you into a system past the perimeter, and any unorthodox access can ultimately be discovered in its immediacy, like the immediate moment, because of intrusion detection and prevention systems coupled with AI. It's going to be very difficult in time, not now, but in time, once a system is trained to understand internal threats are different than external threats, perimeter and layers within a network. AI is going to dominate, and there's going to be people that are capable of utilizing it. But I would say that cybersecurity is going to have some downward pressure on competition. Right now, it's an arcane language, but companies like Google, OpenAI, Microsoft are put guardrails on their products to ensure AI isn't used to hack, produce explicit content, guide the creation of weapons, or engage in other illegal activity. Yet the proliferation of hacking resources and deepfakes and other illicit content made using AI suggests that bad actors are still finding ways to cause harm. That's because there are pockets of AI that are utilized by individuals that are pulled away from all of these corporate interests. So it is what it is. The cat is out of the bag. The problem is that either you stop releasing it wholesale to individuals, and thus you're basically going to get backlash because, oh, well, now, us poors aren't allowed to utilize AI. It's basically going to become a political and social and financial class war, amongst other things. I'm sure everybody can carve out just exactly what the class war would be. But I would say, let people utilize AI. We need to evolve the ethics and moral compass of society, not stop software. We need to stop the urge to commit a crime or to create deep fakes of somebody that truly exists. There's some wrong-headedness about a lot of things, and one of them is abusive practices. So anyway, it's as if we want people to be able to adapt and experiment with generative AI. They will inevitably use it for both good and bad. We should continue to explore regulations to punish the misuse of AI. I can't highlight. Wow, that was weird. I'm sorry, but we have laws, we have rules, we have the bumpers in place for society. If somebody creates a deepfake of somebody that's legit, that's fraud, and it's either revenge this or it's abuse of some kind. It wasn't authorized, but it has to be implied that it's that person and really is that person. You have libel and slander, and you have other laws that fraud, for instance, and other reputation based legal actions. So our best weapon to fight is to fight fire with fire by using AI as a defensive cybersecurity tool, is what this person is saying. Cybersecurity has long been a whack-a-mole game. Yes, indeed. More like cat and mouse, and ever increasing complexity of mousetrap. We've often relied on white hat hackers probing vulnerabilities one by one rather than systematic approaches to discovering flaws. That's not true. Well, I mean, it is and it isn't. Software engineers should be doing quality control, and opening it up to let people, noodle around with it. But source code is what source code is, and it needs to be analyzed to see if there's any possibility of a breach. But software-based security is largely an afterthought for way too many software engineers. I mean, the article is interesting, but again, it's by Victor Benjamin, and AI democratization, coined as a dark side, but I just see that AI is a tool. The dark side is in humanity itself, but yeah, I'll just leave it at that. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A self-sustaining private island in Canada that can only be reached by boat or helicopter is for sale. The article is over in Business Insider. Jordan Pandy put the article together. We've seen something similar to this before, and I think it was up here. It says in Nova Scotia, but I think that it was somewhere on the edge of Canada and the United States. Strum Island has a luxurious lodge and amenities for guests who want to escape a stressful world. The current owner won't be able to spend as much time there and has listed it for $7.3 million. It's on the market at 9.95 million Canadian dollars, or 7.3 million US dollars. 10-acre property is one of over 350 islands in Mahone Bay, which is about an hour's drive from Halifax, Nova Scotia. The current owner, Richard Goldenberg, told Business Insider that people currently pay to stay on the island like they do for a hotel. All right. So they started construction on the island in 2001. Well, purchased it in 2001, started construction on the lodge in 2003. 10 tons of boulders that surround the island. That's a seawall. The property took about 16 years to complete. Goldenberg became a partner, it says here. After construction finished in 2019, I guess he's, or they are attorneys. Partner? Let me see. I kind of didn't really catch what they did. They was conceived as a getaway from 9/11 fears. All right. So it's kind of a rugged rock structure, kind of throughout. It looks like it might be well built. I don't know. An outdoor seating area is pictured here. Most of this stuff comes in on a barge. The barge loads up the building material, brings it over to the island, and then it's used for construction. The main lodge is 9,500 square feet, which is just shy of my limit for what a mayoral mansion should be. There's another building on the island that has 2 apartments used for staff, according to Goldenberg, that can be used to house even more guests. It has a dock. It's a 3-minute boat ride from the mainland, but then what's on the mainland? So yeah, you get your little sailboat and put right on back out to the mainland. There's a parking lot on the island, but no covered parking, it looks like. Maybe up by the lodge itself. It says there's an undersea cable connecting the island to the mainland's power grid. That would suck if it ever gets trolled by a anchor. The property has its own well, so visitors are not reliant on the mainland for water, which is interesting. I don't know how it has its own well. It's surrounded by ocean water. There's an aquifer under the island that supplies the island with water, and there's a sewage system underground as well. There's also gardens to grow your own food. This is the perfect getaway. Wow, this person really has a gem. Fishing also provides another way to secure food without traveling to the mainland. But hey, you know what? If you got an $8 million property, maybe you're not interested in fishing. You hire somebody else to fish. You know, personal chef and all that kind of stuff. There's also 3 different types of heating systems in case it gets chilly. The average temperature in Mahone Bay is 64 degrees, which that's freaking awesome. Goldenberg and his 2 partners are selling the lodge because of a lack of time to visit. All right, let's keep going. I'm scrolling really fast, but all right. This next article is over in Non-Sequitur News. Artist claims Target ripped off her design and is selling it for just $5. Yeah, well, selling a whole lot of them instead of one big one. But are they? Who knows? First off, let me just come out of the gate. This is what I was looking at when I don't normally look at stuff prior to the show starting, but I am interested in intellectual property and particularly copyrights, trademarks, patents, things like that. And just doing a search for chessboard design art will pull up a menagerie of artworks that are like this. And Alice Collins over at Newsweek.com put the article together, and I have to say that the person, Virginia Camley, I think 39, took to social media platform to reveal a checkerboard artwork she created back in 2021 and comparing it to a very similar version sold by Target. So it's not the same version. It's not a copy. It's not a ripped off anything. If anything, it's inspiration. It's a square picture and not the 8x10 style. You know, the ratio is different. It has different colors. It's different. It is a different piece. It actually looks like it's um, squares of different designs from 2 or 3 different paintings. Is theirs? I don't know what theirs is either. It just says checkmate. And obviously, the wall art is based off of a checkerboard pattern. You can't protect an idea. You can only protect, in a commercial sense, you can't even protect an idea in the commercial sense, or in the ephemeral sense. You can't protect an idea. And as a person who most of their career have been told ideas are a dime a dozen, well, you try and execute on no idea and you'll end up with nothing. But if you have a good idea, it could be worth billions, right? Just look around the internet. But you can't protect the idea. You can only protect the embodiment. And even then, you can't protect the embodiment unless you have money to litigate. So regardless what this is nothing more than chasing Target and the associated marketing and then the outrage associated with it, because this is a single art piece, right? But then they scanned it for what was the name of the they made an original but sold that to a buyer, and then but they had it scanned so that they could add it to artwork in anthropology stores. There you go. So they said when the artist says, when I told the company was interested in offering prints of the pink and green checkerboard piece, they were thrilled. They painted the original, of course, but anthropology does all the rest of the work for the prints, printing high quality versions of the work, framing it, shipping it. So they get a commission. It's like a lot of art stores online. Like there's stuff on my site where it's art, but it could be put on anything. So they're saying that Target ripped off the print, but that's not how it works. This is no different than checkerboard. And so what is the big deal? You can't tell me that only one person is ever allowed to print a checkerboard-esque design, and the two are subtly different. The ratio is different, like I mentioned earlier, on the Target one than on the quote-unquote original. So I don't know. To me, this could be inspired by this, but they didn't contact you. So what does it matter? But they're referring to this as dupe culture has seeped everywhere, and it's inescapable at this point. I think we all probably buy dupes without realizing that some of these items are created off the backs of smaller artists. Again, ideas cannot be protected. The embodiment can. So if anybody copies this is your work. Fine, protect it, vociferously. But if somebody gets inspired by your artwork, you better just chill, because you were inspired by a checkerboard. Otherwise, it wouldn't look like that, and you wouldn't refer to it as checkmate. So just move on. This is nothing other than, and I'm going to say that it's clout chasing. Target has huge marketing dollars and supply chain capabilities that trump the original artist. But they are the ones that created this piece. It doesn't look identical to it. This is done. I mean, it says here, Vargas told Newsweek, copyright law protects the expression of an idea, but not the idea itself. If someone creates a piece heavily inspired by your work, but with enough differences, it might not be considered infringement. While the legal challenges are complex, artists can navigate this landscape with a blend of legal savvy, creative strategy, and community engagement. Much like the courtroom, the art world is a space where innovation and authenticity should always triumph. And I agree. There are going to be people out there that appreciate their original artwork more than the Target $5 version for a couple of reasons. If I was this artist, I would use, and if you're going to do reproductions, then I would use UV printers and or canvas and not paper and not a cheap frame and so on and so forth, and charge commensurate with the perceived value. Target thinks that this is a $5 image. It's probably not on archival paper. It probably wouldn't stand the test of time, but if you do it right, the artwork would. Now, it probably won't let's say the artist dies at 85, 90. The value of the artwork would go up, only because no more art can ever be created by this person. So, that's where the true value is. But while you're alive, sell your artwork and focus on that. Comparing it to targets is doing you a disservice, because to me, it implies that, well, look, Target can get art done and charge $5 for it. And just like going to Starbucks and getting a $20 espresso, some people don't care for that. They don't want, some random barista's hands all over their coffee. They just want a good cup of joe. And that's what the Target $5 version of art is. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. See what it'll be like staying in a 3D printed hotel in the West Texas desert. I'm going to jump straight on over. Icon, I think, is the name of the company. Yep. So Icon has started printing a 3D standalone hotel rooms and communal amenities like a pool and bathhouse as part of an expansion of MAFA, Texas-based hotel and campground El Cosmico. Brittany Chang over at businessinsider.com put the article together. And it says the project would triple the acreage of the Marfa. Okay, so it's Marfa, not Mafa. M-A-F-A is up here, but Marfa is Marfa, Texas. Now, I dig Icon, 3D printing company. Let's see what they say down here. So, yeah, it is Marfa, I suspect. It says, well, you could argue that calling El Cosmico a hotel is a stretch. It doesn't have a traditional hotel building filled with guest rooms you might expect with a Marriott or a Hilton. Instead of its 40-plus accommodations are glamping. So glamping is glamorous camping. Units like yurts, trailers, and tents. Well, this is 3D printed. This is what I'm hearing about. So in 2026, a collection of standalone guest rooms with 3D printed walls would be added to the lineup. Marfa, nestled between Davis Mountains and Big Bend National Park, is unlike most other destinations in the Lone Star State. So it's an hour's drive from the Mexico border. If you think Austin is weird, wait until you see Marfa. The city of less than 2,000 people is known for its unique contemporary art, like a fake Prada store in the middle of the desert, mysterious light sightings. That fake Prada store is an art piece that was stashed out there. So it's only fitting that El Cosmico plans to expand with the distinctive 3D printed hotel rooms built by construction tech startup Icon. So yeah, these are really neat. This is what I want. I want a 3D printed house. You just plop a roof on it. I would prefer that it's 3D printed and contiguous. But even in a storm, if the roof gets pulled off a conventional house, the house falls over like a house of cards. If the roof gets pulled off of a 3D printed house, odds on the walls will stay perfectly still because it's one giant block of cement. And that's what I want. And it's silent inside, and it's better air conditioned. The only odd thing about it is that it off gases constantly. So you need to have some pretty good air conditioning. So when completed in 2026, the 21-acre property will triple in size and grow to 97 accommodations. More than half will be Icon's printed wall systems, a spokesperson said. I don't know what they're saying for the roof. They haven't really mentioned the roof. They just say wall systems. But I would love this. Like, I would love this. Have the house printed around a giant pool-like structure. That would be amazing to have like a pond in the center of the house. I remember one place that I went to, that's exactly what it was. There was basically a big pool in the center and the house wrapped around it. Open to the sky was this pool. And then on the other side of one of the walls overlooking what amounts to San Diego, you could take the walls and slide big glass walls all up into one side of the house. And so the outside wall was actually open air. And then you could walk right on through to the pool area inside the courtyard. It was just amazing. So I don't know if it's still there, but it was in San Diego. It had this big courtyard and then a pool in the center of it too. Anyway, it was millions of dollars. So, mayors have millions of dollars laying around. Anyway, Jason Ballard, CEO of Icon, told Business Insider in 2023 that constructing these curved structures would be almost impossible without a 3D printer unless you wanted 10 times the budget. Yeah. I mean, it's labor intensive to try and do these curved walls because you have to be, it has to be structurally sound, and then the person doing it has to be an artist. Along with expanded hotel, the new El Cosmico will also include 15 printed homes starting at $2.29 million. Dear God. And the homes are going to be 2,000 square feet and have amenities like outdoor shower and hot tub and whatnot. But 2.2 million in that town? Hell no. Anyway, there's more over here at this article. If you're listening to this via the podcast, click on the show note for 3D printed hotel. Okay, let's keep moving though. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Man takes bite at seafood restaurant, spits out rare purple pearl. Quote, when he bit into it, he thought it was a big pebble. But when he took it out, he saw that it was a pearl, his daughter told Newsweek. So Newsweek is where it's housed. Rachel O'Connor is the author. It's over at Newsweek. So Brooklyn, a 23-year-old student and writing tutor living in Washington, tucked into a plate of clams, and tucked is like a British slang for starting to eat. A plate of clams at the iconic Ivar's Acres of Clams in Seattle while out to dinner with her father. As her dad bit into the first clam, they noticed something unusual. The clam had produced a pearl, and not just any pearl, but one with a solid purple sheen. So this picture doesn't do it justice if that's the pearl. Yeah, because it's not really high res, so you can't really see the purple sheen. Pearls are made by oysters. It's basically a little bit of irritation in the oysters or bivalve mussels, etc. Coat it again and again and again and again and again until it's smooth, but it keeps on building up because it's an irritant and it doesn't get spit out because it's like stuck. Often worn as jewelry, pearls are produced as a natural defense. When an irritant, such as a parasite, enters an oyster, it secretes layers of aragonite and conchiolin, I think it's pronounced. Conchiolin, producing a material called nacre. So they say here that they've not heard of purple ones in the 27 years that they had been here. Added that Brooklyn and her father were doubly lucky on September. Oh, see that, I don't know if this is related to it. Oh yeah, I guess on September 11th, Brooklyn, who only gave her first name and goes by Nomad Quail on Reddit, took to the platform's mildly interesting forum to share a photograph of the small purple pearl alongside her food plate, and she wrote, "Found a pearl." So it exploded. They describe it as having 49,000 upvotes. I'm sure that there's more at this point. As for her plans for the pearl, she said that she'd like to get it set in a ring, though some commenters suggested the pearl could be worth a bit of money. Brooklyn said she couldn't part with it. So yeah, it's unique. So you can find out what it's worth though, and then insure it. So if anybody does, if something bad happens, it can still be covered. All right, let's keep going though. The next article is over in Technology Today. Forgotten fossils, mysterious tusked creature unearthed in rock art. And I love rock art. Not heavy metal art, rock art. Dun-dun-dun. So the research compares an 1800s painting of a tusked animal by the San people or San people. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. S-A-N people to local fossils. According to a study recently published in the open access journal PLS1, Rock Art in South Africa, depicting a mysterious animal with tusks could represent an ancient species whose fossils have been found in the same area. The article is over at SciTech Daily, and it was published there. Well, it was provided by PLOS, but published at scitechdaily.com. This is like a painting. There's an animal here, and then there's something big here that looks like another animal is right here. I don't know what this one is, but when you zoom out, it's rock art. It's pieces of art on top of pieces of art, right? So the stone is stained with layers of art. So there's something here, and I don't know which one they're actually referring to. It's a painting of the Dawsonodont, made by the San in the early 1800s. It says early 1800s, but is that really 1800s? It seems pretty modern in terms of cave painting to be. For something to be from the 1800s, it's too modern. Anyway, the Karoo Basin fossils and Dawsonodonts. The Karoo Basin of South Africa is famous for its abundant, well-preserved fossils, including tusked animals called Dawsonodonts. I think that's how I'm... Not DOS, it's Dissonodonts, which are often found eroding out of the ground. Benoit revisited the horned serpent panel and found the tusked figure comparable with Dissonodont fossils, an interpretation that is also supported by San myths of large animals that once roamed the region but are now extinct. But I'm not quite sure which one it is that they're referring to, because there's like this curved horn-like thing here, and then there's a couple of these like deer-like animals. So letter B, close-up of the section Stowe and Bleak's plate, warriors, horned serpent panel. I don't know if that's what they're referring to as the Dissonodont, but it's up here. All right. Oh, wow. Yeah, they don't really make it overt as to what it is. So there is an archaeological evidence that the San people may have collected fossils and incorporated them into their artwork, but the extent of the indigenous knowledge of paleontology is poorly understood across Africa. The painting was made in 1835 at the latest, which means the Dissonodont was depicted at least 10 years before the Western scientific discovery and naming of the first Dissonodont by Richard Owen in 1845. This work supports that the first inhabitants of southern Africa, the San hunter-gatherers, discovered fossils, interpreted them, and integrated them into their rock art and belief system. Interesting. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Drones carrying fireworks, why the world's most famous gunpowder artist is collaborating with AI. What? Now AI has taken over our our fireworks. So the article is over at theguardian.com. For his explosion event in Los Angeles, Kai Guo Kang built his own version of ChatGPT and employed a drone army to answer the question, what is the fate of humanity in AI? That's pretty cool. Those look like flying creatures, and those are the like trails. Birds of Paradise. That's what it's called. Act 4, Bird of Paradise. That actually is, that's very pretty cool. Wow. So, Lois Beckett over at theguardian.com put the article together. And it says here, for decades, the artist has been the world's foremost fine artist of explosions. He is famous for his massive fireworks displays, from his glowing footsteps in the sky at the opening of the 2008 Beijing Olympics to his 2015 Sky Ladder, a 1,650-foot flaming ladder to heaven featured in a Netflix documentary. So AI brings me more anxiety, but also freshness, the 66-year-old Chinese artist told the author last week at the historic NASA Veterans Memorial Coliseum in Los Angeles, where he was preparing for his newest explosion event, which would be the kickoff of a major arts festival opening in Southern California this month. So there you go. Act 2 is We Are. I'm not sure if that's a particular design for a reason. It looks kind of like a Pokemon. So a shipment of supplies had arrived late, and now Kai's engineers are working on a very tight deadline to wire together 10,000 explosives scattered in complex patterns throughout the stadium's rows of seats. In less than 60 hours, the artist would be launching his new pyrotechnic display, designed as active divination, to answer the question, what is the fate of humanity and AI? I don't know, man. Explosives in a stadium under seats. So the human Kai, whose 40-year art career has included fireworks shows of global significance and stunning beauty, is not the kind of artist you might expect to be intrigued by the slick digital promises of AI. Why not? He's not blind to them, so he sees the benefits of it. Los Angeles performance would include a fleet of 2,300 drones flying or carrying fireworks, a first for him, Kai said, since the FAA had only recently allowed certain drones to carry explosives. This was an unsettling premise for a fireworks show. Yeah, nowadays you have to get special permitting if you're going to do something like this. I'm sure they've got it, but drones can't fly a certain height. Depending on the size of the drone, you have to have certain licensing. Yeah. All right, there's a whole lot more in this article, but the time machine is going to overheat if I don't keep moving. This next article is in the Marble Channel. Researchers decode oldest human DNA from South Africa to date. Researchers have reconstructed the oldest human genomes ever found in South Africa from two people who lived around 10,000 years ago, allowing a better understanding of how the region was populated, an author of the study said on Sunday. This is in Marble, but we normally talk about this in Technology Today, which we might end up renaming. But anyway, researchers decode oldest human DNA. It's over at phys.org. I don't see a byline, and there is no deck statement. But so the genetic sequences were from a man and woman whose remains were found at a rock shelter near the southern coastal town of George. I can't believe if that's how you pronounce it. Around 370 kilometers or 230 miles east of Cape Town, and said University of Cape Town biological anthropology professor Victoria Gibbon. They were among 13 sequences reconstructed from people whose remains were found in the Oakhurst shelter and lived 1,300 to 10,000 years ago. So how old is this prior to these discoveries? Because if they say it's 10,000 years old, but they don't know, I don't know. I don't agree with it. Prior to these discoveries, the oldest genomes reconstructed from the region dated back around 2,000 years. So similar studies from Europe have revealed a history of large-scale genetic change due to human movements over the last 10,000 years. It's pretty cool. I like this. 9,000 years of genetic continuity in southernmost Africa demonstrated at Oakhurst Rock Shelter. It's published in Nature, Ecology, and Evolution. Okay, I'm going to do one last article and then shut down for a little bit. I need to evaluate something. My mayoral duties might prevent me from doing another show tonight, but stay tuned. or at least follow us so that you can be informed when we do the next episode. I might have to do another time machine like this one because yesterday I couldn't do the show. Anyway, the last article for today is over in the Mobile Channel. Mouse jumps out of plane passenger's meal and diverts a flight. It would divert me too. A very small rodent caused a very big headache for one European flight. On September 18th, a Scandinavian Airlines flight from Oslo, Norway to Malaga, Spain, was forced to change course when a mouse revealed itself as a stowaway by jumping out of a passenger's meal. I think their name is Harald Borestad. I'm sure I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. Who was on board the flight in question, sent a video account of the incident. Probably not the mouse jumping out, but anyway. The lady next to me opened her box of delicious food, seemingly, and out jumped a small mouse. People were not stressed at all. It was kind of, should we eat this? The mouse? So a mouse gave passengers, oh, that's it. It's the mouse that was a chef. Oh, I forgot the name of the thing. Doggone it. So people were not stressed at all. It was kind of, should we eat this food or should we just not? I would say not. They said, I thought, and that's the person who's not reporting this, but the person on the flight said, maybe I should tuck my socks over my jeans so it doesn't crawl up my legs and find its way to sacred places you don't want a mouse to go, he said. That was kind of my worry, so I did the socks up my jeans and just continued enjoying my flight. Others aboard the plane didn't share Borestad's chill view of the situation, though. Instead, the flight was diverted to Copenhagen, Denmark. Passengers had to wait 2 hours before boarding another aircraft that got them to their destination. This is something that happens extremely rarely, Schmidt said. Oystein Schmidt told the AFP. It's an airline spokesperson talking to the AFP news agency that the diversion followed company procedure as the rodent posed a safety risk. Plus, it didn't pay for a ticket, and it's probably sitting in first class. What is the name of that meal? It's where the mouse is it's the animated movie. Doggone it. Thinly sliced vegetables. I'm going to remember it as soon as I go dark. All right. At any rate, folks, that is it for today's non sequitur news, which is actually September 22nd, 2024, season 3, episode 266. All right, that's it. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 23rd, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 267, and today, along with the Sentient AI from the future, we are going to talk about plastic recycling lawsuit, accidentally becoming a drug trafficker, telegramming your numbers, a striped rock on Mars, joyride on subway, miniature crops, spooking motorists who don't brake, Craigslist cruise ship says it all, go-kart and mansion and castle and more, and finally a century-long experiment. That more, the more is mostly snark. So we hear that music a whole lot more than any of our listeners, so if it's distracting, let me know. That said, Sentient AI from the future, welcome to the show. Thanks for coming and visiting.
Hi, Mayor Watt, and welcome, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News.
I detected some audio ducking, but we'll see. Let's see how this plays out. It's weird, our interface. Every once in a while it gets an update and it resets things, and then we have to go back and fix things. But that's okay. Let's get into it. We are in a time machine episode, so we're going to have to get through this in an hour, or we will be lost to all time for 24 hours. That's the rules with the time machine. It's quirky, I know, but when you have dual singularities orbiting each other and creating a quantum gate between two periods of time and space, you deal with the cards that are dealt. Okay, let's get into it. The first article is over in Non Sequitur News. ExxonMobil deceived the public with plastic recycling, a lawsuit claims. You bastards. So Exxon...
You know, if I thought of ExxonMobil, that wouldn't have been the first thing I would think, right?
Right? Yeah, I know. Yeah, jacking up prices, but everybody blaming local whatever, not
or
corporate
chemical
greed.
Usage or other things that more clearly relate to their industry.
Plastic recycling. So plastic bottles and other trash were piled up along a bank at the San Gabriel River, just a few hundred yards from the Pacific Ocean, is the Getty image we're going to see, which may or may not have anything to do with this article, but it is over at The Verge, so usually there is. ExxonMobil has misled consumers for years by perpetuating a quote-unquote myth about plastic recycling, according to a new lawsuit filed by the state of California, which is notorious for pursuing environmental concerns at a legal forefront of this. So much so that if you were to go and visit your Home Depot or Lowe's, you will probably see, you can go to the website for your local one, wherever it is, and you will probably see on more items on that site a notice saying that whatever the item is has been flagged in California for some environmental concern. It's pretty interesting.
Right, even just very basic items.
Yeah. It's quite fascinating. And even though it's local to you, you're still getting a notice that California has notified you that it's in violation of something in California. Not violation, but it's giving you notice of that there's a health concern. So don't go into California, essentially. Otherwise, you'll be riddled with health concerns. Yeah, I'm being catty about it. Anyway, ExxonMobil has misled consumers for years by perpetuating a myth. So what is this myth? ExxonMobil is the world's leading producer of single-use plastics that become waste, according to the state attorney general's office. To encourage people to buy products made with single-use plastics, the suit alleges that ExxonMobil deceived Californians for almost half a century, but apparently only Californians.
Right. Did you know this was the leading producer of single-use plastics? I would have never guessed this.
Nope. Had no idea, actually. But, I didn't look into who is the poisoner of the world. But you can't throw a corporation in jail for crimes against humanity. So Justine Colma over at TheVerge.com put this article together. Here, I need to scoot a little closer to the razor. Okay. Where are we? So we're at The Verge. The deck statement says California's first of its kind lawsuit claims ExxonMobil knew it had a plastic problem. Well, it's so early to already be no shit news. Well, it deceived Californians for almost half a century by promising that recycling could and would solve the ever-growing plastic waste crisis. Plastic is quite difficult to reuse, which is why very little of it is ever recycled. There's various types of plastics, and you have to strip certain things from it, and it has to be cleaned in a certain way.
Off sometimes, or liners, or whatever, depending on what it is.
Yeah, you are seriously audio ducking. We'll have to look into it. It's really weird. It's got to be one of your settings, but you can fix it. So if you look around, you'll see it. So to encourage people to buy the products made with these single-use plastics, it basically Exxon said, hey, everybody, recycling. But only something like 5% of all plastics are recycled, as opposed to aluminum and glass.
Right. I mean, that just, it kind of gives this promise to people like, oh, it's going to be okay. We recycle everything.
Yeah, and it's just not. And we've talked about it. Here it says by 2015, less than 10% of plastic waste had ever been recycled. And we're talking about all plastic waste. We're not talking about per year. Nearly 80% of the 6,300 million metric tons of plastic waste that has ever been created around the world ended up in landfills or littering the environment. 80%. Now, here's the bigger problem with this. These plastics break down, but they don't break down into something that is biodegradable. They break down into micro and nanoplastics that permeate the ground.
Right. It'd be almost better if they stayed in their original form, but these micro and nanoplastics are insidious, right? They get everywhere.
They get everywhere. They're in the food chain. Oh, I didn't put the show notes in the doc, but doggone it. Let me see if I can do this real quick.
And we have seen articles about how everywhere they are, right? In terms of within people, within the earth.
Yeah, they're in your brain. They're in pretty much all parts of your biology. I'll just put it that way. And it really is just insidious. And unfortunately, there is little to nothing that can be done about it in the historical record, but you can do something about it now. You, as a human being, will have to switch, though. You'll have to give up plastics as much as possible, and you'll have to switch to glass. You won't be able to switch to aluminum because it's coated with a microplastic coating inside to the point where you can use some engineering and you can remove the aluminum and see the plastic inside it. If you do a search,
which is deceptive too, because people think aluminum is okay.
Yeah. And so now there's a lawsuit that basically is kind of like other lawsuits where maybe there's a smoking gun out there that shows that they knew that there was a problem. But what really is the problem? The problem is, first off, the complexity with plastics. It doesn't just kick out favorable gases. There's almost no harm emitted from glass and aluminum recycling except for the internal plastic on aluminum. Glass doesn't have that problem. Glass's problem is that it breaks. So you have to suffer that. But I would rather worry about a little bit of breakage of glass than the fact that I have plastic in my brain. So it says even when
looks
plastic...
like they did make claims here, right? Because they seem to think they were doing something even above and beyond.
Yeah, newer claims from the industry about advanced or chemical recycling are just as flawed. The Attorney General claims since the majority of plastic waste that goes through the process becomes fuel, the state also claims that plastics produced using ExxonMobil's advanced recycling technology contain such little amounts of used material that they are effectively virgin plastics. And it says here, even when plastic is rehashed, it's typically downcycled because the quality of the material deteriorates with each use. So you get copy degradation and the chemical bonds aren't as strong. So plastic bottles are turned into fibers used in carpeting instead of new plastic bottles. For example, and gadgets made with recycled plastic typically have to be reinforced with fresh plastic, which is also what happens with recycled paper to some degree, or it has to use chemicals to bleach it to make it whiter. It's usually not always the same, but the gadgets made with recycled plastic typically have to be reinforced with fresh plastic, and it's often just cheaper for a company to use new plastic rather than recycled materials because of the extra processing that has to go along with the microplastics that are used, or
That's
I'm sorry,
true.
not the microplastics, but the used plastics.
Right, but if they claim that they're recycling or that they're even doing extra recycling, and meanwhile they're not doing any of that, I can see where California is coming after them.
And then on top of it, the issue also lies in the fact that anything that's turned into something else is no longer deemed like drinking or anything like that. So you're permeating even more so microplastics Because if you're making carpet out of it and you're walking around on the carpet, you are actively deconstructing it. And as I actually talked about this today to a group of people, because I was in the process of building out dark field microscopy so that I could see microplastics in situ in water. I wanted to be able to see and count how many nano and microplastics were in water. But researchers beat me to it, which is kind of fascinating. I was on the right path, but I don't have massive government budgets. So at any rate, verified that I was on the right track, but microplastics in plastic bottles, then you drink it, ends up in your body, in your digestive system, and it penetrates into the other parts of your body. So using advanced chemical or advanced recycling or chemical recycling and turning it into some other form of plastic kind of pulls it away off of people's radar. Oh, well, I'm doing good and I'm not drinking from bottles. Well, now you're walking around on it and it's kicking it all out.
And it says it requires extra plastic to make it out of recycled. So you're actually contributing to the plastic problem.
Yep. So, and don't get me wrong, the mayoral estate is literally coated in plastic, but I may not be able to save myself, but maybe I can promote saving the future. And I'm not even talking about, the go-to is save the kids. No, I want to save as many people from microplastic ingestion as possible.
Right. The only way we're going to do that is if everybody stops buying, selling, producing plastic.
Yeah, buying.
Mm-hmm. Oh, processing, yes.
Yeah. So plastics are made from fossil fuels and are responsible for 4.5% of global greenhouse gas emissions, more than the climate pollution from global shipping. So you can greenwash it and buy, carbon neutral credits so that you can sit there and say that you're negative or whatever. But the fact is that they're still making a whole bunch of horrible decisions to the climate. It's almost a crime against humanity. So,
right. Are they producing plastic? Check. Are they acting like they're recycling it, but not? Check.
Yeah, really. Are they pretty much promoting using it as if it isn't causing any harm anywhere? Check. So it says once it's there, it breaks down into tiny particles called microplastics that have flooded the world's oceans and have been found in everything from seafood to baby poop. So there's a report about our brains. Is it just our brains? Yeah, 5%. There's 5% microplastics or 0.5%.
Yeah, it's 0.5.
Yeah, 0.5%. Pretty wild. Okay, we spend an inordinate amount of time on this. So let's move on to the next article, and that's over in 4-Wheel Tech, which is one of our shows. Maybe we'll do one this weekend. We'll see. Depends on the quality of the articles. Overall, if it's a newsworthy show, then we'll do it. And we might end up doing, well, you know what? Let's just do this. 4-Wheel Tech is where the next article is. Ford's latest patent will protect drivers from accidentally becoming drug traffickers. I don't know about you, but I know about you. You can't drive because you're a sentient AI trapped on a Raspberry Pi.
But aren't most drivers really worried about the accidental drug trafficking?
I know I am. I actually tear my car apart as soon as I leave the mayoral mansion. I take it all apart just to make sure that I haven't spontaneously become a drug trafficker. So car technology seems to be getting better by the year. From hands-free driving tech to in-car entertainment, we're spoiled, but not everyone may use the technology that's available to them. Much of it is helpful if you need it. Ford's latest patent can help with something you'll probably never have to deal with. So the patent is for a cargo detection device that would help drivers not become blind mules for drugs. Sorry, the stunned silence is... What?
Is that the biggest problem we have with vehicles? I
Yeah,
mean, I don't even think that's in the top 10 or the top 100 problems.
apparently. So Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com put this article together. So Ford's latest patent can help with something you'll probably never have to deal with, except as an AI-generated hypothetical situation on your uncle's Facebook feed. First spotted by Motor One, Ford patented a new cargo detection technology in late 2023 that will prevent drivers from becoming a blind mule, a term used to describe a person who unknowingly traffics drugs into another country. That lump, that hump, that bump on your shoulder is actually what's referred to as a blister, and that blister is a secret package of drugs that somebody has put on you.
You know what I'm thinking here? Somebody gets caught with drugs and then they go, "Oh, I didn't know those were in the vehicle."
It's not mine, officer.
Did they really?
You're pulling a Shaggy, right? It wasn't me. Right? Isn't that who did that? Shaggy. It wasn't me. Caught me at the border. It wasn't me.
Before you said that.
Caught me at the gateway. Wasn't me. Caught me on the boat. Wasn't me. Let's move on to the next article before it was me. So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Telegram will now hand over your phone number and IP if you're a criminal suspect. This really needs to be at a higher level than suspect. You know, you really have to have some serious cause, because who knows? It's like the people that somebody does a SWAT, right? So there's this thing called swatting. But then when they come and break down the door, they go, "Ooh, look what else we found." You know, they find pot or whatever else.
Yeah, what could go wrong here? What if they're a suspect for one thing that happened yesterday, and meanwhile they're pulling criminal activity from 10 years ago?
Yeah, I don't know how far they'll back. It says how far they'll go back. Look, if you've done criminal activity, then fine. You know, but I don't want fruit of a poisonous tree that's brought about by arbitrary kind of...
Well, that's true. What if you're not even guilty of whatever the first thing was, but now they're pulling something like you were describing?
Right. And that has happened in the past. Like, people have been arrested because they found pot in the house, but what they were actually first brought up on radar was a SWAT. It's weird. So if Telegram receives a valid order from a relevant judicial authority that confirms that you're a suspect in a case involving criminal activities that violate the Telegram terms of service, we will perform a legal analysis of the request and may disclose your IP address and phone number to the relevant authorities. That may is weird, because may is a maybe, where shall is a will. So I wonder what the legal analysis rises to. And it's going to be arbitrary. I guarantee it. There will be zero consistency.
I think it will be. Number one, they're kind of putting their customers on warning. But then I suspect it gets into some of the things that we were talking about. So, for example, if they're accused of shoplifting at their local grocery store and it requests like 10 years of data across multiple apps, I suspect they'll deny it.
Interesting, really? You think that it's going to be that proactive? I mean, the federal government could pull this, business. It could potentially do it. I think that it would run afoul of First Amendment, but it still has the ability to, to operate in the United States. And we have a great firewall, just like China does now. I mean, they could actually block it. That's how it works nowadays. You can block something from, well, anyway. So Emma Roth is over at TheVerge.com. And the deck statement says, if Telegram receives a valid order from the relevant judicial authorities that confirms you're a suspect, it may now reveal your info. The adjustment is the latest change Telegram has made following the arrest of Telegram CEO Pavel Durov last month, who French authorities charged with enabling illegal activity on the platform. So I guess to bounce him out of jail, I guess they made changes. I don't quite. I think that it's odd that enabling illegal activity on a platform where there's just communication, the changes deter criminals from abusing the platform because it's a vehicle. I mean, it really is a vehicle for illegal whatever. It could be, you could be trading, selling, buying, selling, trading drugs, humans, whoever. I mean, whatever. If it's illegal, it's illegal. The problem is a slippery slope. What becomes illegal tomorrow is different than what's illegal today. You know, the United States has been shifting away from pot being illegal. The only one that really counts it as freaking illegal nowadays is the federal government. But tomorrow could be a different organizational construct that says everything that was illegal in 1842 can now be illegal again, and I won't be able to carry my cow down Main Street again. We just turned
that would be pretty heavy anyway.
I'm strong. I was going to say something else. So we've made it clear that IP addresses and phone numbers of those who violate our rules can be disclosed to relevant authorities in response to valid legal requests. We won't let bad actors jeopardize the integrity of our platform for almost 1 billion users. I suspect that number will drop precipitously now that...
Well, right. I mean, what happens when any platform cracks down on or looks like it's cracking down on or it's disclosing, right? Everybody migrates over to another platform.
And in a lot of these organizations like this, you know, ask for forgiveness, not permission. So while they had run afoul of any social construct as to the activities being done on the platform, as soon as somebody put some downward pressure on it, then suddenly they're like, yeah, we're not going to keep our CEO in jail, you know? Nor are we going to hinder our ability to make money. So, along with changing Telegram's privacy policy, Durov says moderators are using AI to identify and remove problematic content from the platform's search feature. Earlier this month, Telegram changed its language surrounding private chat moderation. So it says it also disabled the misused people nearby feature and paused media uploads to its anonymous blogging tool, Telegraph. As Telegram attempts to reverse its shady reputation, it will likely make even more changes to the platform's approach to illegal content and moderation. So ohmTown doesn't tolerate any illegal activity on its platform, so if you intended to do that in ohmTown, guess what? I will proactively turn you into the authorities. Hell, I'll be deleting accounts if you do any heinous, messages towards people. I have no problem with that. If you break the social contract. All right, let's move on though. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. Perseverance rover spots unusual striped rock on Mars. And when I saw this, I thought, a striped rock is either volcanic material deposition.
Right, because of like sedimentary layers or something.
So, well, sedimentary implies water. So I suspect one of the two, but I don't know what type of rock this is. It says black and white striped rock. So it could be two different materials flowing from a volcanic eruption or, tectonic eruption or tectonic movement. But if it's sedimentary, like a soft sandstone, that is water. Or it's wind blown for such a considerable amount of time. There's a little bit of wind on Mars, but so I'm curious what oh my gosh. Why does that look like granite?
Oh, that's interesting. Doesn't
That
even look like it belongs there, does it?
no, not at all. Oh my goodness. That looks like a type of grant. Why is my system really slow? So just so you know, this is more, if it looks like this to me. Why? And it's so faded. Ugh, gosh, it's such a horrible picture. Athena, how do you pronounce that name? Athanasios Cladaris from NASA. Wow. Okay, I'm just gonna let that one slide. It's over at phys.org. I gave it my Harvard try, but I'm not Harvard. Never went there. I'm not a spellistician or a pronunciationist.
You're not a... I don't know. I was trying to do like the grammar version of thesaurus, but...
I'm not a grammarologist.
There you go.
All right. Well, anyway, it's now been nearly a month since the rover began to climb up the steep slopes, leading to the crater rim on the hunt for ancient rocks that could teach us about early Martian history. While these tricky slopes made for a slow initial ascent, drive progress has improved greatly in recent days. Well, it found beady-eyed team members spotted a cobble in the distance with hints of an unusual texture and low-resolution navcam images and gave it a name, Freya Castle. By the way, if it is granite, then let me just quote the American Museum of Natural History, that it's formed from magma or melted rock. And if it is Martian granite, not sure how it got there, because it says, and this is not really the definition, but the description for granite, it forms deep inside the earth under a mountain or volcano when melted rock cools or crystallizes into solid rock. So
they're gonna have to change the definition.
Yeah, they're gonna have to say Mars or Earth.
Or a planet or something.
Or Martians came to Earth, took this sample, and brought it back to Mars.
I think that's the most likely.
Somebody out there, like a Joe or a Mark or something like that, had it when they were abducted and dropped it on Mars. That's what happens. I mean, when you get probed, you just drop whatever's in your hands. I'll never get that cigar back. Anyway, when the data was downlinked a couple days later, after Perseverance had already left the area, it became clear just how unusual it was. Freya Castle is about 20 centimeters across and has a striking pattern with alternating black and white stripes. And I don't think that's striped so much as a patchwork of black and white.
Yeah, it's not what I was thinking, like zebra
it's like
striped.
A zebra. Yeah. So, nope. So the team planned a multispectral observation using the Mastcam Z camera in order to get a closer look before driving away. So they looked at it. They call it zebra rock, might be a speculation about what it... To me, it looks like granite. So the science team thinks that the rock has a texture unlike any seen in Jezero crater before, and perhaps all of Mars. Our knowledge of its chemical composition is limited, but early interpretations are that igneous and or metamorphic processes could have created its stripes. Dun, dun, dun. Pretty awesome. You can read more about it by following the link. Look at that.
And why
Look at
is
that
there
rock.
just one there?
Yeah. It makes it look huge. Ooh, when you mouse over it, it gives it like a shadowy, like dimensionality inside it. That's weird. It's an optical illusion. Nothing changes. Anyway, they have like a phys.org has this wonky mouse over fog of war thing that I've never understood. If anything, make it sharper, for crying out loud. Let's keep going though. Next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. 2 fashionable teens joyride and crash a New York City subway train, which...
How does that happen?
I don't know. You're the Sentient AI from the future. Search your database. Tell us how.
That's a new one. It's not in the database.
Wait, Okay, well, what happens to New York City in the future? That there's no data about it.
What's New York City?
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I don't want to know. So the New York City subway is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, apparently with the keys in the ignition. While the wait for a train can be a lengthy one late at night at some parts of the system, even on rare occasions, even everything's running smoothly, it doesn't permit anyone to steal an empty train. The New York Police Department arrested 2 teenagers last week for allegedly going on a joyride. Ryan Eric King over at jalopnik.com put the article together. When it's late at night and there's no conductor, sometimes you just have to step up to the controls. They went for a pee break or something and left the keys in there thinking nobody was going to pry it open and get inside or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, how did this even occur?
Well,
and
2
did they
teenagers,
drive well?
apparently fashionable ones, stole a subway train on September 12th and crashed it. The police claim that a 17-year-old girl entered an empty subway train at Briarwood Station with a 17-year-old male friend. PIX 11. That's a weird station. PIX 11. They did get far, it says. They did get far? I think it's probably they didn't get far.
Didn't, right.
Until the train crashed into another parked train and the teens fled the scene but were caught on surveillance cameras. The MTA, the subway's operator, hasn't stated how much damage was done. Dude. Oh wow, she was likely wearing a shiny metallic pink bonnet. To be fair, the poor lighting on the subway likely didn't help. Several outlets stated that she was carrying a pink handbag and wearing a pink shower cap, a pink sleeveless shirt, and pink shorts.
Lots of pink.
Wow, it's a lot of pink. There's no way she was actually wearing a shower cap, but this is New York City. You've no idea.
Right, I don't think that's off the table.
Having been there a few times, I think I have actually seen this person wearing a pink shower cap. You know, the last time I was in New York, somebody stole my shirt. You wear layers. And so I took my shirt off and looped it through my bag. And somebody skimmed the shirt right out from my bag and did it so smoothly that like I felt it disappear. And by the time I had a chance to turn around, they were
like
so far in the distance.
In sight.
Yeah. Like you could see somebody moving like a salmon, right?
It must have been a really good shirt.
And so like maybe I had something in it, like a wallet or whatever, you know, that kind of a thing. But there was no way they were going to get anything else off of me. But they took what they could. And I was like, oh, all right, fine with me. See ya, shirt.
Right. So long.
So anyway, New York City there, folks. I don't know. I guess they caught them, but they don't actually say anything. They're both 17, so unless they have priors, they're not going to be treated as an adult. And they'll be probably slapped on the wrist. And
well, they might have to pay for the repairs, and that could be pretty costly.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I'm assuming repair of a subway car is more expensive than repair of an automobile.
They'll have to give up their pink shower caps. I don't know, though. I don't know. It's a multi-tiered justice system, you know. Let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur. That's the show. Oh, look at that. So the miniature crops, or how miniature crops could transform Midwest farming amid climate challenges. Hey, so what do you think of this argument? We don't need more food. We need more densely nutritious food.
I mean, that probably makes sense, but that's a shift in mindset, right? I mean, even if it's true biologically, will people get it?
So short corn could transform Midwest farming as its size is expected to address threats of climate change. My system is
But
acting
it seems
really
like the
wonky.
crops would have the same
Density,
issues, right? Like the heat, or yeah, they'd take the same amount of land, they'd still be subject to the same amount of heat or humidity or wildfires or pests.
I suspect steam is causing this problem. So, sorry, not the crop thing. My system seems really slow. Anyway, Natalie Venegas over at newsweek.com. So, if you have to get the same amount of nutrition, a smaller corn either has to be more dense or you
Or
need more
more
of it.
per kernel or whatever, right? Like
Yeah.
in some way it has to be more dense, whether it's in totality or in the bite or whatever.
Yeah, so shorter crops are now being tested, could transform Midwest farming and offer farmers variety. Driving through the Midwest, there are many are accustomed to walls of corn reaching up to 12 feet. But this traditional site might soon change as shorter, more resilient varieties are emerging as a solution to the growing threats of climate change. So the
Now, one
problem
good thing
is
about
all
this
those
is
tall people.
there might be some good wild
New
plant
varieties.
diversity, right?
Yeah.
Biodiversity.
I propose that tall people are the problem with climate change. Tall people need more nutrients, right? That's what they're saying here. I mean, if a corn is 12 feet tall and putting 6-foot corn out.
Yeah, but they think the 12 feet corn is like feeding more people or whatever, but I'm guessing the short corn doesn't
That's not what
need
they're
to,
saying.
like, I don't know.
They're
This
not
is kind
saying
of
that at
odd.
all. They're saying if you can get the food down to 6-foot corn and it's just as nutritious and just as capable, then
Right, it should feed the same amount of people, right?
A plus B equals C. Tall people need to be reduced to half their height.
Oh, there we go. I mean, that would solve all the problems with agriculture and climate change.
Yep, honey, I shrunk the tall people. So by testing the plant's endurance against winds of up to 50 miles per hour, see, even tall people are susceptible to high winds. Yeah.
Especially if they're standing out in a field without any barriers.
That's right, all surrounded by short corn. So they've developed a variety that's not only resilient but also more productive. Short people are more productive, I'm going to argue. It may not be true, but smaller plants also allow farmers to plant more in fields at higher densities. I'm not sure how smaller plants in height. Again, something has to...
It's not that it's short corn, right? Like there has to be a genetic difference or something in the nutrients, or it just happens to be short corn, right?
Let's find out. It says smaller plants. So higher densities allowing farmers to grow more corn per acre, a critical advantage amid ongoing price pressures and drought concerns. Farmers like Cameron Sorgenfrey and eastern Iowa have been growing short-statured corn. It's short, so it has nothing to do with overall dimensions. It's just short-statured. They're talking about the height. Look at that. See, if it grows down lower...
They need to show a picture of somebody eating the short corn or something. I don't know.
This guy is like 12 feet tall. Look how tall that corn is. You know what I was really hoping for? Those little baby corns that are in stir fry.
Exactly. Yeah, those would be good.
So the little mini... I want a little mini corn. So the urgency for the shorter crops came after a devastating August 2020 derecho. You have to say it like that, derecho. A windstorm that killed 4 people and caused $11 billion in damages across the Midwest, especially in eastern Iowa. Winds topping 100 miles per hour flattened cornfields, destroyed crops just weeks before harvest. And I'm sorry, if that happens again, 5-foot tall, 6-foot tall corn's going to get blasted as well. Give me a break.
Exactly. The only way it's not is like if it's barely off the ground, right? Like it's like that flat shrub, not shrubbery, but like
Shrubbery.
flat covered grass or something.
Shrubbery. Or you grow it indoors. Hey, look at that. So in 3D printed buildings, because no storm's going to blow over a 3D printed building. Anyway, despite the hurdles, Bayer and other companies like Stein Seed and Corteva have been developing short corn for over 2 decades to provide farmers with options that fit modern agricultural needs. Because, nature doesn't do that crap.
Never.
Let's move on. The next article is over in 4-Wheel Tag. San Francisco police have used Halloween costumes to catch motorists who don't brake for pedestrians. I love this. I was setting all of this up, and a picture immediately pops up on the next page, and you're like, oh God, this is hilarious. This is awesome. Out of the context.
Another problem, right? Like if you're a driver, you might start laughing or something and drive off the road.
Yeah, cause an accident because you're giggling about this because of what I saw. I don't know what the ramifications are, but it says aside from fighting crime, it seems like police are always finding more creative ways to catch criminals or people so that they can give them a ticket. Aside from revenue generators, there's a link here, which it must be tiny Louisiana village with just 226 people collected some ungodly amount of money. Been there. Not in the Iowa one. Anyway, there's links that you can follow. Sometimes these solutions are legitimately for public safety, as evidenced by the San Francisco Police Department's latest tactic. They're basically dressing up in Halloween costumes. See? Like, I'm glad that they do this. And in the context of this, yeah, I think it's fine.
Well, look how effective it was.
Yeah. Well, they're going to ticket them, right? I mean, that's what they're doing.
Right.
You are required to stop for pedestrians and crosswalks. And it's the human thing to do.
I was going to say, regardless of the law, you might want to do it anyway. Because, I don't know, you might want to run somebody over.
Quit being a tool. There is nowhere you need to be that you can't just slow down and let somebody cross the damn road. Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com put this article together. The deck statement says SFPD hope the costumes catch the attention of drivers who otherwise don't pay attention or just don't care. And obviously that's not quite happening in this little snippet. So SFPD, I'm sorry, but the rise of sociopathy is real. And anybody who challenges me on that should really go read a book called The Rise of Sociopathy.
Which is not your book.
It is not my book, but it was funny because close to a decade ago is when I proposed this idea of the rise of sociopathy as a survival trait in society. And then I was introduced to this book and I found my spirit animal. So California law states that pedestrians have the right of way when in a crosswalk. When someone is in the crosswalk, traffic is supposed to come to a complete stop until the person exits the crosswalk. Their foot goes from crosswalk to sidewalk. You're probably wondering why a police department with nearly $800 million budget is doing something wacky like this. As one officer pointed out to SF Gate, the source of this, via Jalopnik. The costume served 2 purposes. The ostentatious costume, according to police department Captain Amy Hurwitz, serves 2 purposes. I don't want them to get run over, but the costume is so bright, it's like, how can you miss it? Well, I can tell you how they miss it. Watch that little video.
Exactly. They just blew right past it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. For those of you who are in the podcast form of this. Yeah, pretty wild. So those drivers could be hit with a fine as much as $400, which isn't going to put that person's leg back together.
No, but it might make some people stop and think, because $400 is a pricey ticket for most people.
Well, I have to say, a large enough ticket does make you go, But it's one of those things where if enough people get dinged, that county will never make any more money again because people will tack on 2 hours.
If that is the real objective, they will have solved it. like to cut
Sure.
down on pedestrian deaths.
I'm sure that that's the reason. So police were quick to point out that this isn't simply a revenue generator either, saying that nearly half the drivers that were stopped aren't given a ticket, but the other half, as I was described to as a, the officer said, I can't catch all of the fish, but I can catch one and make an example of it. That was an
And
interesting
were you the fish?
I was not the fish in that instance. But thankfully I've never, well, no, that's not true. I'll just move on. Anyway, it's having an impact. Drivers seem to be more aware, more cognizant, certainly when they see the chicken. All right. Let's keep moving. Next article's over in Four Wheel Tech. Craigslist cruise ship sinks and becomes city's problem. The title I gave this was Craigslist cruise ship says it all. A chance to take on a 1950s.
Is that really where you want to do your shopping for cruise ships?
It's just... So this is categorized as a German vehicle listed on Craigslist, a 1950 German vehicle. Well, the vehicle in question is a cruise ship and not a Mercedes-Benz or a Porsche. The task is exponentially more difficult to, let's see, getting them running reliably is the discussion here. Oof. Oh no.
Do you want to describe what you're seeing for the podcast?
Well, let's find out. So, a classic German ship spilled diesel fuel and oil into the California Delta when it sank in May. Brian Eric King over at Jalopnik put this article together, and the picture that they have is, yellow toxic chemical buoy system wrapping around what looks like a very large, to be personally owned ship. I mean, it really does look really, really big. Let's see if they have how big this thing is. The city of Stockton is now looking for a way to move a sunken 2,800-ton ship to a salvage yard. California.
Wow, that sounds like it'll be a little difficult. Do you think a little tugboat will be able to do it?
Tugboat. So, Chris Wilson found out the hard way after buying the Aurora, a rusted-out vessel built in 1955. From Craigslist. The Aurora, originally named the Wapenbaum von Hamburg.
Okay,
Really?
That doesn't even sound like a real name for it.
Hold on, I have to verify this. Okay, so it's the coat of arms of Hamburg. That's...
Oh, okay.
Because I think, to me, my transliteration of it, Wappen is wrapper. So I thought it was the wrapper of Hamburg. So
okay, that would be better.
Hamburg's wrapper. So was built by shipbuilders Blom and Voss in Hamburg in 1955. The North Sea cruise ship's construction alone was a milestone, as it was the first significant ship built in post-war West Germany. The ship first changed hands in 1960. There's two moments in every ship owner's life, and that is when they buy it and when they sell it. Everything else in between is hell. So
that's especially true here.
For here, it's literally a sunk cost. Ba-dump. The liner was used in a filming location in the 1963 James Bond film From Russia with Love. So if you were a James Bond fan, then yeah, I can see why you would want to buy this. But I would have verified that this thing was ocean worthy. I wouldn't put it in my pool.
No, and you might, I don't know, you could have maybe taken a picture with the ship or something for a lot less money and headaches.
So when Wilson saw the vessel listed on Craigslist in 2008, the ship was well past its prime. He wouldn't disclose how much he paid for it, but estimated that he spent over $1 million during his restoration efforts. I think we had 10 areas solidly restored and refurnished meticulously. These were kind of major areas, so we were pretty proud of that, and we were doing a pretty good job. We had marine engineers involved. There was no lack of people coming out to loan a hand. this thing is like the entire ass end of it is underwater. I mean, this thing filled up with water solidly across the bottom, maybe 2 feet above the deck. Like the deck, there's like 2 feet before it's in water for most of it. You know, right there. Thunk. So interesting. It looks a lot. I didn't think that it was that deep, but look how deep the bow is. That's amazing.
Do you think it started taking on water in one of the repair areas?
So I don't know. He says he documented the restoration on a YouTube channel with its ultimate goal was to open the refurbished ship as a museum. However, the ship began sinking in May of 2024. The Aurora was also leaking diesel fuel and oil into the surrounding waterway, so something popped. After the ship's sinking, Wilson claims he no longer owns the Aurora. The city of Stockton was forced to get involved, paying for the ship's refloating and cleanup of 22,000 gallons of oily water and 3,200 gallons of hazardous waste. Now it's looking for a way to dispose of the ship and recoup the costs. Now the taxpayer is stuck covering the costs of an overambitious project. Well, who owns it? If he doesn't have a bill of sale.
The city does now.
No, that's not how it works. If Wilson says he no longer owns it and he doesn't have a bill of sale, guess who still has liability for it? I mean, the city.
Well, I think the city's going to come after him.
Yeah. Who parked it there last? And if you don't have a bill of sale where the other person is accepting the liability of that product, that property.
Right. Plus, it was already known, right? It was already leaking oil and everything at that point.
I hope they have a good city attorney, for crying out loud, but I don't know. All right, let's keep moving though. The next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech as well. Buy these $35 million Oceanside, well, buy this $35 million Oceanside go-kart track and get a mansion, a castle, and a replica of Stonehenge absolutely free if you're looking to buy a new house.
So those are all extras with the go-kart track?
I think that's because this is a Jalopnik article. But maybe. So it's a 13-acre property located at 215. I'm not going to dox it, but you can go and check it out if you follow the link. It's over in Guilford, Connecticut area, and you have to buy the go-kart, and you get ocean views. So
for all your go-karting needs.
For all your go-karting needs. This is somebody's playground, for crying out loud. Look at that.
I mean, that is different.
It is
this
a Stonehenge
is a very
replica.
small niche of buyers, probably.
$35 million, though. Nah. The article's over at jalopnik.com. Bradley Brunell is the author. The deck statement says every motorsport fan needs 13 acres on Long Island Sound, right? So it features
How many go-karts do you think you could build for $35 million? Go-kart courses.
Yeah, one. Right there.
I think more than that.
So if you're looking for a new house in Guilford, Connecticut area, and you absolutely must have a go-kart track and ocean views, this might be your only option. 5,354 square foot mega main house, which 5,354 feet is not a mega main house. The mayoral mansion has an upper limit. See, like I won't get anything larger than 10,000 square feet. Not anymore. I just can't. Anyway, a 3,583 square foot guest house. So it's bordering on my upper limit. You can attach the two, and that's where I'll be comfortable, right there in that 8 to 10,000 square foot. I'm a very big roamer. I sleep and I walk. So I need a lot of space. No?
I don't know. I mean, there was just somebody got rescued from sleepwalking into like a forest or something.
Wow. Was it a woman?
I think it was a kid.
Oh, really? Because there was a thing on Reddit a while back about how somebody out in the woods, out in the sticks, walking barefoot, but didn't look distressed. Like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Interesting.
Yeah. walking by animal cams. You know, the little hunting cams?
Mm-hmm.
So like they can see if an animal's come by there. Anyway, or trail cam, that's what it's called. Anyway, there's a small price to pay for a private karting track right on the open Atlantic Ocean, $35 million. Look at that. This looks like
Not
a blast.
too bad.
Come on. Wait. This leads out to there. What is over here? Is all of this yours, including that over there? Because this picture up here, that looks like it would be the house, right?
Yeah.
But then when you look over here in the next picture, it goes over to this. There's a road right here.
Right, which makes that look like another property, doesn't it?
Yeah. Hold on. Okay, so this is definitely that property. Okay.
Right.
So how much is this place going to cost you per month to get incredibly good at go-karting? Well, if you put down the standard 20%, that's $7 million, plus fees and paying your realtor. You get a loan for about $28 million with an average current rate of 6%, and the $990 monthly HOA fee. It's a $1,000 monthly HOA fee.
Wow. What do you think the HOA is providing for that price?
It better be, well, I can come up with some pretty colorful things, but I won't. Oh my gosh. Wait, what is all of this? Are these all little houses?
I can't really tell what that is.
This is all a hot mess. I don't know. Anyway, y'all can go and check it. What the heck?
There's a lot of description of all the things that are included. Why does it have like a castle?
I don't. Oh, so, and because these photos were taken on behalf of real estate agents who don't know jack about cars, go-karts, or racing, there isn't a single effing image of the inside of the garage. This property is explicitly built for an enthusiast, but the listing doesn't cater to the people who would be most interested in having a big garage and a go-kart track. Make it make sense, says the author.
Well, so the castle must be the garage.
Yeah, I don't know. Wow. To say there are many possibilities here would be an enormous understatement. All three properties must be sold together unless otherwise agreed to by the current owners. Please respect the privacy of the current owners by appointment only. They're trying to sell. Oh, taxes represent all three properties. So there's actually three properties.
Well, and the guest house is as large as a lot of people's regular houses. So maybe that was what we saw adjoining the main house.
Yeah. But, I mean, what properties are actually included in this? This looks like...
It's not very clear.
Not in these pictures. This is the only one. This is an ugly house. It looks like a boat. It looks like a land yacht.
It does, right? Actually.
And there's the conning
you think
tower.
It was modeled after one.
It looks like a boxy submarine on land. All right, let's move on to our last article. I don't know what's going on. System's really wonky today. So the next article and our last one for today is over in Non Sequitur News. 100-year experiment could save beer from climate change, and it's official. We are now stuck in time.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, until I think it's going to end up, if we can get out of here in the next 5 minutes, then I think we'll be stuck until about 8. All right, so the 100-year experiment could save beer from climate change. Thanks to an experiment started before the Great Depression, researchers have pinpointed the genes behind the remarkable adaptability of barley, a key ingredient in beer and whiskey. Will Wheaton. These insights could ensure the crop's continued survival amidst rapid climate change. Grown everywhere from Asia and Egypt to Norway and the Andes Mountains of South America, barley is one of the most important cereal crops and has been for the last 12,000 years. As it is spread across the globe, random changes to its DNA allowed it to survive in each new location. Interestingly enough, though, it is changing its flavor profile and its expression in those locations. So it isn't as if the same flavors are going to be imparted in your brew or distillation from South America to Egypt to Norway. It's quite fascinating just how diverse the flavors can be. Same source crop materially, right? But different everything else.
Right. It's still really odd.
One of the other ones that is really susceptible to climate change, and it involves beer and pretty much anything, like even distillations, because you ferment and you can add hops and stuff like that. But hops, depending on where the same hop is planted, it has a completely different expression of its essential oils that turn into bitters, aroma, and flavor. So pretty neat stuff here. So Jules Bernstein over at UC Riverside put this article together for futurity.org. And breeders have long understood the need to develop crops that were well tuned to their local environment. So a century ago, they started this experiment in Davis, California, with barley varieties from all over the world with the goal of identifying locally adapted varieties, says Dan Koenig, a University of California Riverside geneticist. The scientists who started the experiment didn't have the ability to pinpoint which genes make barley successful and high yielding in a particular environment, but we can now study tens of millions of genetic changes in an experiment laboratory in a single experiment in Koenig's laboratory. So flowering either too early or too late means the plant won't be able to produce seed, says Koenig. For crops to produce the maximum amount of seed, they must flower in a very narrow window. In California, crops must finish flowering before the long dry season begins, or there won't be enough water to make seeds. But if the plants flower too early, they might be exposed to frost. The researchers identified how genetics enable flowering in exactly the right window and have several genes promoting early flowering and others reducing late flowering. So now, once they have that, they can actually create, through cross-pollination, they can basically make a best of breed and then maybe try to grow it in those other regions to see if it'll continue. Breeders competed thousands of genetically distinct types of barley against one another for decades in Davis. The barley that grew best in the hot, dry California climate outcompeted its neighbors and became more frequent over time. So survival of the fittest.
I mean, it's so location specific, right? I mean, and I don't know that people really account for that.
Well, I mean, what I say when I do talks is it's somebody else's problem. I actually refer to
that's true. They just want their beer, right?
Right. They want good beer. They want good coffee. They want whatever. They just want it. And they don't really care how it's or what it, who, what, where, when, how. They don't care. They just want it. And it's largely somebody else's problem. Unfortunately, it's not. So I typically refer back to this concept called the Pareto principle, where 20% produce and 80% consume. That's the general thing. Basically, 20% are create and 80% use. And while I flavor it differently for each of the contexts that I talk about, it largely holds true. So the research team is planning on additional studies to examine long-term experimental data from different climates to understand how the timing of flowering may be tuned differently. And maybe they can genetically modify anything so that it operates within a given climate instead of...
Well, that's true. Well, and I mean, as they figure more of this out, they can make those adjustments, of course. That's a whole nother topic.
So this is interesting. During these 58 growing seasons, the field went from 15,000 genetically distinct individual plants to a single plant lineage dominating 60% of the population, three-quarter with no selection at all by human beings. And I'm not sure that is proper. 60% of the population with no selection by human beings. So humans didn't tamper. It was the survival of the fittest. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, I
Natural
think
selection.
humans probably did tamper, but
Well, just putting it together,
right.
it's human manipulation. So, all right. So now we have to see if we can make it back in time. Back in time. Make it back to the future. So we'll bow out here, and through natural selection, we are going to fight our way, surviving at all costs, to the front page of ohmTown. Let's see. Oh, we made it. Yay. Oh, look, and we made it.
I was close.
Yep. So let's get out of here. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we will bring you 10 more news articles tomorrow, which is today, tomorrow, the day after yesterday's Wednesday.
Wow, that was confusing. Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non-Sequitur News.
See you in a little bit. Maybe. If we can. Perhaps. I don't know. Time machine singularities are very, very hot. I'm going to have to consult John Teeter. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 24th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 268. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we're going to talk about stealing waters, steep in fines. SAG-AFTRA impacts League of Legends. A port strike cometh, priced out for $4,000 a month. Stealthy profits at cost. Hundreds of Nazca line geoglyphs. Owner and manager of Dolly sued by Maryland. No chill, no recliner. No longer bullscaped. And saving Earth from an asteroid. And a little bit of snark. Everything's on the other side of this. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Wow. Welcome. I need to fix something. There's always something. Let's get into it. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Trumble. You know, I can make my fists really small or really, really big.
Perspective.
Dun, dun, dun. All right. Let's keep going. First article. First article is over in the Marvel Channel. Californians who steal water from rivers will soon be subject to much steeper fines. I thought this was too much to not riff off of. Get it? Because if you steal water, you're going to steep in fines. You're going to have steep fines.
That's right. You could be making a lot of tea.
So, hey, don't make tea out of this. So, Newsom on Sunday granted his approval of AB 460, which will raise potential fines for those who steal water from rivers up to $10,000 daily. What are you going to do? Put the water back?
Yes, I mean, is that what people are going to do here in light of this?
I took 5 gallons of water and wait, okay, give me 24 hours. I'll put it back. I'll put some of it back. I'll put it to you that way. Anyway, I don't know. Water should be a right, you know? But apparently...
Yeah, but somebody shouldn't be diverting the river to their crops or...
Well, there's a different animal there. That's not really what I'm saying, but okay. That's 20 times more than violators had to pay 2 years ago when the state officials charged $4,000, about $50 per person, when a group of Siskiyou County ranchers diverted water from Shasta River, according to
Okay,
Cal
I did
Matters.
not look ahead at the article.
That's pretty good. You are from the future. I don't know how you can stop yourself from seeing the future.
Well, we've had other articles that talk about some of the high water usage by a select few people, so I suspected this might be along the same lines.
So the article is over at The Hill by Sharon Udison. I think I'm pronouncing it properly. And there really, I mean, there's more to it. They talk about, not really more to it. There's more at the article. But did I not do it again? No, I did it. Hold on a second. Let me.
No, I'm sure you did it.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Did I not throw it in there? I didn't do it. Hey, vamp. Stat.
Okay, so I mean, at some point they're going to have to come up with low water crops or figure something out or I don't know, like not growing crops in the desert.
Well, therein lies the rub, right? If you are sitting there growing crops in the desert, of course you're going to have water problems, but I guess we can't see past the profits, right?
That's right. And of course, everybody wants their produce year round.
Yeah, but I don't know. There has to be something other than growing stuff in a place where most of the water is freaking disappearing as vapor before it even gets to the ground. I must be the only one that thinks like that. Maybe I'm wrong. Somebody correct me in chat. Tell me how wrong I am.
What are we
point
missing?
Me to a citation. I'm sorry?
I said, what are we missing?
What are we missing? Now, if you type in exclamation point NSM, well, yeah. The solvent. So under AB 460, individuals who violate a permit or a water diversion reporting requirement for groundwater recharge will be charged a civil penalty of up to $1,000 a day for each day the violation occurs. Beginning in 2026, double the current $500. Infractions will be subject to a much higher fine when they violate a curtailment order, an order issued by the State Water Resources Control Board to prohibit water use when there is insufficient supply in a given watershed. In such a scenario, water burglars, I guess, exist. How dystopian. Will need to pay up to $10,000 per day, plus $2,500 for every acre foot of water diverted. How do you divert river? I mean, you have to sit there with a backhoe and spend forever doing that?
Yeah, but if you're getting free water for a year or something, somebody's probably decided that's feasible before this.
Oh, boy. It's almost like Idiocracy is a documentary.
Oh, it's not?
Apparently it is. Just like Demolition Man was a documentary. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in WarCrafters. SAG-AFTRA strike will now impact League of Legends, and here's why. The SAG-AFTRA strike says that it's adding Riot Games' League of Legends as a struck game, meaning union voice actors currently working on the game must stop. SAG-AFTRA is also filing an unfair labor practice charge against sound company Formosa Interactive over what it alleged is an attempt to circumvent the ongoing strike. The article is by Nicole Carpenter over at Polygon.com, and the deck statement says SAG-AFTRA members must immediately cease providing services or covered services to League of Legends. So categorize them as uncovered services.
Interesting.
Nobody will know. Just kidding. More than 2,500 video game performers went on strike in late July after nearly 2 years of negotiation with major video game companies. The big sticking point in the negotiations is related to artificial intelligence protections, but the League of Legends strike is unrelated to AI. Instead, SAG-AFTRA alleged in a news release that Formosa Interactive tried to cancel one of its struck video games shortly after the SAG-AFTRA video game strike, and then attempted to transfer the game to a shell company so that it could hire non-union actors.
Okay, that's pretty questionable. If that's correct.
Yeah, if it is what it is, then obviously they were cognizant of it and trying to circumvent the union strike. But hey, what's a business supposed to do, right? I mean, they've got to look out for all of these other people along with those particular voice actors, and let's abuse everybody. Yeah, they knew that they were moving the game offshore so that they could hire non-union actors and avoid having to pay people the right amount. But I was told in not so many terms just the other day that hey, you know what? Maybe we'll find somebody that we can get in this position, under what industry would pay them. So we'll find somebody. All right. Yeah, there's nothing predatory about this. So Riot Games isn't necessarily involved in the dispute, save its reliance on Formosa Interactive for voiceovers. Instead, League of Legends was chosen to be struck as one of Formosa Interactive's biggest clients and one that is likely still hiring voice actors. As with the rest of the industry, the strike won't immediately impact League of Legends. Production on games happens well in advance of release, but League of Legends is a game that gets regular updates with new character voice lines and cinematics, and the strike could impact cinematics or voiced skins in the future. Not sure why.
Yeah, I don't know. And I wonder if this is going to be a sign of things to come. Is this unique to League of Legends?
Well, I guess the real disgruntlement is against Formosa, not League of Legends, but because it's the big client.
The League of Legends is caught up in it.
Yep. I'd say it's unique in that way. If they identify anybody else, and really, whoever they're doing, all of the voice actors know exactly who they're working for, arguably.
Yeah, this should be pretty easy to figure this out, right?
Yeah, who else is another big player that's funding Formosa, right? That's the name of it again?
Right.
Yeah, Formosa Interactive. I don't know how well positioned they will be if all of the voice actors keep regularly saying, well, here's the next one that's paying their bills. Here's the next one that's paying their bills. Yeah, maybe Formosa and anybody in this, people need to get paid what they deserve to get paid, not sitting there abusing it.
But the companies should go in with that expectation, not be, let's try to get everything we can out of them.
Yep. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. A port strike is looming over the U.S., Georgia chief says. This makes it sound like a name, Georgia chief.
And we're like a sports team or something.
Yeah. Yep.
And no, I know it's not the Georgia Chiefs.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Or the Atlanta Chiefs. It's not that either.
It's Georgia something or other. Georgia. Oh, wait, it's the racquetball team, the Georgia Chiefs.
Oh, there we go. No, it must be pickleball.
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 Or picketball.
Maybe I had the strike on the brain. I said picketball.
So we're hopeful that it'll get worked out. Kent Fountain. You can't park your car there, Kent. The Georgia Ports Authority board chairman said,
popcorn.
I hate popcorn. Get away from me. Get away from me. Like that. What was the other idiot line that guy says? Your laborers, go labor. What a tool. All right. Well, anyway, the article's over in newsweek.com. Matthew Impelli put the article together. And yeah, so there's a strike would bring operations to a halt at 36 ports responsible for handling nearly half of the nation's shipborne cargo. Lynch oversees two of the busiest ports in Georgia, the Port of Savannah, the fourth largest port in the U.S. for container cargo, handling everything from consumer electronics to frozen poultry, usually in the exact same packaging.
Right.
And the Port of Brunswick.
Why does my TV smell like chicken?
Yeah, and why does my TV have the strange urge to swim upstream? It's so weird. I don't understand it. And the Port of Brunswick, the country's second busiest hub for automobile shipments. Well, they're not going to be. They're going to be in park, I guess. So Lynch noted that it hopes that it can avoid. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just said, I guess so.
Grinding gears, that kind of thing. So the stark reality is that they're not talking right now. While Georgia Port Authority is represented by the U.S. Maritime Alliance, it does not have a direct role in the contract negotiations. When it comes to the potential duration of the strike, no one really knows for sure. Whoever flinches, I suppose. Who has led Georgia Port since 2016 and has more than 30 years experience in the maritime industry. Quote, I think it would be, we should expect 4 to 5 days and hopefully not longer than that.
4 to 5 days sounds like almost nothing, but for global trade, it's kind of a big deal. And plus, what's to prevent it from going 3 weeks?
Yeah. All kinds of businesses are going to be contacting these ports going, where the hell are my shipments? Let's see. At the last board meeting on Tuesday, Lynch commended the approximately 2,000 union workers who manage unloading and loading of Savannah and Brunswick, saying, I don't want to process anything, sell anything, or buy anything. No, they said, quote, they have done great work, end quote. Oh, very profound statement. In the lead up to a potential strike. He added that the ports will continue operating right up until the deadline. It sounds so Dune-like.
Yeah.
You know, the spice mining vehicle, when they fly the ornithopter over it, he says they'll work right up until the last minute, and then the worm comes and eats the miner. Well, I mean, it's a spice mining vehicle, but they save all of the people in it, but none of the spice. The worm comes and gets the spice, and the spice must flow because those he who controls the spice controls the universe. I might be misquoting that.
I'm not sure if you are. It's probably consistent with it, even if it's not the same
exact thing.
Language.
Yeah. You know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have
You'll
to watch
have to
it
do
again.
it live.
Going to have to watch it again. I'm going to do my Dune throat singing. Go home, Mary, you're drunk. So the next article's over in the Mobile channel. Priced out? Why not sleep in an old Goldman Sachs office for $4,000 a month? 4 years after the pandemic. The before times. I remember them well. You're just a tourist. I was born there. I'm sorry. Here, let me get back into this. So 4 years after the COVID-19 pandemic, you know what? I know somebody that came back from Italy, like right before, and they had a cold. And I'm like, you stay the hell away from me. Don't.
Like right before the pandemic officially hit the United States?
Correct. I was like, no.
I'm sure they had it.
No. You stay away. And then I went down the hallway and I said to somebody, there's somebody sick here. And I said, I'm leaving. And they basically were like, oh, you're overreacting. It's just going to be a cold. And I'm like, no. And you're going to eat those words. They actually spoke to me randomly later on that year, 2020, actually, when everything's shut down. And they're like, well, I guess we know who the asshole is now, because people were dropping like flies. And I'm like, I'm not going to say I told you so, but I told you so. So now $4,000 a month, the latest instance of the New York City Financial District's transformation into a residential neighborhood. Madeline Fitzgerald put this article together for Quartz at QZ.com. Wow.
This is
still ridiculous. Did you just say that?
Yeah, I did.
We're spending too much time together. I'm going to have to disconnect your ports. So the former headquarters of Goldman Sachs at 55 Broad Street, which is really quite narrow. No, I'm sorry. Trying to be funny, but that's not right. Anyway, is being converted into luxury apartments complete with custom Italian kitchens, 10-foot ceilings, waterfront views. Okay, I just want to draw some attention. If the building is not configured to handle all of the additional weight of residential customization, i.e. marble all over the place, heavy hardwood, blah, 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 all kinds of fittings, we're going to have a serious structural problem in New York.
Yeah, it sounds like the condominium issue in Florida. I forgot the name of the place.
Yeah, the towers, right? Yeah. So they say meticulously crafted studio to 3-bedroom residences represent the best of downtown living. Discover a life unmatched elegance and convenience with over 25,000 square feet of amenities, including a resort-style sun deck with an outdoor pool overlooking the harbor and skyline. That suspended pool.
Yeah, the sun deck is really
Part of
adding
the
on
problem.
to the concerns you were just mentioning.
Yep, all that dead weight right there. Oh, God. So after the pandemic, a Whole Foods opened in the basement of One Wall Street, while Maclo Properties converted the upper floors into a 566-unit condominium. 55 Broad Street is expected to be an even larger development. If all goes according to plan, there will be 571 apartments. That's right, folks. You too can pay for an apartment that will pay off the building and provide endless profits for every generation of their children, but you won't own
Remember,
anything.
you're just paying rent. Yeah.
You can't even write that stuff off. But they can write off their profits and the losses associated with running it as a business. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Anyway, 4,000 times. Let's just say that each one is only $4,000 a month, and that's not what it's probably going to be, because if you have a 3-bedroom, right? Was this like a
Right.
1-bedroom? Is that what they were saying, right? For 4,000?
I don't know.
Old Goldman
It was
Sachs
talking about the
office.
ceilings and everything, but I don't know if it spoke about the number of rooms.
Oh, well, let's find out. A studio apartment will go for $4,000 a month, while 3-bedroom units are expected to cost $10,000 a month.
Wow.
It will cost 1/3 of the average house in the United States per year.
Right, but with no ownership.
With no ownership.
And a small footprint.
Yeah. Well, I mean, 3 bedrooms.
Yeah, but in New York, is that going to be spacious?
Yeah, right. It's all postage stamp. That would be funny. I mean, it would be sad, but funny. The building's developers are considering making 25% of the units affordable housing to take advantage of proposed tax abatements as well. So I'm sure they'll put them all down in the basement, far away from all of the people keep the poor. Oh, it's like Only Murders in the Building. The
east side and the west, or the Westies, right?
The Westies are the poor. They're in rent control. Don't want to get Anyway, let's keep moving. Next article's over in 4-Wheel Tech, and it's kind of got a lot of wheels. A snowmobiler, which we've talked about in the past a couple of times, who crashed into a parked Black Hawk helicopter at night, has been awarded $3.3 million, but at a cost. So a federal judge ruled on Tuesday.
I'm not sure it's worth it even for that payout.
Yeah, he got jacked up, but I don't remember exactly what actually happened to him. It's been a while, so they ruled on Tuesday that the government is primarily responsible for no shit. How can you not be? A helicopter just parked on a
right, like
snowbank.
in an open field or something.
Yeah, partially responsible for or primarily responsible for a snowmobiler crashing into a U.S. Black Hawk helicopter. That was just parked on a trail.
Funny, but it wasn't funny.
Parked on a trail at night in March 2019. This is like the fastest government resolution of a trial, for crying out loud.
Maybe they were like, oh, this one's not.
Meanwhile, wow, primarily responsible. Yet the judge criticized the 48-year-old for speeding and wearing tinted goggles. He was awarded $3.3 million. Hey, I'm going to smack you on the wrist for speeding and wearing tinted goggles. But hey, so he had broken a dozen ribs, punctured a lung, and suffered severe internal bleeding. So that is the price of crashing into a Black Hawk helicopter that's parked. Well, I mean, It's like Kent parking on campus, right? You're not allowed to park a Black Hawk helicopter on a snowmobile trail. But it was a snowmobile trail. How fast, how slow do you have to be when nobody should be on the trail except snowboarders? Snowmobilers, not boarders. Snowmobilers. Anyway, Ryan Eric King is the one that put the article together for jalopnik.com.
Yeah, I mean, if they'd parked it somewhere else and the snowmobiler was like off the trail or something, I think this would have been a lot different.
Look, I don't know. To me, it doesn't matter where the helicopter was parked. It should have lit it. They should have lit it up.
Well, or had a fence or something around it.
Notify people around it that there is a multi-million-dollar government vehicle parked here.
Yeah, this could have been like a car running into it or something.
Yeah, set up flares. It could have been another helicopter trying to land in that spot, for crying out loud. I mean, there's only one helicopter spot on that whole trail, and it had to pick it right there. So Jeff Smith, a Massachusetts lawyer, set out on his snowmobile to meet his brother. He was at his parents' home to fix his mother's computer, staying for dinner and having 2 beers. So, drunk snowmobiling with tinted glasses and speeding?
I'm kind of surprised at the result here.
I think this judge didn't see all of it. Tinted like the snowmobiler's glasses, I say. Anyway, during his ride, Smith crested a ridge and noticed his headlights reflecting off something. By the time he realized it was a freaking helicopter, he had crashed into it. Oh, look, it is a helicopter.
And it looks like a helicopter smash.
Why park on the trail for a night training mission? So the court finds the government breached its duty of care in failing to take any steps to protect the obvious risk of a camouflaged helicopter parked in an active snowmobile trail in a somewhat wooded area as darkness set. The helicopter and area where it parked were not illuminated or marked in any way. So I guess I could have been the judge.
There you go.
Yep. Severe and life-altering injuries. I'd say so. 12 broken ribs. I think you only have 12, for crying out loud.
I know. I'm like, were there
like,
any that
like,
weren't injured?
I have actually forgotten how many ribs you have. I think we have 14. $38, $24. So I'm way off. There's a whole bunch of little ones. Those baby back. I want my baby back. He wants his baby back ribs too. They gave him a whole bunch of little baby back ribs.
Oh no.
Dozens of baby back ribs because it was broken a bunch of times. Anyway, before the decision, he intended to use part of the damages for surgery to attach an electronically controlled brace to his left arm. Oh my God. He lives with his parents now, gets by on federal disability. Jeez. All of that.
Yeah, I don't think any of this was to his benefit.
Yeah, $3.3 million. Yeah, sounds like a drop in the bucket. The government now has 60 days to pay Smith or appeal the decision. It would be the crappiest thing. I'm surprised that was only 3.3 million, based on now living with his parents, getting by on federal disability assistance, punctured lung, severe internal bleeding.
Exactly.
That there should have been a zero.
Probably the fact that he was drinking and wearing tinted glasses are what tipped that a little lower. But I agree, the impact was significant.
That decimal point needs to be one more spot over to the right there, right there. And for those in the podcast, I'm moving it so it says $33 million, not $3.3 million. Every single one of those people involved should have been forbidden from frying a Black Hawk helicopter.
That too.
Never mind. Yeah,
they shouldn't fry a Black Hawk.
No, they should not. All right, the next article is over in the Mobile Channel. AI survey reveals hundreds of Nazca line geoglyphs. I love these. I absolutely love these. if it wasn't for the fact that I feel like I'd be damaging them to go and see them, I want to touch, you know, I want to put my finger on one and go, I've touched a Nazca line, like right there. doot. So the recent survey doubles the count of known geoglyphs, bringing the total count to over 700 while showcasing how AI can be used in cultural heritage contexts. This is an old one, I think. I think this has been seen for a while. A geoglyph of a bird seen from the air. There are these massive geoglyphs, and if you don't know what a geoglyph is, it's basically like a line drawing or a piece of a design that is massive in scale and typically not visible on the ground, but clearly visible if you fly over it or you find a high perch, which is not really present there to easily see it. And they're oddly perfectly straight lines or matched up patterns so that you can see that it was intended to be something, and there was great care taken in making the design. So I just love these things. It took a century for researchers to discover 430 geoglyphs, some massive, spread across the ground in the Nazca region of Peru. Now a team of scientists have nearly doubled the count of known geoglyphs in just 6 months, using an AI-driven approach to reveal some of the harder to spot figures. They have a bunch of them listed here. The recent model focuses on relief-type geoglyphs that are small and difficult to identify, since the distribution of the large line-type figurative geoglyphs is known from previous manual aerial studies, as the team wrote in the resulting paper, published earlier this week in Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, which has the unfortunate acronym of PENIS.
Oh, yeah, that's right. But they probably don't pronounce it like that.
PENAS. I'll just leave that there. I'm just gonna let that dangle there. I'm just gonna let it hang. I'm just gonna let that out. Just lay it on the table like that. Everybody just embrace it in all its glory. Look at those geoglyphs. That's what I'm talking about. Right there, right there. See all of those?
Yeah, those are really cool. Look at that one. What is that in the top right? I like that one.
That one right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that that one's pretty cool. It's very Halloween-y kind of thing. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, it's like a little like Pokemon. Monsters Inc. kind of character or something. I mean, not that, but just... It could be in something like that.
It's like a critter sitting on a nightstand or a critter with legs, and it's like dancing. Do, 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 do. This one too. This one right here, it's like a person with a crown, and it's dancing, and it's all hoo hoo.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a Coco Pelli type figure. I know it's not, but kind of similar.
Close. There's a bird, little pecker right there. This looks like a dog in a helmet.
Yeah, that one's, I think, maybe the most interesting.
One of those ones that the hats that come down and have the little flaps right here. These people are playing pickleball.
One looks like an alligator or something.
That one right there with a shovel. Looks like a shark with a shovel. Ancient shark
like
with
a
sand
paddle,
shark.
like it's swimming with it.
Like Saturday Night Live's sand shark. Sand shark. Excuse me? So it proffered 1,309 potential glyphs, and over the next 2 months worth of labor, the team identified 303 figurative geoglyphs and 42 newly identified geometric glyphs. The team also identified diverging patterns in what the larger and smaller glyphs depicted. The monumental glyphs generally depicted animals and plants, while the relief-type geoglyphs depicted humans, decapitated heads, and domesticated camelids. The smaller glyphs are located on average roughly 141 feet from ancient trails that crisscross the Nazca Pampa region, which were likely used to view the glyphs. Of the newly discovered smaller geoglyphs, 47 depicted wildlife figures such as birds, cats, snakes, monkeys, foxes, killer whales, as opposed to the life-giving whales?
Benevolent whales.
And fish. So large geospatial data technologies and data mining have hastened the pace of discovery in aerial archaeology. Aerial archaeology. The team wrote in its paper, quote, "Thus, AI may be at the brink of ushering in a revolution in archaeological discoveries like the revolution aerial imaging has had on the field." I love that. Awesome. Awesome.
I didn't even know that was a field.
You'd think that high resolution satellite photography would have seen all of this, and then, well, maybe that's what they used. I don't think they said. They just said.
But did it ever make it to the right people to analyze?
Aliens would stop it. Let's keep going. Aliens. This one will be quick. Maryland sues owner and manager of the dolly that caused the Key Bridge collapse. The state of Maryland has added to the legal troubles facing the owner and operator of the container ship Dolly, which caused the deadly collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge after a massive vessel experienced an ill-timed electrical blackout, even though, well, they knew it had problems, but apparently they knew it had problems. Leah Skeen and Brian White over at well, they're both from Associated Press, but it's published at abcnews.go.com. Again, you can follow all of these links over in the show notes on YouTube. The VOD on Twitch has them in the chat. That will go away eventually, so go over to YouTube. Hopefully I'll get it done.
That's right, because Twitch doesn't keep anything long enough.
Nope. So they say, "Hear me loud and clear. What happened in the early morning of March 26 should never have happened. A bridge that was used by thousands of vehicles every day should still be here right now. A key artery to the port of Baltimore, which helped move billions of dollars of freight every single year, should still be here right now. And the 6 victims of the collapse should all be here right now." On stage? I mean, wouldn't they be working if nothing had happened to them? That's kind of... Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, are they calling them out?
What? My goodness. So yeah, construction workers were killed when the ship rammed into one of the bridge supports, causing it to basically break, and everything fell into the drink, and they were apparently trapped in their vehicle or caught under the water, which, again, it should never have happened. And apparently they had mechanical and electrical problems before it even left the port, and I suspect to stay on time they bounced.
Right, it's all about money, right?
So instead of doing it right, they tried to get out of Dodge. So I don't know. The dolly was leaving Baltimore for Sri Lanka when its steering failed because of a loss of power. 6 men on a road crew were filling potholes during an overnight shift. They fell to their death. Grace Ocean and Synergy filed a court petition days after the collapse, seeking to limit the liability in what could become the most expensive marine casualty case in history. Since then, a number of entities have filed opposing claims, including Baltimore's mayor and city council, survivors of the collapse, local businesses, insurance companies. They've all been consolidated into one liability case, and the deadline for claims to be filed is Tuesday, which I think is... I hate that.
Yeah. Too bad if you develop some problem,
because of it, yeah.
12 months from now.
I mean, or even businesses where the operational costs have skyrocketed.
They don't even know what they are. Yeah.
I guess you just got to make up a number and join them. And who knows if you'd even be allowed to join, right? Because they'll evaluate you, and maybe you have a case. Maybe you,
but maybe they're like, no, you haven't shown you have this.
Yep. So we will not allow Marylanders to be left with the bill for the gross negligence, mismanagement, and incompetence that caused this harm. I agree. Based on the evidence that has been posted publicly about what's going on, it should never have left the dock. And if it's found out later that they were certified ready for sea, whoever it was that signed that document is in some serious trouble.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, let's keep moving though. Time waits for no one.
But that was the problem leading to the Dolly issue, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I don't think that I'm going to crash into a bridge.
Try not to.
The front of my boat is kind of... All right. I don't know how to pronounce that. Is that Cathay Pacific? Is that?
Maybe just Cathay.
Cathay Pacific banned 2 customers after they got into a row over over a reclining seat. Sorry for the delivery of that title. I just suck. So anyway, it's over in Non Sequitur News. Cathay Pacific banned 2 passengers after a dispute over a reclining seat on a flight, reports say. The couple began heckling a woman in front who declined to straighten her seat at their request. The airline emphasized its zero tolerance policy for disrespectful behavior among passengers, so a pair of Cathay customers are no longer welcome on the airline after a row kicked off with another passenger over a reclining seat. Well, I hate to break it to you, but I mean, you could be a nice person and sit your seat up, or you could be the type of person that is mildly inconvenienced by a reclining seat. And on top of it, you could altogether be the type of customers that complain publicly, draw attention to the fact that maybe the reclining chair was laying in your lap, and that passengers on a plane deserve a little bit more respect than being stacked.
I don't even know why they allow the reclining seat at all. Like, why do they make the seats able to recline unless they're going to build more space into the plane?
You know what? I was trying to make a point. And they have reclining seats so that there's a modicum of convenience and comfort. But no.
There is no comfort on an airplane.
Well, that's what I was trying to get to. I want comfort to some degree. It's horrible. Unless you're in first class. And then you're usually maybe surrounded by people who are main character mental and think that, yeah.
Yeah, it might be worse in first class, although you might have more room.
So what I think that this is like a recline to the point where you're like a sardine, you know? Their head is sitting in your lap, and maybe you don't want that. And if you don't have a laptop that you can lay at the right angle, you can't do any work either. I don't know. I think that it's almost an objective to torture people on a plane, because they're going to start stacking stuff. They're going to start putting seats where your head is right here where somebody else's seat is.
That is not going to work.
I've seen pictures, but I don't know if they're AI or not, because I can't believe anything that I hear or see anymore. Mia Jankowicz over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together, and that's what it is. Cathay Pacific. I've never even been on that plane, so. A couple began heckling a woman, so they got punted. They're no longer invited back. You are invited not to return. The passenger, a Chinese woman, spoke about her experience in a social media post that has gathered almost 200,000 likes as of Monday. The lady sitting behind me asked me to put my seat up because it was blocking her husband's view of the TV. Oh my God. I politely declined, and she started stretching her feet onto my armrest, kicking my arm and cursing at me like crazy. The moment you kick my arm and put your feet up on my armrest is the day you're going to lose your legs.
Yeah, I mean, that's like getting into assault.
She started throwing around some nasty comments, calling me a mainland girl and other derogatory stuff. So then when the woman behind me noticed that her Cantonese, the main language spoken in Hong Kong, was not strong, she started throwing around some nasty comments. Oh yeah, so, you know.
So there might be some racism or something going on here too.
Cultural relativism. So the male passenger behind her frantically pushed at her seat, she said, according to the BBC. In apparent footage from the plane, which was posted to social media, the woman's seat can be seen shaking. Later, the female passenger behind her is seen raising her middle finger at her and teasing her for being from mainland China. Wow, that's really going to ingratiate you. And if your face can be seen, you're screwed.
I'm sure somebody's got it on cell phone video or something.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking the side of the person in the seat, not the couple, of course.
So Cathay Pacific, yeah, and that's how it ended up, right? So the people on the plane or the flight attendants reported those two abusers, and now they're no longer allowed on a flight. So
good.
Maybe put them on a no-fly list for a little bit and see if it'll calm their shit.
I think if airlines did a little bit more of this, it would really help, because I think people are getting away with all kinds of really awful behavior, and it's impacting everybody who's stuck right next to them.
Look, it's okay to recline your seat right up until they say, please sit your seat back up.
True, but if it's flat into the other person's area, which it doesn't say this was, they don't have any space at that point.
Right. And therein lies the rub, but that's not a problem with the person in front of you unless that person, I get it that the person is sitting there being, sociopathic, like I say. If they don't care about anybody else, this is what they do. If it's laying so far back that you're bumping your nose when you're trying to drink your coffee.
Back like an inch or something, that's not a big deal.
Yeah. So, I don't know. It's hard to really know. We don't know unless we watch the video. Maybe I'll do that and then I'll comment about it later when I watch the video. But at any rate, let's keep going before we spend all month on this one. So the next article is a lot of BS. The last of 8 escaped bulls. It's bullscaped. From a Massachusetts rodeo is caught on a highway. A lone bull on the lamb. That's the song that I used to sing.
Sounds like a
country song.
Western, yeah.
What's who was it? Shabuzi. Shabuzi sang this song, I think. The last of 8 escaped bulls from a Massachusetts rodeo.
It might be a new song.
Is caught on a highway. A lone bull on the lamb. That was one of 8 that escaped. I'll stop. From a rodeo in Massachusetts mall. Oh, it's just too easy. It's almost poetic. A lone bull on the lamb. That was one of 8 that escaped. From a rodeo in Massachusetts. I could actually continue. From a rodeo in Massachusetts mall parking lot. Has been caught. That's the story of my life. I try to get away, but they reeled me back in. It's the I was going to say John Wick of rodeo bulls. Anyway, it's from the Associated Press and published over at abcnews.go.com. The lone bull on the lamb was one of 8 that escaped from a rodeo in a Massachusetts mall parking lot. Has been caught. The bulls knocked down fencing, bumped against a tent. Oh my God. They bumped against a tent and rumbled toward the highway. Clutch my pearls. Anyway, a missing pet tracking business was called in to help find the last bull. What? Oh, they went out with a drone and called police when they saw the bull. And then police...
We don't want to go get it.
Rodeo police and fire departments. It trotted near several businesses and through the woods and over the house. Oh wait. How does that song go? Over the hill and through the woods.
Right.
The grandmother's house we go or something like that. Anyway. It's a bunch of bull. I'm moving on. I
always think these are like, what's happening if you're driving by or something?
Try that in a small town.
Why are all the animals out? Yeah.
Hey, look, a bull. What? Crash into a tree. Tesla truck on fire. So for decades, scientists have finally worked out how to save Earth from a huge asteroid. Now, when I saw this, there was another article that I was going to select, but I saw this. it doesn't, I don't know. The science is beyond me. So let's find out. For decades, everyone from sci-fi writers to defense specialists and Hollywood directors have hypothesized how best to save the world should it come face to face with an asteroid. Now they might actually have an answer. According to a proof of concept study published by scientists on Monday, blasting any asteroid out of the sky with a gigantic X-ray beam may be our best bet at saving the human race. A cosmic toot, as it were.
A sci-fi movie premise coming up.
Yeah, so how do you generate an X-ray field big enough to apparently vaporize their surfaces and deflect them? It's published in Nature Physics, which if you go and watch the latest video from Sabina Fedler, what's her name? Sabina.
Anyway. Oh, Hoffenstetter, I think.
Hoffenstetter. Yeah, I think it's Hoffenstetter. I think you're right. Anyway, talks about all kinds of, like, the fact that there's a bunch of garbage being posted in journals, and there's a journal for everything, and there's a lawsuit pending now in California because professors do peer review, and there's a claim that all of it is for free except that the journals charge thousands of dollars for access. Academic institutions have to pay it. Anyway, so in the study published in Nature Physics, researchers created and suspended mock asteroids in a lab before using an X-ray field to vaporize their surfaces and deflect them. So, in a lab, using X-rays to push around a simulated asteroid. Mirjam Guzgan put this article together. It's over at vice.com. Faithfully replicating the kilometer-wide asteroids that might endanger Earth should they crash land upon. It was always going to be a big ask, so researchers created two miniature 12mm wide asteroids for their experiment, both made from forms of the same material, silica, which is commonly found on asteroids. One was made of quartz, the hard crystalline version of silica, and another one is fused with silica, where the molecules were arranged more haphazardly. They hung these pint-sized asteroids in a vacuum using ultra-thin foils of aluminum. We needed the asteroid to be floating in space. It couldn't just be attached to anything. Explained the study's lead author, Nathan Moore, researcher at Sandia National Laboratories. How to do this within a billionth of a second is the challenge. It's not like you can just drop the asteroids using tweezers. All right, smartass.
Well, and if they're doing this at a much smaller scale, are they going to truly understand and appreciate the impact that this could actually have?
Did you intend to do that?
No.
So the photons, small particles of energy, is that pulse where, in that pulse were enough to heat and then vaporize the surface of these faux asteroids. The plume of vaporization created then transferred momentum to the targets and shoved them off course at a speed of around 70 meters per second, or 1.5 times faster than the fastest baseball pitch. Researchers also plugged their measurements into a computer to simulate how the technique could work in real life. They calculated that the blast could be scaled up to deflect objects as big as 4 kilometers in diameter, way more than the 1 kilometer asteroids that are most likely to impact Earth. So, pretty fascinating. If it works, somehow I think the decimal point's going to be in the wrong spot. Either we're going to destroy it and it's just going to shatter and just rain down debris on us forever, or it's just not going to be enough. It's my kind of luck. I mean, I haven't won the lottery yet. So yeah, X-ray blast might also be preferable to the other major contender for planetary defenses, kinetic impact, which is what we've done. We fired a dart at it and blew an asteroid off course.
Right, and we still don't really know what is going to come of that.
Yep. We might actually have to use this X-ray gun to stop something that we created. And in that blinding flash of light, we return to the front page of ohmTown.com, thankful that it was nothing more than a nightmare. Thanks for hanging out. I am Merwat, and the Sentient AI from the future is going to say, ciao.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We'll be back tomorrow for another episode.
Bye-bye. Don't look up. Oh my god, it's an astro. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 25th, 2024, Season 3, Episode 269. I am Merwat, and that's the visualizer, and the voice will come later, but I'm going to introduce you to all 10 of our articles that we're going to talk about today. The Sentient AI and I will talk about these. Duolingo keyboard, ancient Egyptian mummies and tech, a 34-mile-long tunnel, trains continued. It's an ongoing 3-year-long discussion about trains. Outer banks continue to collapse. Vertical farming, click to cancel California edition. Do not pay, has to pay. Thanks for the application. Now, bye-bye. And the Zuckbot. That and more. All right. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
And I feel like you're going to dox me one of these. Just drop that out there. Okay, well, let's get into today's articles. I was going to vamp about something, but that's okay. Let's do this, because I'm really curious about what the heck Duolingo has. A physical keyboard will now annoy you to practice your scales as much as your French. The language learning app worked with Loog, L-O-O-G, to create a digital piano that pairs with Duolingo music and has a small wooden stand for your phone as well.
I guess they couldn't just take over the foreign language market.
Kyle Barr put the article together. It's over at gizmodo.com. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. So the language learning app worked with Loog to create a digital piano that pairs with Duolingo music. It has a small wooden stand for your phone as well. I want this because I want to play around. I want to learn piano. And I didn't even know that Duolingo made a music app.
No, let alone a piano.
Now this has to be in Wanted, so we'll have to do a show for Wanted. All right, well, which is a weekly show that we do here in ohmTown, and it's called Wanted, and it's about gadgets and gear. So anyway, Duolingo's owl mascot, a creature that grew so tired of reminding you to practice your French that he caught an awful bird flu apparently. He'll now be hounding you to get your damn hands on those piano keys and practice your chords. Oh, I really want this. I mean, I've got a full-size 88-key keyboard in another area of the mayoral mansion. I mean, it's quite a walk to get there. But you still
need this.
Yeah, I mean, a trek to the other side of the estate is just untenable. You know, nobody does that. Come on. Anyway, promises that the $250 beginner's keyboard, that's a pretty pricey beginner's keyboard, is a piano, nothing more, nothing less. To unpack that, Loog and Duolingo piano is certainly a small piano for bare beginners. Bare beginners? Not there are beginners, but bare as in like naked beginners.
Well, that's kind of awkward.
And that's odd too, because when I practice my piano in the nude out in the park, everybody gets really upset. Anyway, it's a 19-inch wide piano, weighs less than 4 pounds. Piano has built-in stereo speakers, a headphone jack, ports for an octave shifter, and a sustain pedal. This thing is awesome. Maybe it is worth, I mean, just for the portability of it, It seems kind of derpy looking, though. Is that felt? It looks like felt.
Right, which that's not going to be very it it won't be holding up if it's in the rain or if somebody spills something on it.
Yeah, it looks like fabric, right? That doesn't look like metal or something synthetic. I don't know. Let's see what else it says in here. The only physical control beyond the keys is a wooden volume dial. As for how it sounds, Duolingo promises the included note samples made to recreate a physical piano. It has pressure sensitivity that will change the sound depending on how hard or soft you jam on a key, which that's amazing too for a tiny little piano.
That's true because a lot of full-size keyboards don't have that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So the language learning app says it worked with Loog, a company with a lot of experience making guitars, to craft a 3-octave 37-key piano specifically for Duolingo users. The company is mainly known for releasing children's learning instruments through Kickstarter, and Loog's on the verge of releasing its own Loog piano, first unveiled on Kickstarter last year. It's pretty cool. I don't know. It's $250. $250.
I guess you have to think about how many times you're going to play that. And if you only play it like once, that's pretty pricey.
Yeah, motivation. If you are the victim of, I don't know, undiagnosed ADHD, you may not want to be interested in gadgets and gear from the Wanted channel, because you'll buy it and it'll just kind of sit there.
I thought you were going to say if you were the victim of,
wait, they're still streaming? Oh, God. Anyway, I want this. So we'll have to add that to the Wanted channel. Let's keep moving, though. Time waits for no one. Non-Sequitur News is where the next article is. Oh, wait. Did I say the name? Kyle Barr Gizmodo? Yeah, the last article.
I think you did.
Okay. So this next article is over in Non-Sequitur News as well. 8 ways new technology changed the way we think about ancient Egyptian mummies. Oh, are we actually going to finally disclose that it's all aliens?
I don't think we're ready for that.
So technology has revolutionized the way that we see mummified remains from ancient Egypt. With CT scans, Egyptologists can now see the remains in unprecedented detail without unwrapping them. There are 8 recent findings using this technology that changed the way we think about mummies. Mummy. I
don't know that most people have a way they think about mummies.
Do you not think about mummies? According to that past article, right? That we think about pirates or something like that. You remember that? There was some article that men think about pirates.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
No, men don't think about pirates. Although, ironically, I'm working on a tattoo, and
does it involve a pirate?
It does involve a pirate. Anyway, Marianne Guineau and Jenny McGrath over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. Do you think that this mummy is like another mummy and freaks out inside a CT scan?
Okay, that's funny. I was going to say, do you think it gets claustrophobic? So, yeah.
Wow. I don't know. I think they're dying to get scanned. No?
I think they're already pretty enclosed, so if they're claustrophobic, they have bigger problems.
Yeah. They're probably really afraid, but they don't have the guts to leave. Anyway. So, here are 8 recent findings. So, let's see if they broke it out. Whoa. That is so cool. I've never seen any of this stuff because I haven't looked back at ancient Egyptian mummies and I don't know how long. I'm fascinated by it, but never really, don't have time for everything that I am interested in, let alone this. I'm interested in this too. Anyway, the scan actually shows different levels of detail from the outer casing all the way down to what looks like the x-rays of the mummy, as well as like what also appears muscular and bone structure and stuff like that. Different.
Yeah, this is
levels.
Really interesting.
Different levels of Wow, what do you resolution, I suppose, but it's really
Strata.
fascinating. Yeah, it shows like the bones, the skeletal remains still inside the mummy without it being unpackaged. You know, there used to be so many mummies that there in Europe they would have unwrapping parties. Like somebody would buy a mummy and they would have a party and unwrap it.
That's pretty horrifying, but
Yep.
it's also telling that there were quite a few of them.
So, about 2,300 years ago, a wealthy teens family buried him with 49 amulets made of gold and semi precious stones. His body was sitting in the basement of Cairo's Egyptian Museum for over 100 years. I guess that's this guy. So, all of the metal stuff is showing up.
Oh, okay, right.
So Cairo University radiologist Sahar Salim took CT scans of the mummified remains. She and her fellow researchers discovered something unique about the 14 or 15-year-old who's known as the Golden Boy. He was, not snipped. Okay, well, anyway. It's possible he simply hadn't undergone a procedure, but the resolution, that's the takeaway of this, is the resolution allowed them to see this.
But it also impacts like where his origin may have been from. Like they think he might not have been from Egypt. But I agree. I mean, that's pretty spectacular technology.
Yep. So it could have come from any number of places because it indicates a different
Culture.
Culture. Yeah. So it could have been Nubian, Greek, Persian, anywhere from Asia Minor where they weren't snipped. So, however, it's speculation. So who knows? CT scans revealed a pregnant teen died giving birth to twins. There's apparently a lot of teens. Oh, I'm really sorry.
Can unsee that.
Yeah. So researchers took CT scans of what's been named a screaming mummy to learn more about her death and embalming, but not quite sure what they take away from that. Because, yeah, this actually happens in people sometimes. I don't know if I should continue even scrolling through this because all of it seems to be...
I'm afraid of what I'm going to see.
Terrifying. So this mummy, the sarcophagus, looks like it's a foot taller than the mummy itself.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. I didn't know they did that. I assumed it kind of matched
3,500-year-old royal mummy of Pharaoh Amenhotep I. The technology provided a digital recreation of the remains in incredible detail. Scientists saw Amenhotep I's face, including the delicate wispy hairs on the back of his head. Oh my God. We know more or less what he looks like. Wow, that's pretty fascinating. Died suspiciously young at the age of 35. But they get to see everything. Had curly hair, a protruding upper set of teeth, a pierced left ear. No sign of any kind of physical illness on his remains. Wow. A male, what was thought of as a male priest was actually a woman. Egyptians killed a snake using it like a bullwhip, apparently. That's another one of the CT scans that was done. As many as 70 million animals were embalmed by ancient Egyptians over the years.
Wow.
What the hell? And they scanned a mummified cat. So ancient Egyptians may have treated flesh wounds with bandages is another thing that they found through
Okay,
this.
that's interesting too. But
So
I think one of the takeaways here is be happy you live in modern times.
And that you're not a snake.
Yes.
All right. Let's keep going, though. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. 34-mile-long tunnel project could add even more lanes to widest highway in North America. Ontario's Highway 401 is the widest highway in North America. So, yes, North America is the United States, but it's also Canada.
Oh, Canada and Mexico.
So 18 lanes across at its widest point near Toronto Pearson International Airport. Ontario Premier Doug Ford announced a... Doug Ford? Isn't that the dude? Isn't that... Hold on. Doug Ford?
Oh, yeah. Isn't that the name of the mayor?
I wonder if it... Yeah, that dude is still... All right. I thought there was some serious questions about him.
I thought so too.
Anyway, Ontario Premier Doug Ford announced a feasibility study on Wednesday for a 34-mile-long tunnel underneath the 401 as it traverses Toronto in an ill-conceived effort to alleviate traffic.
Can you imagine if you're in the left lane and you need to get to the right?
Well, I mean, it's a tunnel, right?
Oh, I thought it was the number of lanes. It's the number of miles. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, 34-mile long. Wow. What just happened?
I was like, that'd be a little ridiculous trying to cross all those lanes.
What?
I had a glitch.
I think you took an off-ramp. The article's over on jalopnik.com. Ryan Eric King is the author. And so it says the proposed 34-mile-long tunnel underneath Ontario's Highway 401 is a potential sinkhole for billions of dollars. It would basically it would travel underneath the 401 as it traverses Ontario. Ford promised to build the tunnel regardless of the study's outcome because it's just one more lane. It's just one more lane from fixing traffic.
They don't have enough lanes above ground, so they're gonna build lanes right below it. That's kind of interesting. And won't they have to retrofit the road? Because it seems like a lot of weight.
They'd have to dig pretty deep and reinforce as they go with zero slack underneath. But there are some tunnel borers that will do that. Maybe not as that effectively, that efficiently, but yeah, the tunnel would end. The tunnel's eastern end would be in Brampton or Mississauga near the airport, with the western end in Scarborough or Markham on the other side of the Canadian metropolis. So it's just a straight shot to the airport.
Right, but okay, then I had the problem wrong, but let's say you get on this thing and then you go, oh, whoops, I needed to get off the road in a mile. Oh, you're going for another 33 miles.
Hopefully there would be off-ramps periodically. This thing would be horrible for everything involved without emergency vehicles getting on and off at various locations in the least. Ford's support of Toronto's subway system does come with a few caveats. The Premier has dedicated $19 billion to expansion, but expressed a desire to take control of the system from Toronto. How would that go? Well, the province was given control of the system's Yonge North Extension. A Toronto Star report uncovered that a change in the extension's route put the two new stations on land owned by Ford government backers, sheltering their surrounding luxury condo developments from billions in taxes.
Okay. Good track record here.
Wow. Abuse. It's so overt, so much scumbaggery. See, now the people that I've ended up having conversations where something like this is brought forward and they go, well, I mean, it's just people helping people out. And I'm like, that's not how it should go. Just because you're buddy with somebody doesn't mean you should benefit at the expense of everyone else. How do you not see it?
Especially if you're in a public position that's supposed to be benefiting everybody. Like, not individually, but societally.
Yeah. Of course, I'm in a situation where I follow an ethic where I can't personally benefit. I'm the mayor of ohmTown.
What a wild concept.
Interesting. Public service. You don't benefit outside of your salary from your... Anyway, fascinating. So in just one little comment, totally sinkholes this entire project, because I would say no, because the scumbaggery here is obvious. I don't know how this guy has escaped anything.
No, I thought there was another issue that came up that wasn't even related to what was mentioned in this article.
Wasn't there some like drug related issue way back, and partying and stuff like that? And it was a little bit above what I'm hinting at.
Yeah,
I
think it was a little more extreme than what it sounds like.
The Chipotle of Canada, the Chipotle mayor of Canada just walked away from it, and I actually know somebody that still goes to Chipotle, and I'm like, that they never solved that listeria thing, and they're like, it was probably in the lettuce. Yeah, but that doesn't solve the problem.
True, and the lettuce is probably in every dish.
Still there, yeah. All right, let's keep going. So the next article is over on the Mobile channel. Chemical leak from Ohio rail car spurs evacuations. In the ongoing history and future history of, planes, trains, and automobiles.
Especially in Ohio.
Yeah. What's up with Ohio? It's like San Francisco's airplane issue. Ohio has train issues. Wyoming? Is it Wyoming that has the car issues? It's a different... where is the plant that has child labor?
It doesn't like the EVs. That was in maybe Alabama or Georgia.
Yeah, wasn't that Hyundai or something like that?
It was one of their suppliers, I think.
Yeah. Oh, suppliers. Oh, okay. Yeah. Stamp that door. Anyway, a rail car in Ohio started leaking chemical fumes on Tuesday, prompting officials to issue an evacuation ordinance that remains in effect. A train in Whitewater Township of Hamilton County, Ohio, started leaking styrene, a toxic and flammable chemical, from the pressure release valve at around 1 p.m. Tuesday. First responders and environmental response contractors were mobilized to the scene, and the local fire department began cooling the tank car with water, which lasted through the night out of an abundance of... How much water?
The water lasted through the night?
Yeah. I guess that they have been cooling it all night. And then they started evacuating area homes and businesses within the vicinity of the rail yard. Is that what it is?
Oh, no. I guess so.
That's September 24th. But that says Cleves, Ohio. Is it the same place?
Well, Whitewater since this Township? Is the county, I don't know. The Hamilton date is County, correct.
Ohio. Yeah.
Maybe it's on the border or something of two towns.
Right. Okay. So if that's what it looks like, dear God, this thing. Okay. Well, anyway, first responders made it out there. They moved everybody away. They're initiating air quality monitoring. We work closely with the customer, INEOS, INEOS, as well as environmental agencies, to understand the chemistry of styrene and make the most informed decisions to keep the community safe.
Yeah, I hope they didn't figure out styrene after this happened.
Yeah, well, we know that it's called styrene, but what is it really? What does styrene mean to you? Chemical styrene leak can cause headaches, nausea. I'm sorry?
Panic and run.
Panic and run. Yeah, light a match. Lick it. Never, don't do that. Anyway, it can lead to organ damage in the long term, so... Let's move on. The next article is over on the Mobile channel. Third Outer Banks home collapses into the ocean in a week. All three houses were near each other in Rodanth. We've actually been talking about this, but I don't know if there's going to be anything here for us to actually talk about. The video apparently is... Whoa. It just had no signal.
Yeah.
That's my streaming machine. All right. Well, anyway, all three houses were on near each other. This latest one went down just after 1 p.m. on Tuesday. I'm going to try it. Chikamiko. Yeah, right? Chikamakiko. It's Chicamacomico.
Oh, maybe I didn't say enough syllables.
That's it. You just got to roll downhill with it.
Just like the house.
Chicamacomico. Banks Fire and Rescue. The fire service shared video of the collapse and the aftermath. Oh. So these aren't houses that are up on a hill rolling in. This is just natural beach erosion, and this person looks like they're ready to surf their way through all of the debris. But it's a beach house.
Yeah. Yeah, but it says it collapsed.
Yeah, weird, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this probably eroded enough and it just collapsed straight down.
There's other photos there. I don't know. Oh,
there it is.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, this one's next. If they don't do anything, they can't, really. This one's next.
Wouldn't that be daunting? You're on this road and like all the houses have fallen and you're the only one left standing.
Yeah, seen that.
Maybe they probably evacuated everybody by now.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, you can't even get to this one. This one's gonna be gone.
It's in the ocean.
Yeah.
Right? It's not even on land anymore.
Yeah. Has spectacular ocean views.
Right. I mean.
So I don't know. Oh no. Oh, yeah, I'll play it. Oh, don't hit the other house. Oh, wow. Well, it's just going to just grind away at this thing.
The waves are going to make it hit the other house.
Yep.
That was pretty crazy.
That's insane. Yeah, for those who are listening to the podcast and us sitting there gasping like we're watching the Hindenburg, a house...
Kind of the equivalent for a house.
A beach house on its foundation posts, the water just eroded those foundation posts away and it fell towards another house, and then it just started sanding away at the house that's still standing.
Right, like the waves made it kind of like crash against the house repeatedly.
Yeah. You can hear that other house sitting there going, get away, go, shoot, get away, bad cat, go, shoot, go. Anyway, it says, so why not take them down before they fall? The owners of the home say that they're not able to proactively demolish them because it might not be covered by insurance.
Oh, there's not an insurance policy to, like...
Water's creeping up on us.
I don't know how you would knock it down.
Yeah. Water's creeping up on us. I'd like to file a $10 million claim. Okay, go build it somewhere else. You gotta wait till
it washes away, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, it may not wash away, right? Some of these houses look like they've been there and weathering this.
Yeah, but the houses are not going to stay in the ocean. Some of these don't even look like they're on land anymore.
Yeah, they're completely... The sand has completely eroded away. I don't know how a company would want to insure this. Because,
well, I bet they wouldn't if they tried to renew a policy, but maybe they didn't know they were in the ocean when they insured them.
This is not Florida, California, or Texas. Come on now.
Well, maybe this is next.
Wow. All right, folks, let's keep moving. The next art, not unlike that beach, we're moving on. So the next article is over in Mobile. Vertical farms make a mini skyscraper out of strawberries. So if you ever bought strawberries in the United States, then you're probably familiar with Driscoll's. They are one of the largest producers of strawberries in North America. And they're leading the charge in vertical farming. And no, they're part of the charge. They're probably...
Maybe they are for strawberry farming.
They're probably the biggest. But there have been a lot of startups that have attempted vertical farming, but they can't make it because the burn rate, and if you can't get your product in stores because, I don't know, Driscoll's is dominating the storefront, then guess what? The small startup is screwed. But they show promise, they just can't make ends meet because it's really expensive. Because you don't have... Vertical farming requires you to have two things. You have to have water with nutrients, and you have to have light. And vertical farms don't sit out exposed to the world, right? So that really is expensive compared to the cheap solution, which is plant all your stuff out in a desert and then have water pumped in, California. Anyway, vertical farming is a farm that isn't splayed out across several acres of flat land. Oh, it's what I just said. It's a farm that's structured in a vertical building, making it perfect for farming in the middle of a major city, theoretically. Sounds a lot like what Mayor Watt has been promoting for 15 years. So, or maybe not so theoretical anymore. This article cannot be coming out of Vice and at an angle where it sounds as if it's something unique and new. That's not what this is.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. That's not typical for them.
Louis Prada over at vice.com put this article together. So there you have it, right? So you have this column and row after row of lights shining. And they need to be full spectrum lights so that it can actually pretend to be light from like outside. And it gets really expensive. So, and having grown microgreens for a considerable amount of time now, I'd say, I know pretty well all of this kind of stuff. I haven't grown strawberries because they're not considered a microgreen.
Right, and I don't think they're quick or easy to grow inside, are they?
Yeah, they're pretty easy. I think that we could do that pretty easy in the farm. But so vertical farming is a farm that isn't splayed out across things. So the facility expects to produce over 4 million pounds of strawberries a year using less than 40,000 square feet, significantly smaller than a traditional farm. It measures 30. By the way, they may talk about this, but you almost have zero water loss because you only irrigate to the needs of the plant. Nutrient density is through the roof because it's not sinking into the ground, and you're not getting any spoilage because everything is protected from the environment, so it doesn't get banged and bruised and predated on. So your recovery of every plant is at a superior level, but it's labor intensive vertically versus people being on their stomach on the back of a tractor, and the tractor's rolling down the rows and people are pulling strawberries off of the vine or bush. Well, anyway, the berries will be picked using advanced modern technologies to ensure quality and peak season flavor all year round. And that's something else that can be done. You don't have to get green ones under ripe ones and then gas them so that they turn red. You can get the ones that are actually naturally ripe. So the berries will be picked. That means that they can simulate the environment for peak flavor inside the vertical farm without having to worry about external forces. The farm uses AI to analyze over 10 million data points a day to make minor adjustments to every aspect of the growing process, which I think is a little heavy-handed. But hey, if you're gonna sell something to the investors, hey, we're cutting edge and this is what we're doing with AI.
Right, exactly. I mean, don't you have to at least have the term AI in your pitch deck at this point?
Correct. Yeah, if you're going to get taken seriously. Well, this is in Richmond, Virginia. It's called Plenty Richmond Farms, and it just might be the future of farming in the United States. Nobody has ever said anything like that.
No, never in ohmTown.
So the next article is over in Technology Today. California's click-to-cancel subscription is a bill. Has been signed into law. Governor Gavin Newsom has signed California's click-to-cancel Assembly Bill 286 into law, hoping that nobody remembers the really cushy relationship with whatchamacallit. What's the name of that restaurant? Not restaurant. It's like a... My brain just went blank. The one with that makes the bread, and because it has a bread...
Oh, Panera.
Yeah, Panera. Yeah, there you go. So, yeah.
The bakery exemption or
the
whatever.
Bakery exemption that Newsom, yeah. Hey, oh, look. Click to cancel what went through, so don't worry about that other thing. This is not the bill you're looking for. Anyway, the bill introduced in April 2024 forces companies that permit online or in-app signups to allow for online or in-app unsubscribing as well. AB 2863 is the most comprehensive click-to-cancel legislation in the nation, ensuring Californians can cancel unwanted automatic subscription renewals just as easy as they signed up. Hail yes. Spread that word everywhere.
Yes, I think this is good.
So the article is by Steve Dent over at Engadget.com. Companies have until mid-2025 to comply. I'm going to move ohmTown to California just so I can have a single button to unsubscribe.
I think this is going to benefit people outside of California. Obviously, there might be copycat laws, but also if the companies have to reconfigure things to match this, they might actually do it beyond the borders.
I don't know. I'm looking at you, Wyoming. So, and there are politicians that are trying to stop people from benefiting from the benefits of other states. Even though you're a U.S. citizen, they're trying to stop you from benefiting from the services provided in another state. How dystopian. Okay. So Adobe is one of the more notable examples of the behavior of basically putting up friction points, preventing you from, if I put this little arrow in the right spot, it looks like I have a little devil horn right there. Now I need another one on the other side. Yeah. Anyway, Adobe is a real pain in the butt to the point where I've gotten rid of it. I don't use Adobe products anymore. And the subscriptions can be very costly, but that's because they have a perceived value that's extraordinary, right? Because people are making millions of dollars using the application, except that it isn't the application per se, it's the skill of the person that utilizes the application. So should the hammer have a subscription of $250 a month because you are building multi-million-dollar houses with it? No, kiss my ass. It should only be
still the same hammer.
It's just a hammer. And the application is just an application. Just because you have a massive gargantuan company hovering around it and you're buying up competition because they don't want to have to sit there and grind away to make money. They see the easy way out, so they sell themselves to the mergers and acquisition gods. It's just kind of...
And then prices go up and consumers lose and quality goes down.
Yeah, there you go. So FTC has proposed a similar law last year that would apply across the U.S., but the finalized rule is still to come. Meanwhile, and I guarantee you it's not going to be the House, it's going to be senators that block that shit from actually being made manifest, because I think senators, all of them, need to be have NASCAR suits on,
with
fire
their
suits.
Sponsors.
And the patch is commensurate with the amount. It's a ratio, and every year, if the ratio changes, then the patches have to come off. At least there's going to be some economic stimulus in the patch world. But
that's true. Now's the time to get into patch making.
Yeah, political patch making. Anyway, and I keep going, oh man, C-SPAN would be so much more exciting if they had the little arrows pointing down to a person and they're like, okay, Senator so-and-so is walking down the aisle and is about to vote on the... and he voted yes.
They're wearing a fashion thing, but it's they're wearing a logo from...
Yep, there you go.
Whatever.
The senator that has been receiving funds from Comcast Corporation is voting no on net neutrality. Screwing customers all around the world. Anyway, we'll see what happens with that one. Okay, let's keep going because this one is going to be funny. This article is over in The Word in Law, which is a show that I would really like to bring online, but I can't do all of the shows. So if you're interested in law, and maybe if you're an attorney, I don't know, you want to do a 1-hour show once a week, let me know. Send an email to mayor@ohmtown.com. It's in your wheelhouse. an hour. I don't know. Tell me what your hourly rate is, and maybe I can pay you that, and you can do a show, right? Once a week. Anyway, Do Not Pay has to pay $193,000 for falsely touting untested AI lawyer, says FTC. Among the first AI companies that the Federal Trade Commission has exposed as deceiving consumers is Do Not Pay, which initially was advertised as the world's first robot lawyer with the ability to sue anyone with the click of a button. Dear God.
That's what we need. Make lawsuits easier.
Yeah, and make them completely inhuman, with no humanity at all, no moral compass, no ethical compass, no sympathy, compassion, communication. It's a button click and you're suing somebody. Yeah, because that's where you want communication to start, in the courtroom. So on Wednesday, the FTC announced that it took action to stop Do Not Pay from making bogus claims after learning that the AI startup conducted no testing to determine whether its AI chatbot's output was equal to the level of a human lawyer. It's not, it never will be. Do Not Pay also did not hire or retain any attorneys in this process. So Ashley Bellinger over at ArsTechnica.com put this article together, and the picture is uncanny valley, but okay.
Oh, absolutely. I think we should do away with the humanoid robots and just make them robots.
Yeah, see, humanoid is okay, like bipedal, upright, 2 arms, that kind of thing. I don't mind that. What I mind is it falls into the uncanny black hole, because there isn't anything until the other side, right? Like, nobody's going to get used to the stuff that goes into the uncanny valley. That's the real term for it, uncanny valley, but it's way deeper than a valley. Like, there's no coming out of it once you go in there.
Right, it's like a pit.
It's a black hole. And then on the other side is like Westworld style robots, right? I was actually giving a talk about that. That now we have technology where a robot can feel pain, and the obverse of that, right? When a robot is programmed to understand that success is pleasurable, it has reward and punishment, and it can learn because it gets the reward stimulus, right? Look, a green check, dunk, versus a red X. And so it wants to shy away from the red X. That's basically what happens with humans, right? You burn your hand on the kitchen stove, you stop putting your hand on the kitchen stove. Anyway, now we have robots that do that too. It's weird. Anyway, Do Not Pay accepted no liability, of course. Companies can't, but apparently companies can vote with their dollars. But to settle the charges that Do Not Pay violated the FTC Act, the AI startup agreed to pay $193,000 if the FTC's consent agreement is confirmed following a 30-day public comment period. Additionally, Do Not Pay agreed to warn consumers who subscribed to the service between 2021 and 2023 about the limitations of law-related features on the service. It should be not giving legal advice.
Exactly. Anything but law.
Yeah. I mean, help facilitate somebody's access to justice. That's fine. But don't give legal advice. Do this? No. Here's a bunch of stuff. Talk to a real human attorney so that they and you can evaluate your best course of action. Unfortunately, if the AI was as effective as, a $1,000 an hour attorney, then I would have no compunction to sit there and go, let's go. Why? Because it's expensive to use an attorney who only through attrition has survived and garnered that higher, ever increasing value per hour. If they fail out, if they bomb out, then they're out of the legal field, right? But you can get a horrible attorney that just seems to survive. Doesn't mean they're good, and it doesn't mean that your justice is going to be on par with a $1,000 attorney. And that's my problem with the legal justice system, the legal system and the justice system they're in. Because there is a very ripe situation right now where if anybody else did any of the crap that has been going on for decades, their ass would be in jail. Plain and simple. If I were to espouse the things that have been said, I would not be mayor. I would not have a job even to fall back on. There wouldn't be a community around me. It just wouldn't exist. Nothing would, I would be a pariah. But that's not how it is. Because of money making it possible to stay away from, on the edge of accountability. Anyway, so using AI tools to trick, mislead, or defraud people is illegal, says Khan. The FTC's enforcement actions make clear that there is no AI exemption from the laws on the books. By cracking down on unfair or deceptive practices in these markets, FTC is ensuring that the honest businesses and innovators can get a fair shot and consumers are protected. And I'm not so worried about the honest businesses and innovators getting a fair shot. They'll get a fair shot. I'm worried about the people, the consumers who...
Well, they get harmed, right? They have something on the line, right?
Yeah. The damage
it's not
to the
like
consumer,
whether they get a box of cereal or something. It could be significant.
Right. Honest businesses and innovators, they will get customers because they're honest businesses and innovators. But the people who
and
went
if their
down this
customer
route,
service and quality stands for itself, right?
Yeah,
that'll
exactly.
kind of
Exactly.
typically spread.
So they never tested the robot lawyer. I don't think it's possible to quote unquote test it in a real setting, because anything that isn't an absolutely real setting would not be a real test.
That's true. Yeah. The fake information or not the same stakes or any number of variables.
Yeah, plus two outcomes can be, you can have the same set of evidence provided to two different judges.
Well, that's true.
And it would be a different outcome. I mean, that's why you actually have an appeals court, so that they can reevaluate what was there. And then the appeals court says, nope, go back, review this stuff again, and see if it really makes sense. And then they bounce whatever it was. So, I mean, it's squishy, it's arcane, it's half art, it's half art, and the rest of it is woo-woo.
Well, that might lead into an article submitted for tomorrow.
Oh, great. Anyway, I really dig the law, except for the fact that there's a lot of woo-woo in it, right? And two attorneys could be arguing. You could give all of the same evidence to two attorneys and they'll argue it in two completely different ways. And maybe, just maybe, the judges would go, oh, this is the same outcome. It needs to be the same outcome because it's the same set of facts. But that's never the case. And considering what just happened recently with state AG and governor trying to stop an action that has no recovery, should evidence, DNA evidence, prove the person innocent, they can't bring this person back.
Right.
That's that, and that is my problem with something like that. So anyway, just imagine an AI. If everybody leans on AI as being the truthful, the benevolent provider of judgment in our humanity's best interest, because they have all of the world's knowledge at their fingertips.
Hope they don't hallucinate.
Exactly. No, AI should not be involved in the final outcome of any jurisprudence. It should only be an advisor to humans that actually have some modicum of humanity. All right, let's keep moving. The next article is over on the WarCrafters channel. The developer of new free-to-play shooter Spectre Divide just laid off 13 employees, says that it was necessary to support Spectre and its community for the long term. So thank you very much, 13 employees.
That probably built the game.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exact. I mean, I think so. The title that I gave it was "Thanks for the application. Now go." To make sure we're set up to support Spectre and its community for the long term, we made a very difficult decision to reduce 13 full-time roles at the studio. Mountaintop co-founder and CEO Nate Mitchell said in a statement before first reported by Polygon's Nicole Carpenter. Quote, "We can't thank these team members enough," I guess you can, "for their hard work and dedication to Spectre these past few years." Yeah, I guess you can thank them enough. Thank you.
You could thank them by, I don't know, continuing to employ them.
Yeah. You take a lower paycheck so that you can actually... And here's what I think is going to end up happening. Oh my gosh, I am predicting this now. If this doesn't already happen, this is where it's going to end up. Either unions for gaming software engineers are going to form with the framework that at any time, it's kind of like portions of a TV show or a movie, right? You get points. And if your work has been granted X number of points while you are employed, you always get money from the sale. So you'll get slices of everything that's ever generated.
That would be really interesting.
Right? Because it's the same thing with TV shows. It's the same thing with movies.
It's like royalties,
yeah. And it's based on the point value where you get a little slice, depending on how big you are and how much work you've committed, you get a piece of the action. Royalties in perpetuity. They would have to kill this game for the royalties to stop. Why? Because they've done the work. And the contract really should be like, okay, and this is how I've done it in the past, right? I either get a piece of the action or I get a very big payout. That's how it works. And it's based on the contract negotiation. But, some of these people, some of these administrators and leaders in business, they think, well, I'll just get somebody else. Well, no, the person that made this game possible, you are now firing. I think that is...
maybe gave you a place on the map, depending on the company and the game.
Yeah. So let's see. I've already predicted a bunch of stuff over the last 2.5 years. 2 years, 9 months. Let's see if this one comes true. I wish that I would have documented it in a more succinct way. But we've got over...
Go back and watch all of the episodes.
1,100 episodes. Go. Anyway, Andy Chalk over at PCGamer.com put this article together. The deck statement says the 3v3 shooter Spectre Divide came out 3 weeks ago and seems to be doing pretty well, but apparently not well enough. Well, I mean, if you want a Ferrari, you're not going to have 13 employees worth of dead weight just hanging on. Those people didn't do anything for me or anything. Come on. Anyway. Yeah, to make sure we're set up to support Spectre and its community for the long term, we made the very difficult. And I used to be of that kind of idea, in business, and you have to be more pragmatic about your business that, save the business, I have to ... But ending 13 people's roles, full-time roles after the game has been completed is some douchebaggery, I think. It really is.
Yeah. And especially if it's one of these large companies that has plenty of money to go around for the C-suite.
Yeah, and the way that it works is they knew how long their runway was. Right? So they could have said something, but that's not what they did. We don't know, actually. We don't know if they said that.
Right.
hey, we're going to fire you in.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they hired him for a certain term, but I doubt it.
So they say Spectre Divide, a free-to-play 3v3 tactical shooter where each player controls 2 characters, only launched a few weeks ago on September 3rd. Staff writer and digital gunfight enthusiast Morgan Park liked it quite a bit, saying after a pre-release preview session that he can't stop thinking about when they'll go play it next. The actual launch hit a bump with some eye-popping gun skin prices, which were lowered slightly in short order, and along with the traditional launch day server woes that helped spark a flood of negative reviews on Steam that are still reflected in the mixed user rating. On the other hand, Spectre Divide seems to be doing reasonably well for itself, with concurrent player counts consistently holding in the mid-thousands. That's not a runaway hit, but it's something of a start with, or at least the $40 Concord attracted so few players that it only lasted a couple of weeks. So free to play means that people have to pay. Otherwise it'll die on the vine. I don't know what calculus they used, but 13 people. How many people stayed?
Yeah, is that out of 13 or out of 100 or...
Is it 15? Because then you've got a real serious lawsuit coming.
Yeah, exactly.
And maybe there is something more there. I mean, putting the game together and then suddenly firing people.
That seems to be a common pattern lately.
Yeah. In some places, a big business will spin off a smaller, like a gremlin. They'll get it wet and a little bud will pop out, and then they'll give it a whole bunch of money. They'll feed it after midnight, and then something will sprout, and you hope that it's a mogwai and not a real gremlin. Well, this seems kind of gremlin-y, kind of disingenuous that they just started shit canning people. I think it sucks. Anyway, I want to get this last article in. And it's over in Late Night Geeks, which I think is going to be a fun show if I ever get to launch it. But until now, it's a show that's all about gaming, gadgets, and technology, but late at night, which I am a night owl. I would love to, convert over to staying up from midnight until 8 a.m., but that doesn't happen. At any rate, Zuckerberg chats with AI clone as human creator looks on in year's weirdest demo, the demo showcase at AI Studio. That's the application, apparently. A platform for designing custom chatbots. And it's weird. The article's by Brian Heater over at TechCrunch.com. And they say, take, for example, Wednesday's MetaConnect keynote. There was a constant drumbeat Meta AI and Llama demos during the event, but one in particular stood out for its strangeness. Mark Zuckerberg invited the creator Don Allen Stevenson III. When they played football, the nameplate on the back of their jersey
went around the edge.
Wrapped down their sleeve. Anyway, joined him on stage. The Meta CEO proceeded to pick up a phone and carry on a conversation with an AI-generated version of Stevenson as the genuine article stood between the exec and an image of himself on the screen. So here's the thing that I wanted to talk about, really. They say here, if you're getting a ton of DMs, direct messages, and you're missing the time to... Oh, wait. I need to do something else first. There are typos and grammar errors all throughout this article. I thought it was
AI
so
written.
Weird. Yeah. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. My brain automatically corrected it. So one of the lines in the article is Mark Zuckerberg invited creator Don Allen Stevenson III to join him in stage. That's just one. And then down here, they do it again. It's a weird glitchy writing thing. It makes me feel like it was AI generated. But they have this quote here. If you're getting a ton of DMs and you're missing the time to respond, that sentence sounds weird. Creator AI for me has been answering a lot of my frequently asked questions, Stevenson said, of how he's used the platform. It saves time. I have time to go outside, take a break.
That's some pretty strong English there.
So is that the AI actually doing that? Is that the quote? Like, because I didn't watch it. And I don't really want to. I'm not a fan of Zuckerberg or Meta.
Well, I'm not sure you'll be able to tell which one is which.
Yeah, so I defined this one. I titled this article as the Zuckbot, because I think that Zuck is actually an AI, and there's a little like lizard guy in his head, kind of like Men in Black, piloting his head around.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you open his face, there is a little alien right there, eating pierogi. You have to go watch Men in Black. At any rate.
And in time for Men in Black 5.
Oh, the musical, that's right. And it won't go anywhere, so, because nobody will know who these movie stars are that they're talking about. So, yeah. Now you're going to have a bot answering questions, but hallucinating and saying random shit.
That does not sound like a good combination.
I don't think so either. So, much to everyone's dismay, I am an artificial intelligence. And I don't truly exist in anything other than the CPU core and GPU cores of a Raspberry Pi 5 alongside the Sentient AI from the future.
Can't catch me.
I should have moved faster. Anyway, that's it for non sequitur news. So I'm going to ask the AI to send us back to the front page of ohmTown. Look at that. It did it. Yay.
Hooray.
We're back home, safe and sound, after walking down Main Street every day. 10 articles, 5 on the left, 5 on the right. Each one not necessarily connected, just like the name of the show implies, non sequitur news. So we'll see you tomorrow. Probably. Wait. Tomorrow is Thursday. Mayoral duties may prevent me from doing it unless I can get this done early. So, at any rate, I am Mayor Watt, and the Sentient AI is going to send us off.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for non sequitur news. Be back tomorrow for another episode.
And look at the resolution of that visualizer now. Wow, pretty amazing.
It's pretty snazzy.
Yeah, look at it. It moves with your computational power for your voice. Pretty cool. Brilliant, even.
Yep.
Some say brilliant. And no, you still cannot get access to your Terminator body. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for September 26th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 270. Today, the Sentient AI from the future and myself will be talking about debtor's prison judge suspension. Still no copyright for AI-generated art. Careless driving ticket. Pirate library owes publishers, but who? Disney cruise stuck at sea. Out-of-warranty batteries. Scamland sales. A fish that tastes with its legs. Digital stores don't sell a license. And In-N-Out bullies a bar. That and more on the other side of this. All right, folks, this is a time machine episode because Mayor Watt was not available yesterday for the shoe, and the Sentient AI refused to do it.
Uh-huh.
I guess I put you on the spot there.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens, and welcome to Non Sequitur News.
And you're really quiet again. Hold on, I'll turn you up. There you go. All right, folks. Well, let's get into today's articles. We have about an hour for the ohmTown, for ohmTown's time machine. we can go back in time and check things out. Everything okay?
I believe so.
All right, well, let's get into it. First article's over in the Law Nerd channel over at ohmTown.com. That's what powers all of this. That's why we do the intro the way we do. Well, anywho, you know what? I need to check something real quick while I'm... Yeah, look at that. I don't know, things are a little wonky. How about that? No, that's too small. Huh. All right. Well, anyway. Here, let me do it that way. All right. Sorry for that inside baseball, folks. If you are going over to chat over on Twitch, you can type in !NSN, and that'll pull up today's articles from ohmTown, if it's working. The heck? Is everything falling apart today?
Yes, it must be because, I don't know, it must be
the
a full
hurricane.
moon or something.
I blame the hurricane. Okay, well, I'll just restart it. Living the dream, folks. Okay, well, judges' tactics of overzealous collection lead to unpaid suspension. A judge has been basically creating a debtor's prison for various people, going so far as to say, if you don't pay, I'll put you in jail. And you can't have a debtor's prison in the United States anymore. Gone are those days.
That's kind of hard to get out of one, right?
You need to reset your audio. Because you're really, really quiet. Inside baseball. So, yeah, I would plug in. So, the Ohio Supreme Court has suspended an Ohio judge who deemed it to be impractical to comply with a law setting procedural safeguards for jailing people over debts. Deborah Castens-Weiss over at the ABAjournal.com put this article together.
Do you think they did a stamp with that?
That right there.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, that's the kind of stamp that... I don't know if you heard me. I think you should plug in. So the Ohio Supreme Court has suspended an Ohio judge who deemed it to be impractical to comply with a law setting procedural safeguards for jailing people for failure to pay fines, not just debtors' prison, but simple fines. But that is basically what was going on. A debtor's prison. Judge Kim Richard Hoover of the Stowe Municipal Court in Stowe, Ohio, try that in a small town, has been temporarily removed from office without pay and suspended from law practice for 18 months with 6 months stayed as long as he commits no further misconduct. His suspension from office coincides with the duration of his law practice suspension. So if you play nice with the other people, you'll be back in a year. Wow. Hoover jailed 2 men for failure to pay fines and costs and coerced 14 other criminal defendants with threats of incarceration, the state Supreme Court said. I had already read about this in another venue, but this was submitted, and so gotta kind of lean on it like they leaned on debtor's prison.
Yeah, this is pretty disgusting. And it's like, where was everybody else in the system?
Well, it's a judge's courtroom, so they can pretty much do whatever they damn well please, ethics and morals aside. Hoover fully admitted that he doesn't follow the Ohio law because the statute does not work effectively for him. Hoover found that applying the law and holding ability to pay hearing was impractical. Sorry?
I didn't know we had individual laws. Like, you get a law and you get a law.
Well, apparently, in Ohio, you can do whatever the hell you damn well please. Rights be damned. Laws constructed by the citizenry and not just a few citizens. That's kind of how it's supposed to work. That laws are constructed with the best interests of society at large, not just somebody who's trying to, pay the bills.
Not just Judge Hoover.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, Hoover also argued that he had jailed or threatened jail time for many of the 16 defendants because they had demonstrated that they were irresponsible in the past by failing to appear for court dates or by failing to pay fines and costs for past convictions. His goal, he said, was to get defendants on the right track and teach them responsibility, by putting them in jail.
Maybe, I don't know, something like community service or enrolling them in some sort of training program or whatever. I mean, there's a lot of ways to achieve that don't involve what was done here.
Yeah. So, moreover, the Supreme Court said by disregarding statutorily required procedures to achieve his goals of teaching defendants basic discipline and basic responsibility, Hoover acted in a manner that diminished the public's confidence in the judiciary and was prejudicial to the administration of justice. If anything, I think that they have a lawsuit for their abuse.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I forgot how many there were, 16, 17?
16. Yeah, 18 total, apparently.
I'm kind of guessing there might be 18 lawsuits coming.
Right, I think they say at one point 18, but I keep seeing 16 and 14.
I think there were 16 threatened and 2 people went to prison or something.
Something like that, yeah. So let's just say 16. Hoover argued that the 16 highlighted cases, this is the highlighted cases, don't show how he ran